Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hey kid, I'll take your head. Foz.Fo's figure rushed to the top of the execution platform as fast as lightning. He rushed directly towards the direction of Lin Xiao. However, before he could make a move, a tall and swift figure blocked him directly like a ghost. Bang! A smooth blow like flowing water actually blasted Foz.Fo far away. The elf who made the move was the martial arts bear master, although its size was magnified 100 times under the blessing of elf giant power. Now it is as big as 190 meters, but skills are still as swift and agile as before. Damn it, it seems that I was careless and was beaten by a bear that suddenly jumped out of nowhere. Foz. Fu stood up from the ruins. His face was full of ferocity, although I don't know what these giant animals are like. But in terms of size, Laozi's saber-toothed tiger form will definitely not lose to them. As soon as the voice fell, Foz. Fu directly activated the ability of cat fruit. The body quickly expanded and became larger, and finally turned into an ancient saber-toothed tiger with a size of more than 100 meters. In the roar of the earth-shattering sky, the figures of the saber-toothed tiger and the martial arts bear master collided heavily. At this time, the pirate ships carrying the other, Flying Six, have already docked one after another. Give up the pointless resistance. Dinosaurs are the most powerful creatures in history. Yafufu, I want to catch some cute little animals as my pets. Get out of my way. The spot to challenge the big billboard must be mine. Sasaki, Black Maria, Runny, Page 1, and Drake jumped off the bow, facing the huge elves blocking the way ahead. They directly activated their devil fruit abilities, transformed into ancient beasts with a body size of more than 100 meters. They took the lead and started a charge. And so, this huge war, whether in terms of scale or the high-end combat power involved, is not inferior to the Summit War. It officially started under the attention of the whole world. Elf Legion vs. for Emperor's Group. The two legions composed of beasts collided like two steel torrents, fighting hand-to-hand. The deafening roar of beasts and the noisy shouts of killing instantly resounded through the sky. The world watched this war with great tension, because no matter who the final winner is, the pattern of this world will inevitably undergo a new round of great changes. You ignorant kid, dare to play with Kaido boss like this. A roar came from the air. I saw Jean, who was beast transformed into a toothless pterosaur again, rushing towards Lin Xiao on the top of the execution platform like an arrow from a string. And when there was still a distance of hundreds of meters, he suddenly pulled his shuttle-like head back desperately like a slingshot. Diao Zizen Wang. The moment Jean let go, a powerful shock wave as fast as lightning suddenly shot out from a sharp bird beak. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. It rushed to the front of Lin Xiao. In the original work, this move was even described by Zoro as an undefendable attack. From this, we can see how powerful it is. However, at this moment, a figure emitting a cold light all over his body suddenly blocked this extremely fatal blow. Sitch. The divine weapon danced lightly. The sword's shadows were heavy. The sharp arms of Ji Yujian, which were comparable to the big quick sword, transformed into dazzling cold rays. Infinite sword intent was interwoven in front of Lin Xiao, forged an indestructible steel sword wall. And while blocking the fatal blow, he used air slash to leave a narrow wound in front of Jin's moon chest. Blood splattered. But what made people feel extremely weird was that the wound on Jin's body recovered in the blink of an eye. RTU. The mask on his head was split at a corner, revealing white hair and brown skin. Seeing this, Lin Xiao pretended to be surprised and said, "Black wings, white hair, brown skin," and the flame behind the back symbolizing vitality. It seems that the legend about the Lunaria tribe is indeed true. At this moment, Rebecca suddenly leaned over and asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what is the Lunaria tribe?" "Nonsense, it's so dangerous here. Why did you run up here?" Lin Xiao's words of reprimand had just come out, and Rebecca pouted her little mouth, pretending to be pitiful, and said, "Why are you scolding me? I came here to protect your Majesty." "Stinky girl, you should protect yourself first." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at her with anger and amusement. But now he can harvest a wave of reputation points by explaining Jin's life experience. Legend has it that 800 years ago, before the celestial dragons settled in the Red Line, there was a group of natives who could emit flames from their backs. They were the Lunaria tribe. In that era, the Lunaria tribe was called God, and their country was called the Kingdom of God. But later, this race was almost extinct for some unknown reason. Now, the only survivor is Kaido's Jin. In order to study the special physique of this tribe, the world government even offered a sky-high price of 100 million berries as long as they could provide accurate information. "Huh," Rebecca said with sympathy. "The Lunaria tribe is so pitiful." But then she reacted. "No, that bad guy just wanted to attack His Majesty. He is not pitiful at all. Hurry up and let the world government take him away." Everyone who was watching the live broadcast at the moment was stunned by the conversation between Lin Xiao and Rebecca. Because in their inherent cognition, the celestial dragons, who regarded themselves as the descendants of the Creator, were the only inhabitants of the Red Earth continent. But who would have thought that before the celestial dragons, there was another race there, and they were also called gods? That country was even called the Kingdom of God? What the hell is going on here? But if the members of the Lunaria tribe are gods, then what are the celestial dragons? Wait a minute. Did the Lunaria tribe live 800 years ago? Wasn't that the time period that was banned from research by the world government, completely disappeared from history, and was called the Void Century by the world? Could it be that the extinction of the Lunaria tribe is related to the celestial dragons? Many people seem to have suddenly discovered something shocking. The whole person stood there in a daze. The expression on his face gradually became horrified. Holy Land, Mariahua, Panga City, the 5 elders who were sitting in the Hall of Power, watching the live broadcast. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the face suddenly darkened. Damn, is that unknown history going to be mentioned again? He is just a king. How could he know the secrets of the Lunaria? Does he know anything else that is more taboo? Not only that, you see, the huge machine, referring to the elf, Iron Fire Kagaya, is also very similar to the steel giant made by the kingdom 900 years ago. Yes, the scene of the steel giant attacking the Holy Land 200 years ago is still vivid in my mind. What exactly does Lin Xiao want to do? Is he also an ambitious person who wants to control the world? I think we should stay put for the time being and observe the subsequent situation. Yes, the top priority right now is to fill the vacancy of 7 Warlords of the Sea as soon as possible. Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, Jinbei, Blackbeard. Now there are 4 vacancies. If the balance between the 3 major forces is broken, it will directly bring a huge impact to the world, so we must maintain the balance. Yes, at present, the Seraph project of SFG has entered the most critical research and development stage. I believe it will be officially put into use in a short time. Before that, the 7 Warlords of the Sea system is still crucial. But Lin Xiao has caused such a big mess. We must not let him go. Lin Xiao patted Rebecca's head with a doting look, signed her to return to Queen Violet as soon as possible. Then he said to the paper sword guarding in front of him, "Go, let the world see the power of Ultimate Beast." Jin's weakness is behind him. When the flame disappears, his speed will be greatly improved, but his defense will be greatly reduced. Paper sword nodded heavily. Then, his light figure soared into the sky with the help of the wind. Like a meteor passing by, his sharp arms brought a dazzling cold light in the air. He chopped down Jin's head. Hole. Stop being complacent. Seeing his true identity revealed, Jean was shocked and angry. How could he not have thought that? Lin Xiao actually knew so much about the past of the Lunaria clan. But, for Jean, anyone who dared to be an enemy of Kaido, all will die under his wrath. Dan Gong Huang. The black wings flew out. Like a crescent-shaped scimitar, it slashed straight down at the attack of the paper sword. The two slashes collided in midair. Countless turbulences exploded instantly. The sound of metal clashing. A wisp of sword energy cut off a large piece of Jin's mask again. In a rage, Jean mobilized all his strength, directly blasted the enemy in front of him away. RTU. Such an attack is nothing to the paper sword. Then it fell to the ground lightly like a leaf. What? It actually successfully blocked the attack of Flame Disaster. Is this true? Jean is a Deputy Emperor level, author second setting. Don't take it seriously, combat power. How come these elves guarding under the execution platform are so powerful? Please give me flowers. Faced with this sudden scene, all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast were in an uproar. They all widened their eyes. They stared at the screen in disbelief. They were afraid of missing a second of the exciting duel. At this time, Akainu, who was in the naval headquarters, saw this. He was so angry that he cursed. Damn, are all the big boss under Kaido useless? How come they can't beat a weird thing? Is this guy worthy of a bounty of 1.39 billion berry? Let alone Akainu. Even Sengoku and others were confused. Is it really that exaggerated? That's the high-end combat power of the Vice Emperor level. How come Lin Xiao just took out a Pokémon and directly caught it? They even had an illusion. Paper sword equals royal vice? Jean, you are such a useless waste. How could you be so embarrassed by that guy? Quinn raised his head and sneered with a smug look on his face. It seems that I have to do it myself. Hee, this is a good opportunity to test my newly developed Ice Ghost. Ice Ghost is a special disease newly developed by Quinn. The infected person will feel extremely cold, and it is out of control, and it attacks others indiscriminately regardless of friend or foe. And other people will be infected immediately if they are touched. The cold will gradually spread from the place where it was shot to the whole body, and the place covered by ice will become as hideous and terrifying as a demon. If the infected person fails to successfully drink the antidote within an hour, they will die in endless pain. It can be said to be extremely vicious. Quinn raised the golden Gatling gun, filled with virus bullets, and fired at the paper sword and other Pokémons on the opposite side. Excitio. At this moment, a huge figure, but stood directly in front of all the Pokémons. He blocked all the attacks. It was the Iron Fire Kaguya, who was like a steel giant. The wide area defense skill was activated instantly. Up, bang, bang, bang. All the Ice Ghost bullets seemed to hit an invisible barrier. They exploded and melted in midair. Ah, what the hell is that? Why is it so huge? Quinn looked at the towering Kaguya in front of him, and his eyes almost popped out of his head in fear. Could this be the mechanical Sea Kings? Damn it. Even if you were the real Sea Kings, what can you do? If you dare to ruin my good deeds, then go obediently, bang. Quinn's shouting was not finished yet. He was directly blasted away by Kaguya's huge steel arm, which was like a rocket. It hurts so much, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Don't underestimate me. 230-inch. Quinn roared angrily and then activated beast form directly, transforming into a giant brachiosaur with a body size of more than 200 m. However, compared to Kaguya, who is 920 m tall, it is still as small as a bug. But Quinn is quite confident in his transformed body. Open your eyes and look carefully. I am full of technological power. Even if you have an overwhelming body, what can you do? The final winner will only be me. Spark Queen. 2 red explosion beams shot out from Quinn's eyes, but they were once again blocked by Kaguya. Kaguya's wide area defense blocked it. His attack couldn't even break through the defense. I'm so angry. Seeing this, Quinn was furious and roared fiercely. In this case, I will also let you see the unmodified king power from the dinosaurs that have ruled this planet for more than 100 million years. I saw Quinn actually connected his head and tail together, and then launched it like a cannonball, like a giant python. It instantly wrapped around Kagaya, trying to strangle its body with its powerful force. Rado, as a steel attribute elf, coupled with the terrifying tonnage. Kagaya's defense is absolutely top-notch, even if Quinn uses all his strength. His attack power is no different from scraping. Quinn, who was still immersed in fantasy, continued to exert his strength and laughed triumphantly. Are you careless? The so-called Brachiosaurus is a dinosaur that wins with this kind of power. So far, no one has ever escaped from my Brachiosaurus snake. Even if he is a master who is good at armament hockey, all his bones and internal organs will be crushed, let alone steel. The pirates around who didn't know what was going on saw this and immediately cheered. Damn animals. Now you know how powerful we beast pirates are, right? Haha. Brother Quinn is comparable to Admiral's existence. You'll just wait to die next. Brother Gene and Brother Quinn have opened a gap for us. Everyone keep rushing forward. Don't be afraid. Those animals are just a little big. The morale of the pirates soared instantly. They all waved their weapons and rushed towards the huge elves. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao on the execution platform. The corner of his beak swept a playful arc. Using telepathy, he ordered lightly. Iron Fire Kagaya. Use super absorption plus meteor beam. Let these pirates see your true power. In fact, even if Lin Xiao didn't command, the elves can respond according to the situation on the battlefield. It's just that their capture of fighter planes is far less accurate than that of Lin Xiao, an outsider. In addition, direct orders also give Lin Xiao an immersive experience. It's like being in the elf contest. The main theme is a childhood dream come true. As the order was issued, Kagaya, who was originally entangled by Quinn in the Brachia snake state, suddenly had a strange energy emerge from his body. He began to absorb the vitality of Quinn. What's going on? My vitality is rapidly draining away. Quinn hurriedly fled with a terrified face. He was afraid that he would be drained dry. Kagaya, who was freed from his restraints, his huge figure actually rushed straight into the sky. Then from its rocket-like arms, a series of energy beams like meteor showers were fired. It immediately enveloped a large number of Beast Pirates members. Boom! The terrifying explosions sounded one after another. The earth shook violently. The raging airwaves blew countless pirates directly into the sea. When the smoke slowly dissipated, hundreds of corpses with tragic deaths appeared before the eyes of the world. The scene of the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood was as breathtaking as hell on earth. What a terrible power! It actually killed thousands of powerful pirates with one strike. Is this steel giant really a product of this era? No wonder Lin Xiao is not afraid of the threat of 5.4 for Emperor's Group. I guess this is his confidence. Everyone who was watching the live broadcast at this time was deeply shocked by the scene just now. The power of Kagaya Iron Fire was far beyond their imagination. Even if Quinn transformed into the Brachiosaurus form, which is famous for its strength and defense, his attacks seemed so pale and powerless in front of Kagaya. Now, people have a new understanding of Lin Xiao's Elf Legion. They will no longer simply think that these are just a group of giant animals of the same size as the King of the Near Sea and the Sea Beast. But soon, the rest of the elves will refresh their understanding again. How dare you attack my brother Quinn? Lousy will kill you first and then destroy this country. Jack was furious when he saw Quinn being knocked out. He turned into a giant mammoth covered with thick fur. As we all know, the ability user of Zoan Devil Fruit has 3 forms. That is human form, human beast form, beast form. Human form is needless to say. In this most common state, although Devil Fruit has some bonus and influence on the ability user, it is not much. On the other hand, The human beast form greatly strengthens and improves the ability user's physical functions while retaining the human form's characteristics and appearance, so that the ability user can bring his own combat skills to the ultimate perfect state. Therefore, it is also called Zoan's strongest form, and beast form allows the ability user to completely transform into an animal and maximize all the characteristics of the animal. So in close combat, and in battles that compete in physical skills or endurance, beast form 28 is the best choice. And Jack is the ability user of Zoan, elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form. After he was completely transformed into a beast, whether it was strength, defense, recovery ability, and resistance to blows, almost all reached an extremely amazing height. Even if it was just brute force, even Jean and Quinn were not his opponents at all. This simple-minded guy, like a mad beast, he rushed straight towards Kaguya. However, at this moment, a red figure as fast as lightning blocked his way. And then before Jack could react, he grabbed his trunk with one hand and did a very cool one-arm 360-degree windmill. He threw Jack, a mammoth over 100 meters in size and weighing tens of tons, far away. The explosive mosquito then posed a series of classic bodybuilder poses. He showed off his extremely exaggerated muscles to everyone. Is it really that exaggerated? He actually used one arm to throw Jack, a mammoth over 100 meters in size and weighing tens of tons, far away. Big Brother Jack was thrown out? What the hell is that? A mosquito. Damn, these monsters under Lin Xiao are getting more and more outrageous. The pirates, who were already in shock, were almost scared out of their wits by the explosive mosquito's horse flea operation. Please, Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Are you going to mess with our mentality like this? A random animal pops out. It's a monster that can rival the 3 disasters and Flying 6. If you do this, it will really make the world mistakenly believe that all the cadres of our beast pirates are fake. Damn it, Neezy is drought. Jack's thunderous anger came from a distance. Then he was seen running all the way like a mad bull and rushed towards the direction of the explosive mosquito. Along the way, no matter who is the enemy, they were all smashed to pieces by this terrifying impact. Ditto, the explosive mosquito, used a beautiful leverage throw, very smoothly, throwing Jack far away like a sandbag. After that, there was another set of aerobics. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Although everyone couldn't understand the language of the explosive mosquito, but they could guess most of it. Most likely he was saying, "This opponent is too weak. Is there any stronger one?" In fact, it's not just the 3 disasters. After the official battle, even the Flying 6 were all caught in an unprecedented hard battle. Among them, 013312428 Felu 164580050. Black Maria's opponent is the Pharaoh, who is good at speed and physical skills. Originally, she thought that she could trap the opponent with a spider web with extremely strong stickiness and toughness, and then use fire to kill him with one blow. But who would have thought? The spider web she launched could not catch the figure of the Pharaoh at all. Can spiders not restrain cockroaches? Damn it, what else can you do besides just dodging? Black Maria, who had activated the human beast form, held the Furisode Renudo, burning with flames, and shouted with a look of extreme rage, "If you dare come to me for a head-on duel, huh?" But before she could finish her words, the elegant figure of Pheromone suddenly appeared in front of her. Want to fight head-on? Okay. The lightning-fast flying knee kick actually blasted the huge figure of Black Maria into the air. No matter the strength or the speed, Pheromone had an absolute advantage. The next step was a set of gorgeous continuous kick plus hell stab. Bang, bang, bang. Plus, accompanied by a huge sound of bone breaking. The battle was officially brought to a halt. Black Maria's human upper body was twisted and bent behind her at a strange angle. It looks like she is dead. The ultimate winner of this battle is undoubtedly the ultimate beast, Vice Admiral, the perfect combination of beauty and speed, of Pharaoh Mantis. 170. No one can imagine it. A member of the Flying Six. Black Maria, whose bounty is as high as 480 million berry. She is so vulnerable in front of the ultimate beast. And Black Maria has become the first core cadre of beast pirates to be killed since the war began. And the audience watching the live broadcast, after seeing this scene, everyone had the same thought in their mind. Really so weak? Could this be the legendary for emperors that could easily destroy a country? Why does it feel like their strength is just SOSO? As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. Everyone quickly recalled the Summit War, when they had fought back and forth with the Whitebeard pirates, and even a Marine was seriously injured in the end. Such questions inevitably arose in their hearts. The enemy is the same for emperors. Why did they play two completely different situations? B. Is His Majesty Lin Xiao's elf corps too strong? Or is the Marine too useless? XCX. Beast pirates not as good as Whitebeard pirates. Not to mention the spectators, even the generals of the naval headquarters. After seeing the live broadcast of the three disasters and Flying Six crashing one after another, all said that they could not hold back any longer. Or, people who have fought with these pirates are now seriously unbalanced. What the hell are those guys doing? If I hadn't fought with the members of the Flying Six before, I know how terrifying their strength is. I'm afraid it's hard to believe that they're all famous pirates in the New World. Yeah, I was seriously injured by Fuzzy F who defected from CP9, and I almost died, but his poor performance today is really puzzling, isn't it? No, it should be said that it's annoying. Damn, is the strength of the three disasters just like this? Why do I feel like I can do it? That's right, without Kaido in charge. The performance of the Beast Pirates is too poor, and it's not worthy of the For Emperor's group title. Since the war started, they have been completely suppressed. What on earth are those bastards doing? Why don't they fight back quickly? Listening to the discussion below, Akainu's face became as ugly as it could be. Damn, Kaido's subordinates also have so many actors? Recalling the scene of 1 man against 1,000 in the Summit War, Akainu was so angry that his teeth were itching. Akiji and Kizaru, those two bastards. One was slacking off. The other was slacking off with all his might. Only he was slacking with all his might. If Kizaru and Akiji could work as hard as those elves under Lin Xiao at that time, then none of the members of the Whitebeard pirates would have thought of escaping. All of them would have to die in Marineford. Marine would not be like it is now, being criticized by the world in every way. Damn it. As expected, comparing yourself to others makes you angry. Thinking of this, Akainu couldn't help but glare at Kizaru fiercely. The latter was originally drinking tea leisurely, enjoying the comfortable working atmosphere of working from 9 to 5 and punching in. But after seeing Akainu's murderous eyes, he subconsciously raised his hands and then made a gesture of surrendering his gun without killing. It seemed to be saying, Mr. Sakazuki, don't think too much, I was working very hard at that time. But Sengoku and Tsuru soon reacted. Rather than saying that the performance of Beast Pirates was abnormal, it's not that Lin Xiao's Elf Legion is too strong. Sengoku said thoughtfully. That's right. Staff officer, he agreed with this. Leaving aside those ordinary elves, just the 9 elves that are facing the 3 disasters and Flying Six, most of them are definitely stronger than the elite vice admiral of the headquarters. The abilities they show are far more difficult to deal with than ordinary devil fruit users. Now, even I can't be sure whether Lin Xiao has more powerful elves in his hands. All the generals were stunned when they heard this. What? More powerful than the vice admiral of the headquarters? Doesn't that mean they have reached the level of vice admiral? DUT. If Lin Xiao really has that kind of elf in his hands, I'm afraid that the previous assessment of the strength of the Elf Kingdom by the world was a bit too wrong, right? But soon, everyone's attention was attracted by the battle of another Flying Six. It was Peggy Wan, the user of Zoan Dragon Fruit, ancient species spikeback form. His opponent, is the phantom Pokémon Machado, who is only 70 meters tall. The two fought with fists to the flesh. Yeah, Machado beat Page 1 with fists to the flesh. Fire Fist, Frozen Fist, Thunder Fist, Shadow Fist. But no matter how many times he was knocked down, Page 1 always relied on the terrifying resistance and recovery ability given to him by the ancient species. He got up from the ground again and again. The embarrassed look looked a bit miserable. It's useless. Such an attack is just a tickle to me. Page 1 still did not change his Beak King nature, opened his bloody mouth, and bit towards Machado's head. Machado, on the opposite side, was completely excited by his words. The fighting spirit in his body began to burn. Instantly entered the full power state. The gray-black flame cloud-shaped hair on his head gradually turned into green. A layer of energy turbulence that swayed like flames appeared on the surface of his body. 7-star deadly kick dash. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of bone-breaking noises came from the sturdy body of the Spinosaurus, facing Machado's lightning-fast, full-power kick. Page 1 had no time to react. The whole person was thrown high up like a dead leaf, swaying in the wind, and then fell heavily to the ground. When Machado stopped attacking, everyone could see clearly. Peggy 1's chest had completely collapsed. It was obvious that he was in great danger, and the kick just now was far more powerful than the Tempest kick in Marine 6 styles. It even broke the long-standing legend that Zoan users have high blood, thick skin, and high defense in their beast form. Everyone was surprised. Could that elf, who can change color, be a top-level physical warrior like Garp? Unforgivable! How dare you do that to Xiao Pei? I'll kill you! An extremely angry female voice suddenly sounded from not far away. It was Runty, Peggy 1's biological sister. When she saw her brother being killed, this crazy woman actually gave up the electric beam which she was fighting with. She shot out like a cannonball and slammed into Machado. Run-to gun! Wrapped around armament hockey head, but the power is like a super large caliber artillery shell. It actually directly blasted the unprepared Machado far away. In order to avenge Xiao Pei, Mother will smash your skull to pieces. Run is like a madman, Zhao Leheo. Continue to pounce on Machado. But this time Machado was well prepared. After entering the full power state again, raising his hand, he made a double return. Directly returned the power that Runny had just hit him X2. Bang! Unparalleled, giant the force was wrapped in a strong impact, and it instantly penetrated the hard skin and armor of the Pachycephalosaurus. Runny's figure flew out. He fell heavily on the ground. A asterisk hole. Absolutely unforgivable. However, Runny quickly climbed up from the ground. Even after such a heavy blow, he was still able to continue fighting. The fierce momentum on his body was even stronger. Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the tenacious vitality of the ancient species. Then he remembered. It seems that he hasn't copied the Devil Fruit ability of Kaido Teacher from Ditto, as the only ability that Lin Xiao wanted to replicate in Beast Pirates. Lin Xiao had given an order to Ditto long before the battle. As long as Kaido appeared, he would directly use the transformation ability to copy the opponent. However, in order not to expose his trump card to the world too early, Lin Xiao deliberately placed Ditto in a safe and secret location. Although Lin Xiao's main focus now is to act in a high-profile manner, he tries his best to harvest more reputation points. But in this situation, it is really not suitable for two Kaido to appear at the same time. The impact that two Kaido can bring to the world is probably far less than that of Lin Xiao himself transforming into a dragon and then performing a double dragon battle with Kaido, which is more shocking. Lin Xiao also doesn't want people to speculate that he has the ability to block bugs through Ditto's ability. This is by no means alarmist. An old C***T, like the 5 elders who is good at calculating. Through a little clue, he can deduce a lot of information, so he has to be on guard. It is precisely because of these considerations Lin Xiao made such a decision. Even if Ditto is not by his side at the moment, Lin Xiao can still replicate the abilities he wants from the other party anytime and anywhere. Because he has a telepathic connection with all the summoned elves, he can ignore all distances. Name, Kaido Tet. Height, 7.1 meters. Age, 59 years old. Identity, for Emperors, Governor of Beast Pirates, strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Abilities, Zoan, fish, fruit, mythical beast species, blue dragon form, plus advanced observation hockey, advanced armament hockey, plus advanced conqueror's hockey, plus conqueror's hockey entanglement, plus. Note, Kaido's fish, fruit will be simplified to blue dragon fruit in the future. Thank you, Mr. Guy, for selflessly providing blue dragon fruit and hegemony entanglement. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. This war has just begun. He has already made a lot of money. In the past period of time, Lin Xiao has already harvested nearly 1 million points of reputation points. This, Tsida, is less than an hour. If the whole war is over, the total reputation value must not break through the 5 million mark. Isn't this a bicycle turned into a motorcycle? Sure enough, a man should act in a high-profile manner and steal the show. Now that he has enough bullets in his pocket, Lin Xiao will of course become a rich man and buy. Blue Dragon Fruit, 100,000 baht. Advanced Armament Hockey, 100,000 baht. Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, 100,000 baht. Conqueror's Hockey Entanglement, 200,000. Wait a minute. Ghost System, are you playing tricks on me? Why does Bachan cost 200,000? Okay, you're lucky. Lousy is in a particularly good mood today. 200,000 baht. Ding. The system detects that all Conqueror's Hockey mastered by the host have reached the highest level. Special reward skill. Shinra Tensei. What the hell? Is this Shinra Tensei serious? DBF. Excuse me. Is it the Shinra Tensei that carries a bag of rice to several floors? Lin Xiao quickly opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19 years old. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom. Abilities, Elf Gigantamax, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Transformation, Op Fruit, Invisible Fist, Telekinesis, Instant Teleport, Meteor Assault, Stone Fruit, String Fruit, Maramara Fruit, Resurrection, Photosynthesis, Win Fruit, Blue Dragon Fruit. Waveguide, Hockey, Advanced Waveguide Armament Hockey, Advanced Waveguide Observation Hockey, Awakening, Advanced Waveguide Conqueror's Hockey Entanglement, Shinra Tensei. Reputation, 675,080. Divine Beast Arms, none. High-level arms, 6. Elite arms, 14. Ordinary arms, 1,009. Shinra Tensei. The caster uses himself as the center to deflect all surrounding objects and physical attacks, and cause damage to them. Yes, that's it. Lin Xiao looked at the annotation carefully. Still found some differences. That is, the Shinra Tensei in the Hokage world consumes chakra, and his Shinra Tensei consumes hockey. That's why it is classified in the Waveguide Hockey column. However, this difference is not a big deal for Lin Xiao. He can be said to be quite satisfied with the result of this consumption. Then he looked at the combat casualties of the ordinary arms, Pokémon. In the past period of time, 301 ordinary Pokémons blessed by giant power Pokémons have been killed. This also indirectly shows the strength of Beast Pirates. However, as the situation develops more and more in the direction that is favorable to Lin Xiao, the speed of death of low-level Pokémons is also gradually slowing down. And all this is within Lin Xiao's expectations. How can there be no deaths in war? Beast Pirates is the 4 emperors that has dominated New World for decades. If they were easily wiped out, they would not have survived until now. The reason why there is such a situation now, which seems to be one-sided, is that the entire Beast Pirates is suppressed by Lin Xiao's Pokémon Core. In fact, it is not because there is a big gap in strength between the two. It is because Kaido and his team underestimated the enemy before. They did not take Lin Dao's Pokémon seriously at all. Just think they're just some ordinary giant animals like King of the Near Sea and Sea Beast, Ditto. When they fought, they suddenly realized that these elves that had been strengthened 100 times were simply Zoan devil fruit users. But it was too late. How can the defeat on the battlefield be reversed so easily? On the other hand, Lin Dao had thought of various strategies and plans early on, even the corresponding cadres matchups. Lin Dao made extremely detailed analysis and arrangements. And there's the most critical point. Before the official battle, Lin Dao bounced Kaido, the top combat force. Otherwise, the number of elves killed and injured would at least be several times more. But now, even if Kaido came back again, he would probably not be able to revolving heaven, because from the moment the first member of Flying Six died in battle, it is destined that Beast Pirates will end in failure. And now, Lin Dao's combat power has been enhanced to an epic level, unless there's some irresistible external force. Otherwise, this war will end with Lin Dao's complete victory. Meanwhile, the battle in the square continued. After Runty got up again, he directly entered the strongest human beast form. Then he held the mace and covered his whole body with a layer of black armament hockey. He rushed toward Machado again. Hurry up and go down to be buried with Xiao Pei. However, at this moment, thunder exploded. Electric current overflowed. Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, the electric beam with that looked like a cable released in electromagnetic cannon. The thunder was across the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge blood hole was blown out in the abdomen of Runny in human beast form. The cruel and crazy violent woman fell to the ground with a scream. When the smoke cleared, Runny had already died. Hey, is this true? Lord Runshire was also killed. And Lord Peggy Wan. Oh my God. 3 senior cadres of the Flying Six were defeated in succession. This situation has never happened before. What should we do? If we continue to fight, we will be killed too, right? The members of Beast's Pirates immediately fell into panic. Their morale also fell to the bottom. Who could imagine it? The war had just started. 3 senior cadres were killed in succession. The current situation completely overturned their previous cognition. And such a messed up situation. Many people find it unacceptable. Can that strange creature control lightning freely? Sengoku frowned and said in a deep voice, "The current situation seems to be increasingly unfavorable to Beast Pirates. If senior cadres are killed again, I'm afraid the morale of those ordinary pirates will show signs of collapse." A trace of uneasiness flashed in the eyes of the Crane staff officer, turning his head to look at Akainu, and said, "If Kaido's Beast Pirates are defeated, it's really hard to say what kind of drastic changes will happen to New World afterwards." Huh. Akainu snorted with a sneer on his face. "You are thinking about these now, which is redundant. Beast Pirates currently has at least 15,000 troops, while Lin Dao has less than 1,000 elves. There is still a huge gap in the strength of the two sides, although Beast Pirates is currently at a disadvantage. As long as Kaido can return in time, the situation will be completely reversed. I really don't believe that Lin Dao still has a trump card that is as powerful as 4 emperors." Speaking of this, Akainu's face suddenly showed a sinister look. "The more casualties on both sides, the better it is for our marine. It would be best if both sides were to suffer losses. It's just right for us to take advantage and rewrite the situation of New World in one fell swoop." At this moment, everyone in the conference room all saw the strong ambition in Akainu's eyes. Boom! The sound of explosions, curses, and screams continued. Jean, Quinn, Jack versus Paper Sword, Kagaya, Explosive Mosquito, Foz, Fu, Sasaki, Drake versus Martial Arts Bear Master, Green Onion Soldier, Wrestling Eagle Man, and the clash between nearly 15,000 Beast Pirates, and nearly 1,000 giant elves. The entire port was caught in a full-scale war. The shouts of killing continued. "Assholes, don't retreat. There are countless treasures in the palace waiting for us to rob." That's right. quickly deal with these troublesome animals. As long as it's delayed until with the return of Kaido, victory will definitely belong to us. Under the leadership of dozens of real fighters, the pirates quickly regained their footing from the panic and launched a new round of charge. And in this process, Foz, F, who was originally facing the martial arts master, finally couldn't withstand the opponent's continuous water flow and the unpredictable invisible fist, and was hit head-on and flew away, then fell into the sea. It seems that elite troops and high-level troops, there's indeed a huge gap between the two types of Pokémon. On the execution platform, Lin Xiao, who had been watching the battlefield all the time, did not show much joy of victory on his face after seeing the victory of the martial arts bear master. Instead, he became more vigilant, because even the martial arts bear master, who has the highest limit among the legendary Pokémon and elite soldier, when facing the members of the Flying Six, he was not able to show a nearly crushing posture like the six ultimate beasts and Machado. Although he was born in CP9, he was proficient in using all. Fuzzy F for Marine 6 styles can be said to be the strongest among the Flying Six. But this is enough to explain some problems. Not to mention the Green Onion Soldier and the Wrestling Hawkman, who are fighting back and forth with Sasaki and Drake at the moment. It seems that even after the blessing of the Elf Gigantamax power, the Elf of the Elf of the Elf is still not suitable for playing high-end games. Their first choice should be to clean up those cadres whose strength is at the level of ordinary Vice Admiral. Only in this way can the crushing effect be maximized. Your Majesty, it's not good. A group of huge monsters suddenly ran out over there. Rebecca ran to Lin Xiao with a nervous face, stretched out her white jade finger, pointed at the more than 10 huge figures that came late to the right side of the port, and shouted, "What kind of monsters are those? Why are their sizes larger than the Whitebeard Pirate's little Oz is even bigger?" Lin Xiao glanced over there and said nonchalantly, "Those are barbarians, the failed products of the ancient giants that Kaido, Punk Hazard, bought earlier. They're a bunch of rubbish who only know how to use brute force. Beggar. Under normal circumstances, these barbarian tyrants, with strong limbs and simple minds, are not to be feared at all. Elite troops, like Charim and Snorlax, can easily crush them after being blessed with giant power of the elves. But at this moment, the group of barbarian tyrants, led by Skalachim and Apu, one of the supernovas of the worst generation, actually burst out with very good combat power. Advance and retreat with reason. Attack and defense alliance. Ordinary elves can't stop the offensive of these ancient giants with a height of nearly 100 meters. And all this is thanks to Apu's command. Just when Lin Xiao was thinking about which elf to send to deal with Apu, the commander, Luo suddenly volunteered with an eager look on his face. "Your Majesty, please let me deal with Skalachim and Apu." To be honest, Luo has been with Lin Xiao for quite some time. 980 never got a chance to perform, because almost all the enemies were dealt with by the elves. It was not his turn to take action. This made Luo think that he was a useless waste. Later, he even played the role of veterinarian. "Luo, baby is sad, but baby can't say it." Now he saw Apu, who is also one of the supernovas of the worst generation, appear. He could no longer hold back the urge to show himself. So there was the scene where he volunteered just now. "Okay, that supernova will be left to you to deal with." Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at the Lilliput army on standby at the back and ordered, "Leo, you will take care of that group of barbarian tyrants." For Luo's strength, Lin Xiao still recognized it very much. Not only was his IQ always online, 4 op fruit, and it is far from being comparable to background King Luffy. This is not Lin Xiao deliberately belittling Luffy, but King Luffy has been taught by too many famous teachers on his growth path. Red Hair's consciousness awakening, Garp's comprehensive foundation of personality, physique, and mind, Rayleigh's customized Conqueror's Haki learning method, Katakuri's ultimate observation Haki awakening quick learning method, Hanano Haigoro's armament Haki emission, and the #1 Kaido, who is known as the strongest teacher in the pirate world, Only use 3 sticks to let Luffy learn emission, plus domination, plus fruit awakening. Just ask if you're convinced or not. Just ask. With so many teachers teaching by example, even if you are a fool, you can at least reach the level of elite vice admiral, right? On the other hand, what about Luo? After leaving Don Quixote family at the age of 13, he has been working hard all the way. Don't say there is no famous teacher to guide him. From time to time, he has to Doflamingo does some dirty and tiring work that is dangerous. But Luo's strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds. In the Battle of Ghost Island, he became a god in one battle. Not only did he have an IQ online throughout the whole process, he also controlled the direction of the battle. At the same time, he used the awakening ability of the fruit to break the defense of Big EMOM and locked the final victory. Such a person is a model of standing on the top stage purely by his own efforts. Lin Xiao spared Luo's life because he appreciated these advantages of Luo at that time. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, leave it to me. Luo's face suddenly showed an unconcealable excitement. Then he jumped. He rushed towards the direction of Escalating and Apu. Leo led dozens of dwarf tribe warriors to follow closely. Bet. At this moment, a sweet female voice suddenly came to Lin Dao's ears. One of his arms was embraced in the tender embrace. Rebecca raised her head with expectation and said in a pleading tone, Your Majesty, I just found an interesting enemy. Why don't you let me deal with him? Lin Dao frowned and glanced at the little girl. Then he followed her line of sight to the battlefield. Sure enough, somewhere, he saw a pirate who was commanding a huge scarecrow and constantly attacking the elves. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Basil Hawkins, the magician, who is one of the supernovas of the evil world, with Luo, Apu, and Drake. And Rebecca's Logia Maramara fruit just happened to counter Hawkins's Paramecia straw fruit. So sending her on the field is a good choice. Hashtag fighting with such an enemy can also make Rebecca grow quickly and gain more practical experience. No matter how you look at it, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. If the enemy is him, it's not impossible to send you to the field. Lin Dao stretched out his hand and gently scratched Rebecca's little nose, reminding her with a little pampering. But we have said in advance that if you find that you are not his opponent at all, you must withdraw from the battle immediately. BBA. Rebecca's excited little head kept nodding like a rattle. Seeing this, Lin Dao said unhappily, Also, although your Maramara fruit is a natural counter to Hawkins' straw fruit, but the opponent can use Voodoo Doll to transfer the damage he suffered to other people to offset the attack. Unless you are sure that the enemy is dead, don't approach recklessly. Beware of him faking his death and attacking. Rebecca still nodded with admiration and emotion. So, can I go? The anger value keeps rising. Finally, Lin Dao, who was still a little worried, specially sent 2 elves, Gardevoir and Pikachu, to go with Rebecca, responsible for protecting the little girl's personal safety at all times. At the same time, he can also help her clear the pirates around her who are in the way. Your Majesty, you seem to be a little too doting on that girl. Queen Violet looked at Rebecca, who was rushing towards the battlefield like a wild horse, and said to Lin Dao affectionately, This will spoil her. Really? Lin Xiao's lips flashed an evil arc, and he suddenly embraced the beauty's soft waist, and said unscrupulously, Then tell me, have I spoiled you too? Queen Violet immediately said with a shy face and trembling voice, Your Majesty, this is a live broadcast. Everyone is watching. But Lin Dao was not moved at all. Laozi's woman. 5.3. Hold her whenever you want. Lin Dao is not afraid of being known as the real owner of Dressrosa at all, because he already has the capital and confidence. Queen Violet looked at Lin Dao's aggressive eyes and said shyly, I am flattered. I don't know if it was intentional. When Queen Violet said the last word, she deliberately emphasized the tone of the first and last words. As if reminding something, Lin Dao looked at the other party with a surprised look. Oh my God, You little b asterisk asterisk ch. You dare to drive directly in front of Lousy? Are you afraid of it? You forgot who was begging for mercy every time. Okay, it's done tonight. I'll arrange you after this battle, somewhere in the battlefield, accompanied by a rhythmic music. 10 barbarian tyrants, with a height of nearly 100 meters, formed an arrow-shaped attack formation, breaking through several lines of defense formed by elves in succession. Dong Dong Qiang. The essence of battle is exciting music. 5 ghosts, 7 ghosts, 10 ghosts rush forward. 4 ghosts, 6 ghosts, 8 Ts come to defend. Yo-yo, Checkneo, you 10 people have destroyed many towns. Let everyone see the true power of the ancient giants. Under the effect of Paramecia sound fruit, any part of Apu's body can be turned into a musical instrument. It can produce sound wave attacks with completely different effects through different performances. And at this moment, he is using this power to constantly direct the actions of the barbarian tyrants. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. I won't let you continue to affect the battle situation, Luo said with a scorching look. It's you, Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law. Apu was stunned at first, but then he tempted with ill intentions. What do you want to do? Do you want to join us, beast pirates? These giant animals alone can't stop Governor Kaido's pace. This country will be destroyed in the end. Instead of following that kid to die, you might as well join us and enjoy the fruits of victory. Governor Kaido cherishes talents very much and likes to recruit those powerful warriors regardless of past grudges. If you agree to become his subordinate, you will definitely be greatly welcomed. Maybe we will be promoted to members of the new Flying Six together. However, faced with Apu's strong efforts to win him over, Law was not moved at all and refused firmly. I will never betray His Majesty Lin Xiao, no matter what. What's more, the final winner of this war will definitely be us. Trafalgar Law, you are really a bit ungrateful. Apu sneered with disdain. You'd better not refuse the opportunity, because there will never be a second chance like this. ROM. Luo gave his answer with his actual actions. The hemispherical special space rotated out from his palm. Idiot, are you mentally ill? Apu was immediately startled and quickly activated his ability. Chaos explosion. A sound wave attack exploded at Luo's location. However, the latter's figure had already moved to another position. I have seen through your attack method just now. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Luo's eyes, and he said confidently, although your ability seems to be untraceable, but as long as you observe carefully, you can still find its attack trajectory. First, the range of the attack should depend on the hearing range of the target. That is to say, only when you are heard, your attack can take effect. Secondly, from the direction of your sight, you can read that the next attack will be directed at Apu panicked when he heard this. Cole, don't expose Lousy's trump card. How can I survive in the future? But even if you know this, what can you do? Don't you realize it yet? The crisis you're really facing does not come from me, but from this king, barbarian tyrant. Hey Wei. Apu's words have not been finished yet. He was almost shocked by the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the 10 barbarian tyrants seemed to be fixed to the ground by some mysterious force. No matter how they struggled, their feet could not move forward at all. And when Apu carefully observed their feet, they immediately discovered that their soles were actually sewn directly to the ground with circles of hair. This is so outrageous. Kalak. At this moment, a large group of Hu Feng suddenly appeared from nowhere. They surrounded the eyes and other vital parts of those barbarian tyrants and stung them fiercely. In an instant, the huge wailing and screaming resounded throughout the battlefield. Mr. Luo, please fight with confidence. I will take care of these big guys. I will sew them all together tightly. Leo's figure shuttled through the 10 barbarian tyrants as fast as lightning and used the ability of Paramecia sewing fruit to leave long silk threads on their bodies. And when Leo stopped, he pulled the thread in his hand forward fiercely. Advanced Tailor, colorful splicing. A magical scene appeared. 10 barbarian tyrants collided with each other under the drag of the silk thread, forming a huge meat mountain with you and me and you, unable to move at all. Who can imagine it? The barbarian tyrant legion, with unparalleled strength, actually lost to the little people warriors whose height is not even as big as a human palm, using the small to fight the big. Such a fantastic matchup. Looking at the entire pirate world, I'm afraid only someone like Lin Xiao can use it. Damn, those damn little people. Huh? AP was furious when he saw this, and raised his hand to launch a sonic attack against Leo and other little people warriors. No matter how he slapped his body, he couldn't make any sound at all. AP saw it clearly. I don't know when. His body was surrounded by a special space. Presumably because of this, he couldn't make any sound. Appa was really panicking now, because this move was a natural counter to his sound fruit. Apu turned his head 843 and looked at Luo and cursed. Trafalgar Law, what the hell did you do? You be asterisk. D. Why did Lousy's voice disappear? A trace of reminiscence appeared on Luo's face when he heard it, like mumbling to himself, and like answering Apu's questions. It's useless. No one else can hear anything except me. This is a special move, our rune silence, that I developed under the influence of my benefactor, which can erase all sounds. I guess your screams before death should be particularly harsh. At the same time as the voice sounded, Luo activated the awakening ability of Op Fruit again. A special space was attached to Demon Sword Ghost Cry. Then, like cutting tofu, it penetrated Apu's chest covered with armament haki without any hindrance. K-Room Shock Wave. An extremely strong shock wave instantly burst out from Apu's body. He didn't even have time to scream. His heart was directly shattered by this shock. From then on, all the barbarian army, including Apu, were offline. 131313. Luo raised his hand to wipe the blood from his beak and laughed bitterly. Sure enough, it's too much of a stretch to use these awakening abilities now. But from now on, I'm finally no longer a waste. Hey, what happened just now? Why did that supernova suddenly lose all his voice? Is this the ability of Death's Surgeon? It's really scary, but fortunately he has now turned from evil to good and become a subordinate of Elf King. After seeing this scene, the spectators were all deeply shocked. The ability to eliminate sound? But he is obviously the ability user of Op Fruit. If that's the case, then this man is really scary. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. Sengoku stared at the screen blankly. His eyes were wet unconsciously. That should be a special ability developed by Trafalgar Law to pay tribute to Razanani, right? It can eliminate all sounds in the enclosed space, and the sounds inside cannot be heard from the outside. Sengoku couldn't help but recall the Paramecia silence fruit, possessed by his adopted son Razanani. It can also create a soundproof wall that looks like an igloo within a certain range of itself, thus isolating all sounds. And this silence fruit was also selected by him for Razanani. It is to ensure the safety of the other party to the greatest extent, thus avoiding the possibility of being eavesdropped. But who would have thought that? The tragedy still happened. It seems that his Op Fruit ability has reached the point of awakening. It's really hard to imagine that a supernova with a bounty of 200 million berry can actually do this. Staff Officer Crane sighed. There is a sense of every generation has its own talents, and other Marine generals are very afraid of the ability to show Luo. Going to Lin Xiao will not be a pirate anymore. It appeared. What are you talking about? At this moment, even Akainu became vigilant. Although Marimara fruit is the lower fruit of the lava fruit he has, the appearance of Marimara fruit is bound to cause a bloody storm. It has only been more than 2 months since the Summit War. I didn't expect that Marimara fruit would come back so soon, and it reappeared in such a crucial war. It is inevitable that people will doubt whether all this is too coincidental. Somewhere on the battlefield of Dressrosa. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Basil Hawkins was performing the Iron Head Kung Fu against a wall, and accompanied by the powerful and heavy collision. In the battlefield not far away, a Bulbasaur, without being attacked by anyone, had its head exploded like a watermelon. The elves around were also frightened by this weird scene and retreated far away. 09090 unspecified current. Basil Hawkins laughed smugly. My ability is a waste of talent when used to deal with these giant animals. This time, the Flying Six suffered heavy losses. It seems that my chance has finally come. Then, who should the next unfortunate poor guy choose? Just when Hawkins was about to activate his ability again and create a new voodoo scarecrow to divert the damage, a petite figure blocked his way. Stop! I won't allow you to continue to hurt His Majesty's elves. Rebecca's eyebrows were raised, and her pretty face was full of coldness. It was obvious that she was really angry after seeing Hawkins' evil deeds. TSK, that guy named Lin Xiao is really pitiful. Only animals and women are on his hands. There are no decent warriors at all, Hawkins said with a grin. But little girl, your vision in selecting opponents is really not very good. Because no matter whether the enemy is an old man or a child, I will not show mercy to them all. Hearing that the other party dared to belittle Lin Xiao, Rebecca's anger suddenly surged up in her heart. He immediately refuted fearlessly. I am more than enough to deal with a guy like you. Also, I think you're the real pitiful one. You are obviously a member of the evil generation supernova, but you are like a stray dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy under Kaido, and are willing to be a low-level cadre of beast pirates. But this time, I am afraid you didn't divine your chances of survival before going out. Today this is where you will die. You little girl with a sharp tongue, you know nothing? Hawkins showed a look of certainty on his face and sneered. You don't even need divination to know the result of this kind of battle. Although Lin Xiao has great ambitions to defeat Governor Kaido, the probability of success is probably less than 1%. Only when you really face that monster-like man, you'll understand how terrifying he is. The reason why 4 emperors can rule New World for so long is because of their own powerful strength. I predicted that I would die before, so I chose to join Governor Kaido's men, and Dressrosa is the same at this moment. No matter how you struggle, this war has no chance of winning. Even if you only rely on the instinct of living things, you should be able to feel this. At this point, I advise you to face the reality as soon as possible. As long as you hand over the instigator Lin Xiao, I promise to say a few good words to Governor Kaido on your behalf, so as to avoid the tragedy of national destruction. Excitio. No matter how much Hawkins said earnestly, Rebecca on the other side responded to him with only 2 words, good thing, that were extremely firm. Don't even think about it. Rebecca's little hand suddenly made a gun gesture. Then, she fired a series of flaming bullets from her fingertips. Puff, puff, puff. Unexpectedly, Hawkins on the other side was shot into a sieve. However, an extremely weird scene suddenly appeared. 0300300039. Several nearby Beast Pirates members, fatal wounds pierced by flaming bullets, suddenly appeared on their bodies. Then they fell to the ground and died with screams. On the contrary, Hawkins himself did not have any injuries at all, but several voodoo scarecrows fell from his arms and fell to the ground. It was obvious that Hawkins had transferred all the injuries he had suffered to other people. Hawkins showed an unbelievable look on his face and exclaimed, "You actually have Maramara fruit? Why, are you surprised?" A hint of shyness suddenly appeared on Rebecca's pretty face, and she whispered, "This is the token of love that His Majesty Lin Xiao gave me." Yes, that's right, it must be like this. Hawkins' face almost turned green with anger when he heard this. Damn it, do you have to be so outrageous? Can you please pay attention to the occasion? This is a battlefield, not a love show. What are you and Lousy doing here? Hee. I really want to congratulate you. You actually defeated all the scarecrow I store at once. But this doesn't mean you can defeat me. At the same time as the voice sounded, Hawkins suddenly pulled out a card from the tarot cards. Hashtag Scarecrow Card Shinigami. This is a card to destroy the enemy. Then let me destroy you completely. The sword in Hawkins's hand suddenly turned into a huge straw monster, waving the Shinigami sickle and slashing at Rebecca. Fire Fist. Rebecca's slender arm instantly turned into a scorching flame that could burn everything, like a roaring fire dragon. Instantly, the oncoming straw monster was burned to ashes. Damn attribute restraint. Hawkins' face showed a look of humiliation and anger. Originally thought it was a game of bullying. Who would have thought it almost turned into a car crash? Ban Xianhua, who had already realized the danger, immediately turned around and rushed towards several pirates not far away. Past. Obviously, he was going to use them to recreate a batch of voodoo scarecrows to fight Rebecca. Flame on the line? But the next second, a huge wall of fire blocked Hawkins's way. Want to run? No way. Rebecca's body was covered with scorching flames. She looked like a goddess of fire. Damn kid, didn't your parents teach you to be merciful when you can? Hawkins' eyes flashed with cunning. Then he reached into his arms, and then threw out dozens of mosquito-sized Seastone nails. As a cadre under Kaido, he could easily get this rare hidden weapon from Wano Kuni. And looking at the whole world, only Wano Kuni can produce craftsmen who can grind Seastone to such a small size. Even the Spirit Island in Lin Xiao can only produce and process some products with less complicated craftsmanship. Rice-handled straw knife. A strand of straw grew out of the hilt in Hawkins's hand again. Like a spirit snake, it stabbed Rebecca from another imperceptible angle. Although after a period of special training, Rebecca has already mastered the use of observation hockey. But this sudden sneak attack is obviously beyond her ability to deal with. Whether it is the oncoming Seastone nails or a straw sword with hidden murderous intent, it is extremely deadly to a little girl who lacks practical experience. However, at this critical moment, a petite figure appeared in an instant and blocked Rebecca. Sana, an extremely terrifying telekinesis, suddenly erupted from Gardevoir, directly swept away the oncoming Seastone nail. Pika Pika Chu. At this time, another silly and cute cry sounded outside the firewall. Boom! A dazzling lightning fell from the sky without any warning. It struck Hawkins, who was about to succeed in the sneak attack. Little Gardevoir, little Pikachu. Rebecca showed a touch of surprise on her face, but she did not waste the precious opportunity won by the two elves for her. You despicable guy. Hurry up and give me the field. Divine Fire, Phoenix Dance. Seek. Rebecca was instantly transformed into a phoenix bathed in fire and flew out. The goddess of fire, showing her edge for the first time. The next second, the scorching flames completely enveloped Hawkins, allowed a series of shrill screams and wails, and was finally burned to ashes. Hey, is this true? Brother Hawkins was killed. What's going on? Can't he transfer the damage he suffered? That royal girl turned out to be the user of the Maramara fruit. We are no match for her at all. We will only die if we rush up now. That's right. The two elves following her are also very weird. After seeing the scene of Hawkins being killed, the pirates around were frightened and retreated far away. They didn't even dare to get close to Rebecca. At this moment, as the battle continued to escalate, one after another, unexpected events appeared before the eyes of the world. The notorious Beast Pirates lost the first battle. The unparalleled Barbarian Tyrant Legion was annihilated. For members of the Flying Six were killed one after another. Even the three disasters, who had the highest combat power, had been suppressed since the beginning of the war. The shocking scenes in front of them were constantly reminding the people who were watching the live broadcast that the man named Lin Xiao would definitely rewrite the pattern of New World after this peak showdown. And all people around the world can do now, it seems, is to hold their breath quietly watch in front of the big screen and wait for the arrival of the future that they are powerless to resist. Near the execution platform, the battle between Ji and Jean is still going on. Damn it. My flying ability is of no use to this paper-like creature. Jean gnashed his teeth and roared. But no matter what the cost, Lin Xiao must die today. The wrong assessment of Lin Xiao's military strength. It has already given beast pirates brought a great disaster. But what really worried Jean was Lin Xiao, who had been standing on the top of the execution platform since the beginning of the war, without moving a step. This young king, who was not even 20 years old, seemed to have seen through everything. His dark eyes watched the changes in the entire battle situation calmly. Just this calm temperament, looking at the whole world. I am afraid that among his peers, there is absolutely no one who can be compared with him. Even compared with those peak strong men of the General Emperor level. He is equally as good. Just for this point, Jean must not let this scourge continue to live. That's right. This kid must not be left alive. He must die here today. Thinking of this, Jean flapped his wings fiercely. He fired a series of flaming bullets from the flames behind him. Then he transformed into a toothless pterosaur and flew straight towards the direction where Lin Xiao was. Want to leave? No way. Seeing this, Ji gave up his defense. His arms were like two peerless divine weapons, and his murderous intent rushed straight into the sky. The sword storm rose from the ground. In an instant, it swallowed up the huge body of the black pterosaur. Who can match the unparalleled divine sword? Seeing this, Jean had no choice but to give up Lin Xiao. He tightened his wings and protected all his vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The sword slash that was enough to split gold and break stone was actually blocked. It seems that I can't get close to that guy unless I get rid of you first. In that case, let me fight you with a sword. At the moment when the blade storm completely dissipated, Jean, who had turned back into a human form, swooped down from the air like an arrow from a bow. The giant samurai sword was like a mountain pressing down on his head. The terrifying sense of oppression made people feel suffocated. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of metal clashing continued. In the blink of an eye, the two had slashed hundreds of swords. Ji Yujian's hands were like swords, attacking left and right. The sword shadows overlapped. The sharp slashes intertwined a deadly net in the air. It was dazzling, although Jin's strength was strong. But his swordsmanship did not reach the level of great swordsman. At the moment, he took the initiative to give up his advantage in mobility. So he quickly turned from offense to defense. He was completely enveloped by Ji Yujian's attack. Damn, how is this possible? Jean was getting more and more frightened as he fought. Only in close combat can you truly experience the strong sense of oppression emanating from Ji Yujian. The opponent's arms were like divine weapons and sharp blades. Every slash he made, no matter the speed, or the force, or the tricky angles, it was almost all impeccable. This is clearly a realm that only swordsmen at the level of great swordsmen can achieve. Could it be that the swordsmanship attainments of this strange beast in front of him has reached the level of great swordsman? Nima, do you have to be so heartbreaking? This is the highest realm that many swordsmen cannot reach in their entire lives. It was actually done by a beast. Is there any justice in this world? While thinking secretly, Jin's body was already covered with several bloodstains, but all of them were automatically restored to their original state by his strong physique. Jin felt as if he was dragged into a bottomless quagmire, and he was in great pain. On the other side of the battlefield, his fellow sufferers Quinn and Jack were equally in tears. Let's talk about Ship King. Jack first. This idiot, known for his unparalleled brute force and mindless bellicosity, was already crying because of the explosive mosquito. Yes, that's what it means literally. Even though Jack was completely transformed into a giant mammoth, he was still mercilessly beaten by the explosive mosquito. There was no way. After Lin Xiao's elf gigantism power was 100 times amplified, the power of the explosive mosquito has now reached a terrifying level. At the same time, its combat skills are even more sophisticated. Leverage throw, million tons punch, explosive punch, double payback. Jack was like a sandbag that could be slaughtered at will. He was hit from the left to the right, and then from the right to the left, sometimes during the fight. The explosive mosquito would launch Fatal Sting, and use its long mosquito sting, which was harder than diamond, to suck blood from Jack, to replenish its energy. As a result, Jack's current body shape was obviously several times thinner than before the fight. Who can bear this? Even a fool can't stand it sucking like this. Jack was really afraid that if he continued to fight like this, he would be sucked into a mammoth specimen. The most important thing was, every time after the explosive mosquito beat him, he would pose a crazy bodybuilding move. It was so heartbreaking. This set of moves left Jack with 10,000 points of critical damage and an indelible haze. But when he was about to ask his two big brothers for help, he was surprised to find that their current situation didn't seem to be much better than his own. Isn't this too bullying? Jack suddenly felt tragic. He roared with bloodshot eyes. Don't underestimate us. We're the three disasters. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Today, you all have to die. As soon as the voice fell, Jack rushed towards the explosive mosquito on the opposite side like a mad beast. ITO. Facts have proved that except for the Child of Destiny, King Luffy, others can't defeat their opponents by just shouting slogans. I saw the explosive mosquito bending his arms and doing a few standard bodybuilding movements in front of his chest. Then he stretched out his hands slowly and actually stopped the mammoth Jack, who was running wildly on the opposite side. In the dark, it seemed that a familiar prompt sounded. Ding dong, your Mate 1 takeaway order has been delivered. Please enjoy. The explosive mosquito grabbed Jack's elephant trunk with one hand. The violent power burst out. Then came a beautiful one-arm, 360-degree windmill. Slammed his huge body over. Ding-ling-ling. It's time to eat again. FLET. All in one go. The whole meal process is full of violent aesthetics. Jack didn't even have time to resist. Gulp, 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 gulp. Jack's huge mammoth body actually shrank down several times at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked like a severely malnourished bamboo man. Afterwards, he was kicked away by the explosive mosquito who had finished his meal. Bodybuilding pose.jpg. Onlookers, what? Marine, what? Beast Pirates member. Black face.jpg. Almost everyone was stunned after seeing this scene. The guy who was beaten into a grandson. Is he really the drought Jack we all know? Isn't this too miserable? No matter in terms of strength, or speed, or fighting skills, all were ruthlessly crushed by the explosive mosquito. In the eyes of the crowd, this battle is more like an adult strongman, unilaterally beating up a primary school student. Miserable. Too miserable. It's simply inhumane. What the hell is this mosquito-like creature? Why is it so strong? Where did Lin Xiao find so many rare beasts? Quinn's situation was not much better than Jack's. The technological power he gained through human body transformation could not even break Kagai's defense. No matter lasers, missiles, or electric shocks, they were all ineffective. In terms of strength, Quinn was absolutely crushed. This also made him want to escape, although he was the big boss. But Quinn's real position in Beast Pirates was not a simple combatant. Instead, he was more of a scientist and inventor, and he was always timid. He was a player who only liked to play in a favorable game and bully the weak. This can be seen from the original work when Kaido and Big Himon dueled. Quinn made excuses to escape many times, and the powerful strength shown by Kagaya was far beyond their expectations. 370-inch. Quinn originally thought it would be a crushing game. But who would have thought? The elves under Lin Xiao's command are so strong. Not only did more than half of the 6 flying suns die or get injured, the barbarian tyrant was completely wiped out. Even the cadres at the true fighting level now suffered extremely heavy casualties. If this continues, even if they beast pirates win the final victory, they are doomed to be seriously injured. Maybe they will fall directly from the altar. Be removed from the Four Emperors. FFFLX. Lousy, this is clearly a strategic shift for the overall situation. I guess Kaido will definitely not blame me if he knows. Yeah, that's right. That must be it. Jean, I'll leave everything here to you. I'll go check on Kaido boss's situation. After finding a reasonable reason to escape, Quinn directly activated the ability of Invisible Fighter Black. The whole person directly entered the invisible state. And since Kagaya Tiehua did not have observation haki and other perception abilities, he could only give up and pour out his anger on other pirates. Even Quinn was not its opponent, not to mention other pirates, often with a wave of his hand. Ordinary members of Beast Pirates were killed or injured. No way. That plague actually escaped with the ability of invisibility? Haha. It seems that 3 disasters are just like that. That's right. In front of His Majesty Lin Xiao's elf army, even Four Emperors group also looks so pale and powerless. When everyone saw Quinn disappearing, a look of disdain immediately appeared on his face. Being beaten to flee in battle. Isn't it too cheap for Quinn, the Emperor's vice? After all, your bounty has reached 1.32 billion. Why don't you hold on? They're also being abused, but haven't you seen that Jean and Jack are still struggling there? What? Even Brother Jack and Brother Quinn are not their opponents. Shouldn't we continue to fight? Damn it, without the leadership of Flying Six and Barbarian Tyrant, we are no match for those giant monsters at all. Hurry up and think of a way. I don't want to die here. Where's Boss Kaido? Although they still have an absolute advantage in numbers. But after losing the leadership of those powerful cadres, Beasts, the ordinary members of the pirates, suddenly became confused like a group of headless flies. The fierce attack on the Elves, just now, also collapsed. The situation on the battlefield suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. There were endless wails, screams, and pleas for mercy. Quinn's flight was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It directly broke the psychological defenses of these pirates, even though Jean was still struggling. But at this moment, in the hearts of most pirates, they had already lost all their fighting spirit. They were pale. Their eyes were full of despair. Many people even took the initiative to drop their weapons and began to kneel down and beg for mercy. But what awaited them was the ruthless killing of the Elves. Because as early as the beginning of the war, Lin Xiao issued a death order to the Elves not to leave any alive. For these evil pirates, Lin Dao had no sympathy at all. Who could imagine that? The once dreaded beast pirates. They would completely collapse in the blink of an eye. Even the cadres at the real fighting level came out to appease the people. But it had little effect. It was impossible to change the despair in the hearts of the pirates. Quinn, you be ************** D. After this battle, Lousy will peel off your skin. It was still Jean who stood up without hesitation. You bastards, why don't you cheer up? We are beast pirates. Brother Kaido will be here soon. As long as you hold on for a while, you can turn the tables. The slightly anxious voice suddenly resounded throughout the square like thunder. Although in the battle with Paper Sword, Jean was always in a suppressed state, but he relied on the strong physique given by the Lunaria clan to heal his wounds again and again. Even after seeing this scene, Lin Dao couldn't help but have some interest in the kingdom of God more than 800 years ago. How could the Aborigines with such powerful abilities be celestial dragons? Ancestors destroyed the country. Toward 3 disasters, 1 defeated and 1 fled. On the battlefield, the only one who has the ability to save the defeat is probably Jean. In order to prevent a complete collapse, Jean got rid of the attack of the Paper Sword and leaped into the sky. As a living creature, whether it is human or these low-level animals, they can never beat us and Kaido boss. Today, let me deeply engrave fear and death into the memory of you and the world. Amulet, Fire Dragon King. The long sword in Jin's hand suddenly burst into an unprecedented lava flame. The terrifying, murderous intent that burned the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, gathered in the air into a ferocious fire dragon 1.2. The whole sky seemed to be on fire, instantly turned into a scorching sea of fire. The fire dragon roared silently, and it felt like a meteor. It fell from the sky with scorching flames that could melt steel. Boom! A certain area below instantly turned into a terrifying sea of molten lava. Whether it was the Pokémon or the pirates who had not yet escaped, all living creatures were devoured. Even some water attribute Pokémon fought hard, but in the end, they still couldn't escape death, because the fire released by Jean came from the Lunaria clan. Is not the fire in nature. So even Rebecca's Maramara fruit and some fire attribute Pokémon cannot interfere with these flames. This is simply the end of the world. Too horrible, it's really worthy of being called flame disaster, with strength comparable to Admiral. Oh my god, all those elves were melted by the flames, and many members of Beast Pirates were not spared. Even I, seeing this sudden scene, the audience who were cheering just now suddenly fell silent. Jean used his famous move, directly pulling everyone back to reality. That's right, this is the dignified Beast Pirates. How could it be defeated so easily? You know, in the past few decades, there are countless sea beasts and ambitious people pouring into New World. But no one can challenge the existence of 4 emperors. And no matter how Marine plans, there's still no way to deal with these 4 emperors. Finally, out of desperation, they could only come up with a privileged system of 7 warlords of the sea to check and balance it from the side. 28 thus preventing 4 emperors from extending their hands from New World to 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Although the current situation seems to be that Elf Corps has the upper hand. But if they want to completely defeat Beast Pirates, it is probably not that easy. Thinking of this, everyone began to worry about Lin Xiao on the execution platform. If they could not end this war before 100 Beasts, Kaido came back, I am afraid that the final outcome would be extremely unfavorable to Lin Xiao and Dressrosa. After the fire subsided, the whole area was suddenly filled with a burnt stench. The offensive of the elves around them was obviously stagnant. No one dared to set foot in that area rashly. It's Brother Jin's special move. Haha, as long as Brother Jin is here, we won't lose. That's right, Brother Jin is the strongest among the 3 disasters. You damn animals, just wait. The pirates felt like they had found a life-saving straw. The panic in their hearts just now was also greatly relieved. They screamed and returned to the battle. So you are afraid of fire? Jean glanced at the paper, sword hiding in the distance, and a look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. Damn, if only he could find this weakness earlier. He wouldn't have been suppressed all the time. After regaining his confidence, Jean turned his head to look at the figure on the top of the execution platform and shouted, Lin Xiao, do you still dream of beating us? I tell you, anyone who dares to follow anyone who goes against Kaido will never have a good ending. With these giant animals, you have no chance of winning at all. Don't be fooled by Jin's tough words. But in the absence of Kaido, in fact, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. Lin Xiao's elf army can be said to have made them suffer. Fire, plus or minus. Water, wind, electricity, ice, various abilities comparable to devil fruit, emerge in an endless stream, making it hard to guard against. Jean even suspected that Lin Xiao had undergone some secret transformation surgery to transform devil fruit into devil fruit. The power of the fruit is given to these elves, and the power of these behemoths themselves should not be underestimated. Often, a casual blow can smash people into pulp. Whether it is destructive power or attack range, they are definitely not comparable to the king of the near sea and those sea beasts. So ordinary pirates are simply not their opponents. Even core cadres like the Flying Six suffered large-scale combat casualties in the battle. If it continues, even if the Beast Pirates finally wins this war, they are bound to be seriously injured, although they will not fall out of the category of the 4 emperors. But becoming the weakest 4 emperors should be a foregone conclusion. And this is the situation that Jean does not want to see the most. All along, he has always firmly believed that Kaido is the man who can become the Pirate King. He is also the only one who can change the world. Even if he sacrifices his life, he will never allow beast pirates to become the object of ridicule by the world. After a little hesitation, Jin's eyes turned. He immediately came up with a plan. He raised his hand and pointed at the elves on the battlefield who were also seriously reduced in number, and said with a sly look, "Lin Xiao, if you choose to surrender now, I promise that Kaido will not hold you and Elf Island responsible. We just need to destroy Dressrosa and then withdraw our troops." It has to be said, Jean is worthy of being the only intellectual in Beast Pirates. He has a very accurate grasp of the situation on the scene. 083 at present, both Beast Pirates and Lin Xiao's Elf Legion have suffered heavy casualties. So the condition proposed by Jean will not anger Lin Xiao, and it will also find a way for him to step down naturally. It won't be criticized by the world. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone, although anyone can see it. The ambiguous relationship between Queen Violet of Dressrosa and Lin Xiao. But in Jin's eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she is destined to be only a man's accessory in the face of life and death. Women are often the first items to be abandoned. Although this statement sounds cruel, but it is an indisputable fact. Jean thinks that a king like Lin Xiao, in such matters, should still be able to make clear this war was caused by Elf Island. This is enough to show how much Lin Xiao values his country. It is not an exaggeration to even say that it is his weak spot. FFFLX. Jean thinks that using the survival of Elf Island to threaten Lin Xiao will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. But the facts prove that. At this moment, almost everyone became nervous, holding their breath, quietly waiting for Lin Xiao's answer, especially Queen Violet. Her proud body trembled slightly. Her clenched fists were already soaked with sweat. Jean was right. A ceasefire now might be the best outcome for Lin Xiao, because in the previous battle, Lin Xiao had already demonstrated his fearless courage when facing the Four Emperors group, and showed the world the powerful strength of the Elf Legion. Now there is no need to continue to fight with Beast Pirates for Dressrosa. That would only result in a situation where both sides would lose and suffer. It might even shake the foundation of Elf Island. And Queen Violet did not think that. Relying on her beauty alone, Lin Xiao would be willing to pay such a huge loss. FFFLX. She was ready to be abandoned. But even so, she didn't blame Lin Xiao at all, because if she were to choose, she would probably make the same decision. But when she thought that she might not be able to stay with this man in the future, Queen Violet suddenly felt a sense of sadness. She had long been inseparable from this domineering and persistent man. Lin Xiao was like the sun emitting brilliant light, completely dispelling the endless darkness that enveloped Violet's fate. Let her be reborn. So even if she died for Lin Xiao, Queen Violet would never hesitate. Goodbye, my beloved. However, just when Violet was sad, a warm and powerful little hand suddenly embraced her arm. "Aunt, I believe His Majesty will not abandon us." Rebecca's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she said in a very firm tone, "Look, His Majesty Lin Xiao is smiling." Violet was stunned when she heard the words. As she looked forward, she saw a smile on the face of the stern king. That's right, that man was actually smiling. The situation was critical. Almost the whole world was watching Lin Xiao's next choice closely. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xiao would be forced to compromise because of the generous conditions proposed by Jean, this young king who had risen rapidly in the past month and successfully became known to the world through big news again and again. But in full view of the public, he laughed unscrupulously. "Jean, where do you get so much nonsense? Let's fight." Lin Xiao was extremely hot, he said. "Today, as long as I, Lin Xiao, am here, no one can touch Dressrosa. Funny, you want Lousy to surrender before the victory is decided?" How arrogant are you, beast pirates? If he hadn't wanted to use you as tools to harvest more reputation, Lousy would have gone out to solve the battle long ago. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiao glanced at his reputation again. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wow, during this period of time, it has skyrocketed by nearly 2 million, and the growth rate of reputation is still rising. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This is it. Everything is developing step by step in the direction he planned. After this battle, Lin Xiao will also leap forward and become a new overlord that all forces are afraid of. Start his legendary life, whether it is Kaido, or Marine, or the world government. For Lin Xiao, they're just tools for him to harvest reputation. He, Lin Xiao, is the real protagonist who dominates this game. Born as a king, I shine the most. If young people are not arrogant, do they dare not be called young people? As Lin Xiao Hockey's words fell, almost all the people watching the live broadcast changed color. Doubt, excitement, admiration, especially those people in trouble. After seeing Lin Xiao willing to fight with beasts for Dressrosa, pirates after the determination to fight to the death, they all knelt down and begged with a pious look. This young king will be able to favor their country one day. Save those refugees in dire straits. Queen Violet had already cried a tearful person at this time. She even felt deeply guilty for having doubted Lin Xiao and abandoning this country. See, I said that your majesty would never abandon us. Rebecca was like a child who had just scored 100 points in the exam, holding her little head high, with a face full of pride and pride. Queen Violet nodded heavily when she heard it, raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She looked at the man standing proudly at the front of the execution platform with admiration. She swore in her heart, no matter what your majesty wants in the future, she will not refuse. Damn it, you don't know what's good for you. There was an incredible resentment on Jin's face. He really didn't expect it. Lin Xiao was so stubborn. Dama Zhao rejected such a good truce condition. And Lin Xiao's words just now, it was like slapping him in the face in public. It was the kind of slapping sound. This made Jin feel ashamed. Furious, Jin planned to use his ultimate move Defense Fire Dragon King again, clearing a path to the execution platform. Kill Lin Xiao, the rookie, in one fell swoop, and thus completely end this war. Rado, at this moment, a roar of extremely angry dragon suddenly came from the sky. Then, everyone saw a huge blue dragon, stepping on the flames, rushing from the sky with murderous intent. It was Kaido, who had been offline for a long time. The king of beasts, who has the title of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, actually came back at this critical moment. Haha, Boss Kaido is back. You are all dead now. That's right, it's time for you damn animals to die. Boss Kaido, let them see what the real king of beasts is. Yes, we must avenge those dead brothers. The pirates, who were originally depressed, suddenly became more confident after seeing Kaido's return of the king. Like chicken blood, they rushed towards the elves in front of them with a roar. In the end, a key factor affecting the final outcome of a team battle is morale. And Kaido's powerful strength is the biggest reliance of this group of pirates. Lin Xiao, you have no chance, huh? Jin said provocatively. Xanto, when he saw the fearless expression on Lin Xiao's face, he froze in his tracks. No fear, no fear. Instead, he felt eager to try. Could it be that he had expected Kaido to come back? Doesn't this guy have any trump cards that he has not used? Is there any spirit that is more powerful than those ultimate beasts? No way. It's not that perverted, right? Somehow, a sense of foreboding suddenly struck Jin's heart. It gave him a creepy feeling. Lin Xiao, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. I almost got bounced to the other side of the red line by you. I must destroy you today. Kaido was like a frenzied beast. He spit out a hot breath that could instantly evaporate a mountain from more than 10 kilometers away. Boom! The terrifying dragon breath was like a giant pillar of fire that spanned the sky and earth and it blasted straight towards the execution platform where Lin Xiao was. "Your Majesty, be careful," Rebecca screamed when she saw this. Then her body turned into a raging flame, and she was about to fly in front of Lin Xiao to block Kaido's hot breath attack. But another figure got there first. Sif bang! The shield blade monster directly activated the King's Shield mode. The indestructible energy barrier directly blocked all the hot breath that could instantly melt the mountains. Is that an elf too? It looks like a sword and a shield. What a strong defense. It can even resist Kaido's dragon breath without any damage. No wonder His Majesty Lin Xiao is so confident. It turns out he has this trick. But no matter how strong the defense is, facing Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature, I'm afraid it can only be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Your Majesty Lin Xiao quickly used the same trick again and bounced Kaido away. Yes, as long as Kaido is gone, Beast Pirates will definitely lose. At this moment, the mood of the spectators is just like a roller coaster. And more people, after Kaido appeared, began to worry about Lin Xiao's safety. In their opinion, no matter how strong the Elf Legion is, their strength is definitely not comparable to four emperors. This is almost everyone's consensus. Facing these powerful beings that have dominated the sea for decades, even the ultimate beasts are as humble and insignificant as ants. I am afraid that Kaido alone is enough to wipe out the entire elf army. I guess Lin Xiao had this consideration before, which is why he sent Kaido flying. BRT. Unless Lin Xiao has some trump card that can match Kaido. But is this possible? In this world, are there really powerful elves with strength comparable to four emperors? If there really is, I am afraid that Elf Island will never be as unknown as it is now, and the title of world's #1 power will not fall on the head of Elbaf Kingdom. Folks, the answer is obvious. Just when people were speculating on how Lin Xiao would respond next, based on the principle of acting in a high-profile manner, Lin Xiao once again shocked the world with his horse flea operation. Thus, double harvested a wave of reputation. A sly light flashed in Lin Xiao's dark eyes. Looking at the giant dragon Kaido in the sky, he said in a loud voice, "Kaido, I think you are a lackey of world government and celestial dragons." What? Kaido was stunned at first, then roared angrily. Bullshit. Lousy is a dignified for emperors. How can he be a lackey of world government? Then do you know that Doflamingo is a celestial dragon? Lin Xiao asked slowly. Who cares about that kind of thing? Kaido's eyes widened, and he answered without thinking. Lousy only cares about the supply of artificial devil fruits mile. Whether he's a celestial dragon or not has nothing to do with me. In theory, there is nothing wrong with what Kaido said. His transaction with Doflamingo was limited to artificial devil fruit smile and Seastone products. There was no intersection with the rest. At most, it was a business relationship. But who would have thought? Kaido was interrupted rudely before he finished speaking. Lin Xiao's beak flashed a shrewd arc, but his face was righteous and shouted angrily, "Humph! Celestial dragons are evil and full of evil. I am publicly executing Doflamingo today to punish evil. No matter what reason you come to rescue Doflamingo, the final beneficiaries will be world government and celestial dragons. So, you dare to say that you're not their running dog? What the hell? What's going on? Your Majesty, don't say such things casually." At this moment, everyone who was watching the live broadcast was shocked by what Lin Xiao had just said. Although it is a well-known fact that celestial dragons do all kinds of evil, but can this be said directly? It is different from the previous execution of Doflamingo. Most people with eyes can actually see it. Lin Xiao is deliberately playing edgeball. He secretly replaced the concept of Minga as a former celestial dragon. So, even if the world government knew, there is nothing they can do about Lin Xiao. After all, they can't use military means such as Buster Call to sanction Lin Xiao just because of a celestial dragon's traitor who has been removed from the list. That would only confirm Lin Xiao's words. It's counterproductive, but the situation now is different. Lin Dao's words just now were equivalent to publicly diss celestial dragons, and it was broadcast live to the world. This is a serious crime of blaspheming the world nobles. If you are not careful, the world government may take the opportunity to target you. Your Majesty Lin Xiao, aren't you too bold? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the world government and celestial dragons? Buster Call is no joke. Although New World is a lawless place, I am afraid that even the Fur Emperors will never dare to publicly humiliate world government and celestial dragons, right? Your Majesty, is it really okay for you to be so arrogant? Pirates, Marines, world government, almost all the top forces have been offended by you. Isn't this a rhythm of courting death? Your Majesty Lin Dao, isn't it enough for the hidden head to make money from the trouble he caused? But what is this damned sense of identity? And in the naval headquarters, Akainu and others. After hearing what Lin Dao said, everyone was so angry that their teeth itched. Boy, you are courting death, Akainu said with a grin. He had long been fed up with Lin Dao's deliberate slander of Marine's bad behavior. Now, he finally caught a reasonable reason to take action. Dare to publicly blaspheme the world nobles, celestial dragons? World government will definitely issue a Buster Call. Humph, Lin Dao, you kid, don't blame us Marine for being ruthless. This is all your own fault. If it weren't for the majesty of Marine Marshal, Akainu really wanted to go to Elf Island to carry out the extermination operation in person. It shouldn't be that simple. At this moment, staff officer, he spoke with a heavy face and reminded. Although the contact time is not long, Lin Dao is definitely not the kind of person who likes to speak without restraint, act recklessly, and completely disregard the consequences. Since he took the throne, he has been making many surprising moves and taking every step carefully. It took less than a month for him to go from being unknown to being known by the world. So he dared to publicly slander celestial dragons. There must be some unknown purpose. And he may have some hidden cards in his hand that he has not revealed yet. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Are you kidding? Those powerful ultimate beasts are already pervert enough. Lin Dao actually has a hidden card in his hand? What could it be? Is it an elf with strength comparable to General Dent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If such an elf really exists, where can we humans put our old faces? To be honest, I now admire your courage. Kaido's face showed a complicated expression, although he knew that Lin Dao was deliberately deceiving him. But he had to admire his courage, because looking at the entire sea, except for the overlord rocks who once ruled the entire sea in the old era, no one dared to publicly slander celestial dragons. Yes, you read it right. Kaido didn't dare. Whitebeard didn't dare. Even the Pirate King Roger, who personally opened the Great Pirate Era, didn't dare. This doesn't mean that they are afraid of celestial dragons. On the contrary, many of them may even have killed celestial dragons. But you have to understand that. Acting in secret and blatantly riding on the face and mocking in front of the world, the results are completely different. So even if Kaido is crazy and Big MOM is crazy, they will never act so high profile. What? You said that Straw Hat Boy once said to celestial dragons fight. It is true that he punched celestial dragons. But that time, if it was not for his uncle Kezu deliberately letting him go, and then his Uncle Bear risking his life to save the situation, even if King Luffy had 80 heads, they would all be blown up, okay. But admiration is admiration. No matter how Kaido says he is a big shot, how could he allow Lin Dao to frame him as a celestial dragon's lackey? Who the hell are you slandering here? Kaido's face showed a hideous look, and he roared viciously. But no matter how you argue, you can't change my decision of Duan Dressrosa. You don't think that your little animals can stop me, do you? Lousy is the king of beasts. Lin Dao, why don't you just stretch out your neck and die? Lin Dao first glanced at the reputation value. After confirming that the time was ripe, he decided that it was time to maximize the show effect. So he sneered. You remnants of the old times should have left the stage of history long ago. Kaido, it's not that I look down on you. If you can do it, then come and try it. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Dao's body suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying pressure. The sacred golden light shone through the world. Then, in the extremely horrified eyes of the world, his figure suddenly swelled into a 5-clawed golden dragon, stretching 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. 5. Ow! The thunderous dragon roar resounded through the sky. Lin Dao transformed into a golden dragon and rose up on the clouds, soaring straight up, straight into the sky. In an instant, the wind and thunder trembled. The purple lightning danced wildly. Lin Dao swayed his huge dragon body, with the terrifying momentum of suppressing all living beings, and the sacred majesty of the king of beasts looking down on all living things. He proudly stood between heaven and earth. Kaido. Beasts, pirates, the crowd. Marine. Rebecca, Violet, Luo. Your majesty is so handsome. Almost everyone showed a confused expression on their faces after seeing this sudden scene. Holy Land 413, Mariaha. 5 elders saw Lin Dao transformed into a dragon, and their faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Speaking of which, more than 30 years ago, when Kaido was captured, Vegapunk extracted the bloodline factor from him and created the first artificial devil fruit. Didn't that experiment fail? Yes. When he was ordered to hand over the artificial devil fruit, Vegapunk refused on the grounds that the fruit was a failure, and it was eventually stored in the laboratory of Punk Hazard. But now the second dragon, which is slightly different from it, is undoubtedly the artificial devil fruit, created by Vegapunk at that time. REIT? Yes, there's only one possibility for the current situation. That is, Lin Dao got the fruit when he invaded Punk Hazard before. That is to say, Vegapunk deceived us at that time. Wait a minute. Now is not a good time to worry about this. I hope that the artificial devil fruit is really a failure, so that Lin Dao wouldn't have been able to take the limelight in front of the world. Yeah, no wonder Stussy said he has the combat power of an admiral. After getting the kind of power, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with him next. Are we really going to dispatch the God's Knights? With him? Is he worthy? However, then the 5 people fell into silence. If CP0 is the strongest shield in the hands of celestial dragons, then God's Knights is the strongest spear. Even in Marine, most people don't know the existence of this organization because they live in the Holy Land, Mariaho, and are a super battle group composed of the elites of celestial dragons. Under normal circumstances, no matter what changes happen in the outside world, the world government will not dispatch the God's Knights. Only when a major event that can affect or shake the dominance of the world government occurs, the Knights of God will be dispatched. But a moment later, Top Vachali, the god of law, spoke again. In fact, this matter may not be a bad thing for us in a certain sense. What do you mean? The other 4 people looked at him. In fact, for us, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Although it is hard for me to imagine Kaido being defeated, but judging from the current situation, Kaido has obviously lost its biggest advantage, so the probability of defeat has also increased greatly. This should provide us with 10 extremely rare opportunities. The other 4 people were stunned at first, but then they said in unison, "You mean Wanakuni?" That's right. A sinister smirk appeared on top Vachali's saint's face. So let the 2 forces fight to their heart's content. If Kaido is defeated, then Wanakuni will naturally be under the rule of world government. Then won't we have enough time to deal with that brat Lin Dao? A series of shrewd and evil laughs suddenly rang out in the Hall of Power. Then an order was passed down. Notify the CPO people to be on standby at all times and be ready to rush to Wanakuni at any time. Others naturally didn't know the secrets here. They were simply shocked by the sight of Lin Dao turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon. He is worthy of being called the Elf King. He is really strong as a hiss. Your Majesty Lin Xiao is awesome. YYDS. What an incredible scene to see two dragons confronting each other. But at this moment, Beast Pirates members. But they couldn't be happy at all. Instead, they fell into panic. Hey, are you kidding? That kid turned into a dragon too. Plagiarism, blatant plagiarism. There's only one dragon in this world, Kaido. What's going on? Isn't it said that there's only one devil fruit with the same ability? What should we do? Now our advantage is gone. In midair, Kaido stared at Lin Xiao opposite him and said viciously, although I don't know what you did, but there is absolutely no need for two dragons to exist at the same time in this world. Then Kaido opened his huge mouth, prepare to use the flame, heat breath, to attack again. Ranto. At this moment, Jean, who had transformed into a pteranodon, suddenly flew close to Kaido and whispered, Boss, please wait a moment. The current situation is very unfavorable to us. Not only have a large number of core cadres suffered casualties, but the morale of ordinary members has also fallen to the bottom. If we continue to fight, even if we win in the end, I'm afraid it will shake the foundation of our beast pirates. And the most important thing is that if someone takes the opportunity to attack Wano Kuni at this time, we will be in real trouble. What? Kaido didn't notice the situation on the battlefield until then. After seeing his men suffer such heavy casualties, he was immediately furious. He roared without caring. I don't care about those things. If all the cadres are dead, can't we just recruit them again after the war? What's more, we still have an absolute advantage in numbers. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Xiao on the opposite side with a smirk. Do you really still have an advantage in numbers? If I send out another 1,000 elves, how will you deal with it? Almost as soon as the words fell, Lin Xiao directly consumed 1 million points of reputation value. He summoned 1,000 ordinary soldiers elves, and at the same moment, all the elves were blessed with giant power. Haha, you want to compete with me in terms of military strength? Do you really think my soldier explosion system is just a decoration? Bobobo. And when 1,000 elf balls landed, the huge figure of Mimi 28 Mama suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Suddenly, the whole world was shocked. What? He actually has new troops in his hands. Colonel Crane is really as good as a god. This guy actually has a backup plan. What are those spherical things? Why can they hold such huge elves? I noticed it too. It should be some kind of high-tech product. When Naval Headquarters, after seeing this scene, no one could remain calm, especially Akainu. It was as if he was slapped dozens of times in public. His old face was burning and aching. Originally, when Kaido returned, he naively thought that Lin Xiao was dead this time. But who would have thought? Lin Xiao first turned on the dragon transformation mode, and then conjured up 1,000 giant elves out of thin air. Isn't this just teasing a silly boy? Akainu suddenly felt frustrated that his IQ was seriously insulted, and the Crane staff said with a sad face, No, I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. What? Akainu was shocked when he heard this. You mean this kid still has a trump card? Impossible, he is just a king. How could it be? The Crane staff interrupted mercilessly. Now, is there anything impossible for that man? And when the members of the Beast Pirates, when they saw the newly appeared elf army, the morale, which was already very low, fell to the bottom this time. They all fell into fear and despair. And Kaido stared at Lin Xiao with a sullen face. He wanted to run away several times, but he was forced to hold it back. Although his daily behavior, it always looks rough and reckless. But in fact, Kaido is very shrewd and cunning. In his early years, he took advantage of the hatred between Kurizumi Orochi and the Kazuki family to settle in Wano Kuni. And then he gradually occupied this geographically easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack Wano Kuni, which has rich resources and superb Seastone processing technology as his base. Madara. In addition, Kaido's personality also has many selfish attributes. Cunning, ruthless, careless, profit-seeking, strength first, cherishing talents, and so on. It is no exaggeration. From a certain perspective, Kaido can be said to be the one who looks most like a pirate among the four emperors. He is actually the same type of person as Blackbeard. He believes in the law of the jungle and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. To be honest, Lin Xiao doesn't hate such people. On the contrary, he sneers at people like Red Hair who say one thing in front of him and another behind his back. After Kaido quickly weighed the pros and cons of the situation, he finally chose to compromise. Just as Jean said, don't look at the fact that there are more than 10,000 troops of Kurizumi Orochi stationed in Wanakuni. But that guy is a cowardly waste. If someone takes advantage of the fact that he and Lin Xiao are fighting to the death here, when the troops approach Wanakuni, I'm afraid Kurizumi Orochi will be the first to surrender. When Kaido thought that his home might be stolen, he suddenly became a little uneasy. Kaido could still tell the difference between the important and the unimportant at the critical moment. Although he felt a little frustrated and annoyed, not only did Lin Xiao steal the limelight for nothing, but more than half of his subordinates were killed or injured in this battle. Even the core cadres suffered heavy losses. But there was nothing he could do. Who made the current situation so pressing? How does the saying go? People have to bow their heads under the eaves of others. Okay, you are ruthless this time, but you remember, I will never be a dragon if I don't avenge this. Kaido said a cruel word in a rage. Then he rushed into the sky without looking back. Although he seemed cool, but anyone could see it, Kaido left in a very aggrieved way. The whole group retreat. Jean gave the order to retreat without hesitation and stared at Lin Xiao nervously. He was afraid that the other party would take the opportunity to chase him, but his worry was completely unnecessary. The forest road on the opposite side seemed to be willing to let them go. There was no intention to chase them at all. Yexi, the pirates, as if they had been pardoned, cheered and jumped for joy. Then they rushed to the pirate ship anchored in the port as if their lives were at stake. They were afraid that if they ran too slowly, they would be left forever in this battlefield like Shura Hell. Let them go. Lin Xiao, who had regained his human form, immediately issued a ceasefire order to the elves. Your Majesty, are we really going to let them escape like this? Rebecca suddenly came up to him, frowning cutely, and asked curiously, Yes, Your Majesty, if we pursue the victory and take down the entire beast pirates, we will definitely become famous on the sea. Luo also trotted over and said eagerly, After all, the enemy is the Four Emperors group. It would be a lie to say that he is not excited. And the questions of the two are also the questions of the vast number of people who are watching the live broadcast at this moment. In their opinion, now is a good time to pursue the victory. Letting beast pirates go in vain pirates is tantamount to raising a tiger to cause trouble. Such a simple truth. I believe that with Lin Xiao's wise and almost demonic brain power, he will not fail to see it. But why did this young king choose to do this? People are puzzled about this. Rado. At this time, Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously and said meaningfully, Don't chase the desperate enemy. Let them go. What's more, our harvest today is enough. For Lin Xiao, all the goals in his plan have been achieved. First, by executing Doflamingo, he directly raised his reputation to the top. Then, in the process of fighting the Four Emperors, he demonstrated the powerful strength of the Elf Kingdom. While gaining both fame and fortune, he also harvested waves of reputation points to the maximum extent. He has already made a lot of money. Now, letting Kaido go is the most suitable choice for his current interests. Although in the eyes of outsiders, letting Kaido go now is tantamount to raising a tiger to harm yourself. But in fact, continuing to fight is the most unwise choice. Because if Kaido is really forced to jump off the wall, it will definitely cause more casualties. Even if Lin Xiao can win in the end, it will inevitably weaken his overall strength to a certain extent. At the same time, there's another more important reason. That is, don't look at Lin Xiao's current hand. There are more than 1.6 million reputation points and more than 1,000 elves. But in fact, they're still in a situation of serious shortage of troops. So even if Lin Xiao kills Kaido and Beast Pirates now, He can't take into account the safety of Elf Island and Dressrosa while attacking Wanakuni, even if he leaves thousands of elves to defend. But under the massive attack of Marine, World Government, and even GM Army, this amount of troops is not enough. After losing Lin Xiao's direct command, the elves can't form such efficient, strangling ability now. It is very likely that they can't even burst out 2/3 of their current strength. In addition, Wanakuni is very far away from Elf Island. Even if Lin Xiao uses the ability of teleportation, he can't rush back to support in the first time of the attack. If he plays too hard and loses the red road sign historical text on Elf Island, that's too stupid. This is a typical case of losing the watermelon to pick up the sesame seeds. In the end, it will probably only benefit the world government and Marine for nothing. Let them sit back and reap the benefits, and take Wanakuni without any effort. If you want to say who is most eyeing the Seastone mine of Wanakuni, the world government is definitely the first. Plus, after Kaido was defeated by King Luffy's alliance, the world government immediately organized an army to rush to Wanakuni, prepare to seize the control of the place. As a time traveler, Lin Xiao naturally couldn't let that happen. FFFLX. After weighing all the factors, Lin Xiao still felt that the disadvantages of destroying Kaido at the moment outweighed the benefits. He would naturally not do such a loss-making business. What's more, keeping Kaido could also give him more reputation points. Reputation is the real foundation of Lin Xiao. As long as he has enough reputation, he can explode as many elves as he wants. There is no need to consider the problem of loss. And if we end it like this now, the above-mentioned unfavorable situations can be completely avoided. As for Wanakuni, Lin Xiao will naturally not let it go easily, because there is not only a red signpost historical text. At the same time, in the old city deep underground, there is also a Pluton battleship sleeping in one of the ancient weapons. But Lin Xiao is not in a hurry. Let Kaido help guard there first. I believe it won't take long. When Lin Xiao has enough troops at hand, he will naturally go there in person. Lin Xiao has actually already formulated the next development plan in advance. It's time to put a perfect end to this war. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao waved to Queen Violet behind him. When the other party came to his side, he said to the video telephone Mushi in a shocking voice, "From now on, Elf Kingdom and Dressrosa officially withdraw from World Government member and will no longer pay Heavenly Gold and cut off all trade with World Government and Marine." As soon as these words came out, the whole world was shocked. No one expected that Lin Xiao would actually announce such explosive news at this time. Originally, they thought that Lin Xiao would say something like a victory declaration. After all, the enemy defeated this time was the dignified for emperors. But who would have thought that? Lin Xiao actually announced his withdrawal from World Government member in public. Oh my god, do you have to be so aggressive? Kill Doflamingo. Defeat Kaido. Now withdraw from World Government member. In this world, is there anything this man dare not do? But Your Majesty Lin Xiao, do you know that doing this will cost lives? Almost everyone was frightened by Lin Xiao's sudden bold move. Rado, Lin Xiao wants this kind of unexpected effect. #B. This, New Orleans, is just the beginning, because next, there will be a more explosive decision to be announced. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and continued. In addition, Queen Violet and I will join hands to form a special alliance of complete equality and freedom. Imperial Alliance. To help those countries in New World that yearn for peace and tranquility like Elf Kingdom and Dressrosa King. Get rid of the harassment and control of pirates and other bad forces. What naval headquarters can do, we can do too. What naval headquarters can't do, we can still do. What naval headquarters don't want to do, let us do. Because we always believe that justice is immortal. It appeared. The classic scene of Marine and World Government. It appeared again and again. At this moment, The whole world was boiling again because of this man's words. If the previous withdrawal from world government member was just a tentative provocation, then the establishment of Imperial Alliance and the action of recruiting member countries in New World is tantamount to openly attacking world government and Marine. Stu, anyone with a discerning eye can actually see it. The fundamental reason why Lin Xiao dared to be so fearless. In fact, it was because world government and Marine had no say in New World. The member countries of world government were even fewer, and several Marine branches like G1 and G5 were all established very close to Red Line. The intention was very obvious, just to better protect the safety of the celestial dragons on the Red Line. Besides that, Marine has no other troops deployed in New World. From this, we can see how low the control of Marine and world government in New World has become. But even so, looking back at the 800 years since the establishment of world government, there has never been a guy like Lin Xiao who dares to openly challenge. The world can't help but secretly sweat for Lin Xiao's crazy behavior. But no one expected that this war, which was the largest in scale since Summit War, would end in such a dramatic and substantial way. The final winner was naturally the Elf Legion, led by Lin Xiao, and this war was also called the First Beast War by the world not long after. Lin Xiao even jumped and became a household name in the entire sea as the Elf King. Naval Headquarters. Akainu's angry roar resounded throughout the conference room. Lin Xiao, this be asterisk 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 D. How dare he slander Marine again and again? He even dreamed of forming an alliance in New World. Is he trying to replace Marine? Bah, it's just wishful thinking, a foolish dream. Akainu can show such an extremely angry look, looking at the entire sea. I'm afraid only Lin Xiao can do it. The faces of other Marine generals are all filled with indignation. In theory, the troops of Beast Pirates suffered heavy losses in this battle. They should be happy about it. But the fact is, these generals seem to have been greatly humiliated. Everyone wanted to kill Lin Xiao. Only Staff Officer Tsuru and Sengoku remained silent. They all saw the meaning of danger in each other's eyes. In fact, before this, there has been a question that bothered me. Staff Officer Crane said worriedly, that is, Lin Xiao could have directly summoned all the Elf Legion when he landed on Dressrosa to catch Doflamingo off guard, but he chose the most risky way, starting from the outside and eroding the inside little by little, and used the live broadcast method to expose the despicable behavior of Don Quixote family to the world. Now, I finally figured out the answer. I guess from the moment Lin Xiao took the initiative to reject Momosagi's request to station, he had already made all the plans for the future. Sengoku heard this. Yu Yu sighed. No wonder he chose to let Kaido go. Because, for Lin Xiao, his goal had already been achieved long ago. Akainu and others were all confused. Or rather, they didn't want to believe from the bottom of their hearts that a young man like Lin Xiao actually had the superb means to play with everyone in the palm of his hand. Isn't this insulting Akainu that he is not even as good as a young man? This is a slap in the face. It's almost swollen Akainu's face. In the end, it was still Staff Officer He who told the details. Lin Xiao first attracted the world attention by liberating Dressrosa. Then he publicly executed Doflamingo, deliberately lured Kaido, one of the Fur Emperors, over here. Then what he had to do was to show the world the strength of the Elf Corps through the battle with the Four Emperors group, thus completing the last step of the preparation, withdrawing from the world government membership and forming the Imperial Alliance. Sengoku took over the conversation again at this time, with a face full of emotion. Yes, this young king is so terrible. Not only is his mind meticulous, but his plan is also closely linked. Until the end, it is impossible to detect his true intention in advance. Even Xiaohe and I were fooled by him. For so many years, there has never been such a helpless guy on the sea. Even the sea masters like Rox, Roger, and Whitebeard have never shown such cunning qualities. Sakazuki, I suddenly have a very bad feeling. The sea. No, it should be said that this era, I am afraid that because of the rise of this young man, it will fall into a completely unknown process. Akainu fell into silence immediately after hearing this. No matter how much he hates Lin Xiao, but he will not ignore the powerful threat shown by the other party. Sengoku and Tsuru's staff were right just now. The threat of Lin Xiao is far greater than that of the big pirates in New World, even four emperors, because the ambition shown by this kid at present is already so huge that it is outrageous. This time, Imperial Alliance is established in New World. For those poor countries that cannot protect themselves and cannot afford to pay heavenly gold, it is simply unprecedentedly attractive. It will not be long before a large number of countries will join this so-called Imperial Alliance. By then, Lin Xiao's reputation will reach an unprecedented height, and Marine's status and prestige in the hearts of the people will be further eroded. This is what Akainu least wants to see. But what puzzles him is, how come the Elf Kingdom, which had no military power before, suddenly became so powerful after Lin Xiao took the throne? It is even not inferior to the four emperors. More than 2 months ago, in order to deal with the Summit War, Marine drew 100,000 elites from the four seas. It just barely defeated the Whitebeard pirates. And it is hard not to let the world compare Lin Xiao's Elf Legion with Marine. When he thought of this, Akainu couldn't help but feel a headache. Lin Xiao, that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Does he really want to turn the world upside down before he stops? But one thing is certain. The stronger Lin Xiao shows, the more Akainu dares not to attack him easily. After all, after experiencing the Summit War and martial battle in succession, Marine has actually been seriously injured. The overall strength is far less than before. If we blindly start a war now, it will probably not have any good results. White Earth Island, Bartigo, Dragon, they actually defeated Beast Pirates. Ivankov, who had been closely following the live broadcast, was shocked when he saw Kaido leading Beast Pirates to flee, although he had been imprisoned and impelled down before. But as the army captain in the GM army, who was specifically responsible for Grand Line, Ivankov knew much more about how terrifying the strength of four emperors was than others. What's more, this was when all the members were dispatched. But even so, Beast Pirates still lost to Lin Xiao and Elf Legion. This result was really too unexpected. The endless elves in Elf Legion not only made people feel dazzled, moreover, those powerful ultimate beasts easily crushed the strong ones like Three Calamities and Flying Six. The most important thing is, until now, no one knows whether Lin Xiao has more powerful elves than ultimate beasts. There is no way. Who made all the forces extremely scarce about Lin Xiao's situation. The more mysterious and unknown Lin Xiao behaved, the more fear and dread they felt. Yes, it seems that we underestimated this young king before. Thinking back to Lin Xiao's bad attitude towards GM Army, Monkey D. Dragon's face suddenly became ugly. If he had known that Lin Xiao's elf army was so powerful, he should have been more active and generous, even selfless, to leave a good impression on Lin Xiao. In this way, he could have won a powerful ally for GM Army. But now it has backfired. Alas, it's all tears. It's all greed that's to blame. But it's too late to say anything now. At this time, Sabo shouted indignantly, "But Mr. Long, Lin Xiao's move to establish the Imperial Alliance will undoubtedly affect our GM Army, a strategic layout in the New World. If all those countries join his alliance, won't all our previous preparations and efforts be in vain?" In fact, it's no wonder that Sabo is so excited, because Lin Xiao's move is tantamount to shaking the foundation of the GM Army. If Lin Xiao's Imperial Alliance is allowed to grow bigger and stronger, then their GM Army will completely lose the meaning of existence. In simple terms, Lin Xiao is following the path of the GM Army and leaving the GM Army with nowhere to go. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for him to succeed. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes flashed with a gleam of light and he shook his head confidently. It's not easy to establish a stable alliance in New World. In addition to strong strength, it also requires abundant financial support. We GM Army have worked hard for more than 10 years and have only managed to convince a few countries to join. I don't believe he can easily surpass us. What's more, judging from the current size of Elf Island and Dressrosa, they will most likely charge a certain amount of resource compensation to the member countries seeking asylum. Then we can take advantage of the opportunity to make a big fuss and disintegrate their alliance. Speaking of this, Monkey D. Dragon suddenly showed a gloating smirk on his face. Haha, come to think of it, Lin Xiao is still too young and hot-tempered. Originally, I was worried that if he chose to proceed step by step, it would definitely be a huge threat to us, GM Army. But who would have thought that he would make such a big fuss without knowing the consequences? And he was simply seeking his own death. Just watch, we don't even need to do anything. He will never have peace next. However, Lin Xiao's rapid rise has also sounded the alarm for us. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The GM Army can no longer act anonymously like before. We must speed up our actions and find ways to increase our influence, so that more countries and people can take actions to resist the tyranny. At this moment, the people who are troubled by Lin Xiao are definitely not just Marine and the GM Army. There are also the 5 elders, who were full of joy before and want to take the opportunity to seize Wanakuni, because Lin Xiao deliberately let Kaido go. Their conspiracy was directly aborted. The 5 elders were all furious. RT, even though Lin Xiao was extremely arrogant, but they couldn't find any excuse to attack him. Even if they knew that the other party was using Doflamingo's identity to play a bug, they could do nothing. And withdrawing from the world government member and publicly diss Marine, establishing the Imperial Alliance. These series of operations are not enough to be the reason for them to launch the annihilation of the country. Since the Elf Kingdom has withdrawn from the world government member, that means, from now on, this country will no longer be under the jurisdiction of the world government. FFFLX. No matter what Lin Xiao wants to do, it is his freedom. As long as he does not directly attack the world government and Marine, then the 5 elders have no right to ask. Is it annoying? Haha, it's annoying. But do you have any solution? Sorry, even the 5 elders can't do anything about it. Even if they really want to launch the Buster Call to crush the B asterisk 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 D Lin Xiao to ashes and completely wipe out the Elf Kingdom and Dressrosa from the sea. But the reality is, they can only watch Lin Xiao become the god-killing hero that is crazily sought after by the world. Boo. The news of Kaido's failure and escape in 4 Emperors soon swept the world like a hurricane. The former majesty of the sea overlord was gone. The failure to rescue Doflamingo became the biggest stain in Kaido's life. For this reason, many ambitious pirates set their sights on the beast pirates who suffered heavy losses. They wanted to take the opportunity to rise to power. In their opinion, now is undoubtedly the best time to take down Kaido. After all, Blackbeard took advantage of Whitebeard's serious injury to attack. Thus, he ascended to the throne of 4 emperors in one fell swoop. We're all pirates. What Blackbeard can do, how can we not do it? Ditto. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. These speculators, without exception, all died under Kaido's angry mace. Kaido destroyed 18 ambitious pirate groups, one after another, with just one mace. This slightly eased his anger. The pirates of New World realized at this time that although Kaido lost to Lin Xiao, it did not mean that he would lose to them. As the winner of Beast War, Lin Xiao used his actual actions to prove to the world that the undefeated legend of 4 emperors is not unbreakable. Morgans, who is good at chasing traffic, even directly called Lin Xiao the 5th emperor of New World. However, Lin Xiao himself did not care about it all. Compared with the title of 5 emperors, he actually prefers to be called Elf King by the world. EXT. He is not a pirate. He is the king of a country with a rapid increase in popularity. Some weak and peace-loving countries in the New World, with the idea of giving a try, immediately applied to the Elf Kingdom to join the Imperial Alliance. Soon they received a unified reply. To get asylum, they only need to meet two requirements. The first is to pay a certain membership fee, resources, to Lin Xiao regularly to maintain the normal operation of the Imperial Alliance. This is understandable. After all, if this alliance is to continue to operate for a long time, it is bound to be supported by various resources. Compared with the Heavenly Gold, the amount of resources that each country needs to hand over to Lin Xiao is less than 1%. It is not beyond their ability to bear. Under normal circumstances, a small country like them that has no military power and cannot afford the Heavenly Gold will most likely become cannon fodder or become a vassal of a pirate force. They only need to provide a small amount of resources to get the protection of the powerful Imperial Alliance, so that you can live a peaceful and harmonious life. Only a fool would refuse such a good deal. As for the second point, it is even simpler. That is, all the countries that accept asylum must provide food and shelter for the Elves stationed on the island, and treat them like friends. So, those weak countries were ecstatic and joined the Imperial Alliance. For them, 0133124228 Felu 174020250. This is simply a huge bargain. But what they don't know is, what Lin Xiao really cares about is not the resources they handed over, but he wants to harvest more reputation points through these member countries. After all, if you want to obtain reputation points continuously, you must expand your influence. Otherwise, on days without hot events, Lin Xiao's reputation points may be at a standstill. Of course, he can't let that happen. But not everyone is optimistic about Lin Xiao's Imperial Alliance. More countries have chosen to wait and see for the time being, although they also long to be protected by the Elf Legion. But who made Lin Xiao act too high profile? So much so that these countries were worried that after joining, they would be targeted and retaliated by Kaido or the world government. In addition, there are also some forces with ulterior motives. They simply hid in the dark, quietly waiting to see the jokes of Lin Xiao and the Imperial Alliance. In the palace of the Elf Kingdom, Lin Xiao had just reviewed the qualifications of a new batch of countries that wanted to join the Imperial Alliance. But inadvertently, he saw that his reputation was rising rapidly. He couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19 years old. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom, Elf King, God Slayer. Abilities, Elf Gigantamax, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Transformation, Op Fruit, Invisible Fist, Telekinesis, Teleportation, Meteor Assault, Stone Fruit, String Fruit, Maramara Fruit, Resurrection, Photosynthesis, Win Fruit, Blue Dragon Fruit. Waveguide Haki, Advanced Waveguide Armament Haki, Advanced Waveguide Observation Haki, Awakening, Advanced Waveguide Conquerors Haki Entanglement, Shinra Tensei. Reputation, 2,975,080. Divine Beast Arms, none. High-level arms, 6. Elite arms, 14. Ordinary arms, 1609. It looks like the Imperial Alliance has begun to work. Then it's time to try your luck and summon the first Divine Beast. Lin Xiao had an expectant look on his face. If he could hit the target with one shot and directly produce an alpaca with a slate, ugh, he should be God of Creation Arceus. Wouldn't that mean Lin Xiao would be invincible 2.5? What about 4 Emperors? Marine, 5 Elders? They are all scum in front of the power of creation. Or, if you want to settle for the next best thing, summon its 3 lackeys, the 3 dragons of space and time that control time, space, and a reversed world, and the artificial mythical beast, Mewtwo, that was artificially developed specifically for fighting, and the 3 ancient mythical gods that are said to have created the guardians of the ocean, land, and atmosphere in the Pokémon world. If you can draw one of these mythical beasts, even if you can't lie down as you wish, You can easily reach the peak of your life. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao instructed the system without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully summoned a legendary beast. The system has automatically deducted 1 million reputation points. Current reputation balance, 1,975,080. Accompanied by the system prompt sound. A huge figure with colorful light all over his body appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Elf name, Phoenix King. Race value, 680. Category, second generation legendary Pokémon. Attributes, fire flying. Height, 3.8 meters. Evolution stage, none and unique. Skills, Holy Fire, Nirvana Rebirth, Natural Grace, Divine Bird Smash. Note, Phoenix King represents a heart as pure as the sky and has the magical power to revive the dead. Its body shines with colorful light, and a rainbow will form where it flies. It is said that people who see Phoenix King will gain eternal happiness. 28. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, did you use up all your luck before? Even if you can give me a combat type, divine beast like dog holding sword, it will be fine. I didn't expect it to be the weakest divine beast, Ho-Oh. It's true that small Krypton is good for the mood, but big Krypton is harmful to the body. But it's better to have a divine beast than not. Lin Xiao can only comfort himself like this now. Mir, Ho-Oh is not completely useless. Its resurrection technique is still very powerful. In the animation, Ho-Oh even used only one feather to successfully resurrect Xiaoji and others. But compared to group resurrection, Lin Xiao is more concerned about the source of Ho-Oh's immune to death. That is the skill, Nirvana Rebirth. It is precisely because of the immortality attribute that the Ho-Oh has been able to sit in the position of the divine beast, goalkeeper, for so long. However, the uniqueness, especially marked in the evolution stage column, does it mean that the Ho-Oh will never be summoned again in the future? If so, then this is a good thing. As long as you harvest enough reputation points, then even if you're unlucky, there will always be a day when you can summon Arceus. And Lin Xiao did not waste too much time on this matter. Then he prepared to replicate Nirvana Rebirth, this heaven-defying ability. Great Resurrection is still very attractive to him. RTU, when he saw the amount of reputation points required, he was shocked. Huh, it actually requires 1 million reputation points. Go system, why don't you go pick it up? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. Obviously, I didn't expect that the cost of the ability, replicate, would be so ridiculous. I just don't know. Is it just this ability that has been upgraded to this level? Or all the skills of the divine beasts have been upgraded to this level? If it is the latter, then it is a bit too much. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao quickly checked the other skills of the Phoenix King. As expected, the two skills, Sacred Fire and Divine Bird Smash, also require 1 million reputation points to replicate. Are you kidding me? Even the Divine Bird Smash skill, Wrestling Eagle Man, also has it, right? And it only takes 10,000 reputation points to get it. How come a Phoenix King has been upgraded 100 times? Damn, are divine beasts so great? In addition, Lin Xiao also noticed that Nature's Grace, which has the ability to resurrect a group, actually requires a full 5 million reputation points to reproduce. This is totally out of line. If we follow this trend, then when Lin Xiao really summons Arceus in the future, if he wants to reproduce its ability, wouldn't he need 10 million reputation points as a base? I said, your system, why don't you go and grab it? It seems that we can only talk about it later. After all, this reputation points is still not enough. Lin Xiao glanced at his remaining reputation points and finally gave up the idea of reproducing Nirvana Rebirth. There's no way. No matter how rich you are, you can't spend it like this, right? And now, as the Imperial Alliance gradually gets on the right track, in the future, the number of member countries will inevitably increase. So correspondingly, the demand for elves will become greater and greater. The remaining reputation must be used on the blade. As for the first 5 small countries that applied to join the alliance, Lin Xiao selected 100 elves for garrison according to the different situations of each country, while defending against foreign enemies. He can also use the 660 characteristics of the elves themselves to help the people of these countries quickly rebuild their homes. In this process, Lin Xiao can naturally harvest reputation continuously. A win-win situation. BRT. 500 elves are stationed in the 5 newly joined small countries. 1,000 elves are stationed in Dressrosa. 100 elves are stationed in Elf Island. It seems that it is time for a new round of troop explosion. However, there's a precedent of the previous Phoenix King. Lin Xiao had no intention of trying to spend big again in the short term. After a brief thought, Lin Xiao decided to spend 1 million points of reputation to summon 1,000 ordinary troops, elves. Then he would use 900,000 points of reputation to summon high-level troops. Facing the worsening situation on the sea and the constantly emerging powerful enemies, it was difficult for the elite troops to cope with it. It would be better to supplement the high-end combat power now. Thus, the foundation of the Empire Alliance would be laid in one fell swoop. As the order was issued, the system prompts also rang one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 1,000 Pokémon. The system has automatically deducted 1 million reputation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 9 Pokémon. The system has automatically deducted 900,000 reputation points. Current reputation balance, 75,080. As expected, the 9 Pokémon summoned this time. Almost all of them are high-end goods, except for Lady Huajia and Arcane, which are ordinary Pokémon. Among the other 7, Phantom, Cresselia, Suicune, NTI, Thunder God are from legendary Pokémon, and Shamey and Meloetta are from Phantom Pokémon. But when Lin Xiao saw the abilities of each Pokémon clearly, his face suddenly darkened. Because compared to the powerful combat type like Ultimate Beast, the abilities of the Pokémon summoned this time are all more inclined to non-combat daily life. For example, the Phantom Pokémon, Shaymin, which is shaped like a white hedgehog. Although its race value is as high as 600, but its best ability is to purify the air. Whether it is poisonous gas or polluted gas, it can purify it into non-toxic and harmless fresh air. A true air cleaner. There is also the legendary Pokémon, Cresselia, which also has a race value of 600 and is called the God of Beautiful Dreams by the world. It has the ability to dispel fear and nightmares and create beautiful dreams. As for ordinary Pokémon like Lady Flower Clean, let alone, it is a true gardening master. Although the abilities of these Pokémon, if used in urban construction, will greatly improve the happiness of the people. But what Lin Xiao needs right now is obviously a combat type. And among the 9 Pokémon, only Arcane can fight. But if compared with Ultimate Beast, it is definitely a throwaway. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Why does it feel like the risk of Krypton Gold is getting bigger and bigger? After scanning the circle, Lin Xiao finally locked his eyes on 3 figures among them. Elf name, Suicune. Race value, 580. Classification, 2nd generation legendary Pokémon. Attribute, water. Height, 2 meters. Evolutionary stage, none. Skills, pray for rain, aurora beam. Purifying power, water, blizzard. Note, legend has it that Suicune is the incarnation of the North Wind, and has the power to instantly purify dirty sewage. When it appears, the north wind will blow inexplicably. Elf name, NTI. Race value, 580. Classification, 2nd generation legendary Pokémon. Attribute, fire. Height, 2.1 meters. Evolutionary stage, none. Skills, flame fong, flame vortex, flame attack, volcanic roar. Note, legend has it that NTI was born during a volcanic eruption and can spit out flames hotter than magma. When it roars, nearby volcanoes will erupt. Sprite name, Rayquaza. Racial value, 580. Category, Second generation legendary Pokémon. Attribute: electricity. Height: 2.1 meters. Evolution stage: none. Skills: thunder, lightning flash, thunder fong, thunderstorm weather. Note: legend has it that Raikou will fall with lightning, and the dark purple thundercloud-like mane on its back can release lightning, and its roar is as earth-shaking as thunder. The corners of Lin Dao's mouth twitched slightly. Aren't these the three holy beasts, known as the Phoenix King Guard? But don't be fooled by their seemingly loud names. But actually, Lin Dao prefers to call them by another name, the legendary three sacred dogs. The reason is simple. The combat power of these three so-called holy beasts is really too weak compared to divine beasts. Even among the second-level gods, the three of them are always at the bottom. Even their presence is very low. Among them is even nicknamed the River Cleaner, Top. However, this time, all the three sacred beasts were gathered at once. Lin Dao couldn't help but wonder whether there was some unknown cause and effect relationship with the Phoenix King summoned before. However, before he could figure out the reason, a tall and fiery figure appeared in the palace. Your Majesty, what's the matter with you calling me here? Although Momagi still maintained her usual aloof attitude, but when she looked at Lin Dao, the depths of her beautiful eyes always flashed with inexplicable curiosity. In the past period of time, she witnessed with her own eyes the man in front of her who acted in an extremely high-profile manner and used unconventional means. He created one amazing miracle after another that seemed impossible to achieve, and the mysterious aura emanating from Lin Dao made Momagi unable to resist the urge to analyze him in depth. I don't know since when, in her subconscious, she actually had the idea of conquering this man. That's right, conquer. Just like men like to conquer the world and beautiful women. Momagi, who is a great swordsman and has a very high spirit, also wants to conquer the powerful man in front of him who dares to poke a hole in the sky. 627. There's something I wanted to give you before. Lin Dao then took out a peach-pink artificial devil fruit and handed it to Momagi and said, "This is the first artificial devil fruit, made by Vegapunk using Kaido's bloodline factor. Originally, this fruit should have been handed over to the world government, but because the color does not match Kaido's blue dragon fruit, Vegapunk rejected it as a failure. But you can rest assured, except for the color, the ability that this fruit can show is exactly the same as Kaido's blue dragon fruit. But you should also know that once you eat the devil fruit, you will become a landlubber spurned by the sea. If you, Syak, don't like it, I can also change the gift." Finally, Lin Dao added another sentence in a very provocative way. "I just simply think that this fruit is a good match for you." The reason why Lin Dao gave this artificial devil fruit to Momagi. On the one hand, he wanted to ease the awkward situation between the two. After all, he had hyped up the CP before and also persuaded Momagi to betray Marine. Lin Dao had cheated her a lot. Now, he finally got what he wanted and brought her under his command. Naturally, he had to compensate her appropriately. Besides, Lin Dao had already copied Kaido's blue dragon fruit. There was not much use in keeping this artificial devil fruit. And Violet and Rebecca, both of them had eaten the corresponding devil fruit. Now Momagi was the only one who was not a person with special abilities. It would be better to use it to improve Momasagi's strength. After all, we will become a family sooner or later. On the other hand, during the Beast War, Momagi guarded Elf Island and fought off several waves of pirates with ulterior motives. Shouldn't such a dedicated employee be rewarded? This fruit is suitable for me. Momagi was stunned at first. Then somehow, the golden dragon form that Lin Dao showed at the end of the battle with Kaido appeared in her mind. Is he trying to turn me into a dragon and then match him? Gion, what unhealthy things are you thinking about? But speaking of it, this should be the so-called token of love, right? Momasagi's fair face suddenly turned red. She became flustered, even though she had rejected countless suitors in Marine before. But facing the man in front of her, she found that she didn't have the slightest thought of saying no. Her body was extremely honest, and she took the fruit directly. If a woman doesn't like someone, then even if you give gifts every day and show your affection every day, it's useless. But once she likes someone, then even the farts of the other person are full of hormones and Chanel. This is the reason why licking dogs can't get house. Are you really going to give me such a valuable thing? As a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Momagi naturally knows the rarity of this phantom beast and its expensive value. RTU, before Lin Xiao opened his mouth to answer, Momagi seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Suddenly, she opened her beautiful eyes wide and exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait a minute, if you hadn't eaten this fruit before then how did you transform into a dragon?" Lin Xiao had already known Momosagi's feelings for him through the ability of listening to the voice of the heart. Naturally, he regarded her as his woman. When he was about to say something, he saw Luo running in hurriedly. "Your Majesty, it's bad. Just received news that the second batch of countries that applied to join the Imperial Alliance were all attacked by pirates, and one of them was even destroyed." Then, Luo reported more detailed intelligence truthfully. "Pirates? I'm afraid it's not that simple." Lin Xiao frowned slightly when he heard this. A sharp cold light flashed across his dark eyes. Sneered contemptuously. How could there be such a coincidence? They just submitted the application and were immediately attacked. I guess there must be someone behind the scenes pushing it. Momosagi on the side thought for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the work of the CP organization." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. To be able to obtain such secret information in such a short time. It is indeed in addition to that group of celestial, except for dragon's lackeys. It's hard for others to do it. In fact, Lin Xiao had expected it long ago. During the formation of the Imperial Alliance, there will definitely be people who will come out to make trouble, especially the Marine and the world government. After all, Lin Xiao almost beat their faces before. Even for the sake of face, they will never give up. But even Lin Xiao didn't expect it. They didn't attack the member countries. They attacked the countries that just submitted their applications. These cowards, are they afraid of provoking direct conflicts? When he thought of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel funny in his heart. It seems the muscles he showed in the Beast War worked. Even the world government doesn't dare to attack him directly now. But Lin Xiao knew it in his heart. This is just that everyone hasn't completely torn their faces yet. In addition, the Naval Headquarters has just experienced the Summit War and was seriously injured. Now, they are unable to take care of the situation in New World. And Vegapunk, the development of the new human weapon, Seraph, is entering the most critical moment. That's why world government is so enduring. But I guess in 2 years, they will show their real fangs, right? But as a time traveler, how could Lin Xiao be so short-sighted and choose to stop? What he has to do, of course, he has to take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Pulu. Canada. At this moment, the encrypted Den Mushi in Lin Xiao's arms suddenly rang. The phone was connected. Stussie's sweet voice came out. "Your Majesty, I guess you should have received the news too?" Yes, the sudden attack was planned by CPO. However, they did not get the permission to start a war authorized by 5 elders, so they dare not directly attack the countries that have already joined. So they had to settle for the next best thing and wanted to use those applicant countries to make an example of others. But before Stussie could finish his words, Lin Xiao interrupted him coldly. "Why didn't you notify me in advance?" I'm really sorry." Stussie on the other end of the phone hurriedly explained. "This order was issued directly by someone with higher authority than me. He promised those pirates that as long as they destroyed these countries, they would be eligible to be selected as 7 warlords of the sea. And by the time I knew this, it had already happened." After that, Stussie waited anxiously for Lin Xiao's reply. However, the other end of the phone was surprisingly quiet. until a moment later. The magnetic and cold voice sounded again. But you're still to blame. The next time we meet, I will punish you severely. The phone was hung up immediately, and Stussie's body trembled. Although Lin Xiao's tone was cold and ruthless, she still understood the hidden meaning in Lin Dao's words. Her mind immediately recalled the scene of the last embarrassing escape, and the beautiful scene in the dungeon. She was immediately ashamed and angry. She was so angry that her teeth were itching. Bah, you little pervert. I knew you had no good intentions. I am not your subordinate. If you want my body, just say it. Ding. Wait a minute, what's going on? Momagi was the first to recover from the shock and exclaimed in disbelief. Why would a member of CPO call at this time? Could it be that you have planted a spy in their ranks? As a former vice admiral of the naval headquarters, Momagi naturally knew what a terrifying organization CPO was. Although the strength of CPO members, almost all of them were between admiral and elite vice admiral, but they were backed by celestial dragons. Even if 433 was Marshal of the Marine, Akainu had no right to ask about their actions. In the original work, there was even a classic scene where Rob Lucci angrily scolded Akainu. The Marshal is definitely worse than a dog. From this, we can see how powerful this CPO is and how special its identity is. Rado, Lin Dao was able to successfully plant a spy into the CPO, which is known as the world's strongest cipher POL, without anyone noticing. Is this really something a human can do? No matter how you look at it. This is a bit too unbelievable, right? But unlike Momosagi's overreaction, Luo behaved very calmly. After all, he has been with Lin Dao for a while. What storms and waves have he not seen? But the strong admiration in his eyes. It seems to say, Your Majesty, you are worthy of it. YYDS. Lin Dao waved his hand with a nonchalant look. To be precise, she is not a spy I planted in CPO. ATU, I have some evidence against her, so she was forced to obey me. After a slight pause, a dangerous cold light flashed in Lin Dao's dark eyes, and he said in a cold voice, Now that the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes has been clarified, it's time for us to respond. Momosagi was shocked and hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, you don't want to go to war with CO directly? Lin Dao smiled mysteriously. No, I have thought of a better way than that. He would never miss such a good opportunity to boost his reputation. Ox. Now Lin Dao has the Phoenix King, a divine beast. Lin Dao spread his hands and said, I also want to be low-key, but my strength does not allow it. At the same time, under the secret promotion of the CP organization, the news that several countries that applied to join the Imperial Alliance were attacked soon spread like a hurricane. It caused a great sensation and attention around the world. The tragic scenes published in the newspapers were chilling. Many people smelled the smell of conspiracy in this incident. Obviously, someone wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, in order to threaten those countries that were preparing to join the Imperial Alliance. Lin Dao had just defeated the Imperial Alliance a few days ago. Beast pirates. Only a fool would jump out and die at this time. This behavior is tantamount to committing suicide. But must be said, the effect of this move is indeed very significant. Originally, those small countries that were eager to try and wanted to join the alliance chose to wait and see. There's no way. These weak countries can't even do the most basic self-protection. What can they use to support Lin Dao? Dash. Almost everyone. All are waiting for Lin Dao's next reaction. Is it to compromise or a strong counterattack? If you choose to compromise, then the world will definitely be disappointed with Lin Dao. His prestige and reputation built up in Beast War will also fall to the bottom. 2.2, but if he chooses to fight back. If the real culprit hiding behind the scenes and planning all this cannot be found, then even if all the pirates who are making trouble are killed, it will be useless, because it won't be long before other pirates will pop up and reenact the same tragedy. Fifflux. What will that man choose? Will he do something shocking like before? But in the eyes of most people, Lin Dao is now in a dilemma. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Squeeneye. He destroyed the entire Mattel Kingdom with just one person's strength. What a terrifying fighting power. Kizaru crossed his legs and said with a lewd tone, I heard that since Whitebeard's death, this guy named Edward Weevil has been hunting down the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Yeah. Sengoku glanced at looking at the bounty of 480 million berry on the table. He said with a serious expression, in the past 2 months, 3 captains under Whitebeard have died in his hands. I guess the world government saw his powerful fighting ability and promoted him directly to a new member of the 28 Seven Warlords of the Sea, right? Kizaru immediately became interested when he heard this. 8 trigrams asked, Mr. Sengoku, that guy seems to have been Whitebeard's biological son. But if that's true, why haven't we heard any news about him before? Sengoku shook his head slightly. I don't know about that. Although Whitebeard did have an affair with a female ship doctor during the Rocks Pirate period, that was all. But for us Marines, it doesn't matter if it's fake. As long as he has overwhelming strength, enough to intimidate other pirates, that's enough. However, at this moment, Staff Officer Crane interrupted the two with a worried look on his face. People's conversation. Let's save that kind of sarcastic talk for later. A rough estimate is that at least 20,000 innocent civilians were killed or injured in the Mattel Kingdom. This time, even if Edward Weevil is now already became the 7 Warlords of the Sea. But as Marine, is it really okay for us to just let him do whatever he wants? What's wrong with that? On the main seat, Akainu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly snorted. That small country is not a world government member, so it is not under the jurisdiction of our Marine. Besides, isn't it all their own fault that they have fallen into such a situation? Since you want to be with Lin Xiao, that guy is in cahoots with them, then you should be prepared to be destroyed at any time. When Lin Xiao was mentioned, Akainu was furious. There was nothing he could do. He'll let this grandson take over all the bullshit. But it was all Akainu's fault. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. And the special action of CPO against Lin Xiao this time. It made Akainu feel happy that great revenge was achieved, because even if Lin Xiao later took action to get rid of those pirates, it also cannot reverse the fact that those applicant countries were destroyed. In this way, unless Lin Xiao has the ability to bring those civilians back to life. Otherwise, no matter how he tries to remedy the situation, no one will dare to join his Imperial Alliance in the future. This is not right. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Thinking of this, Akainu couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile on his face. As expected of CP0, you can come up with such a brilliant countermeasure in such a short time. Using the quota of 7 Warlords of the Sea as bait, you can deceive New World. The pirates attack the applicant country, thus forcing Lin Xiao to go to war with them and fall into endless internal friction. In this way, not only can the alliance established by that kid be disintegrated without a single soldier, you can even reap the benefits and take advantage of the opportunity to capture the Elf Kingdom in one fell swoop. It's not that I won't take revenge, it's just that the time has not come yet. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect that you would have this day. New World, Basic Kingdom. At this moment, 290 the port is full of corpses and devastation. The once prosperous streets have been turned into ruins full of broken walls in the raging fire. Not long ago, a group of the pirates named Yodomaria Fleet suddenly landed at the port. Thousands of pirates rushed ashore and began to plunder and kill without restraint. The guard were no match for them. They were quickly killed. Waha! The burly, fierce-looking Captain Orambus looked at the trembling civilians around him. He grinned proudly. The soldiers of this country are really few and weak. It seems that today is the lucky day of this admiral. As long as this country is destroyed, I think it will be like Whitebeard 2 World, get 7 Warlords of the Sea. Recalling the promise that this CPO had made to him, Orlumbus was secretly delighted. Originally, with his strength, It was almost impossible for him to be selected into the 7 warlords of the sea. But now, as long as he eliminated those countries that applied to join the Imperial Alliance, he could get the coveted qualification of being selected as a new member of the 7 warlords of the sea. This is a huge attraction for pirates like Orlumbus. As for Lin Xiao, actually, they were not willing to be enemies with this young king. After all, this guy dared to kill Doflamingo and Kaido, and during the Beast War, Lin Xiao's Elf Legion had always been suppressing the beast pirates. On the other hand, with the strength of Orlumbus and others, let alone the benchmark of the 3 calamities, I am afraid that they're still a long way from the Flying Six. But according to the guys from CPO, the target this time is not the member states of the Imperial Alliance in the true sense. They're just some small countries that have just submitted applications. So in the eyes of Orlumbus and other pirates, even if Lin Xiao knew about this, he probably wouldn't be angry with them because of these applicant countries. Otherwise, it would be openly making enemies with all pirates. That would not benefit anyone. Just like this, under the temptation of the 7 warlords of the sea quota, these evil villains chose to take risks one after another. A big gamble with their lives. MJ, from now on, they're the 7 warlords of the sea who enjoy the legal plunder privilege. J, at worst, they will be burned to ashes by Lin Xiao's anger. But wealth and honor are sought in danger. The opportunity is in front of us. If we don't try it, some people will always, little ones, take away all the treasures, women, and all valuable things. Orlumbus waved his hand and roared with a ferocious look. Kill all the royal family and anyone who dares to resist. The pirates around him shouted and cheered. Leave it to us. However, at this moment, a trembling figure, supported by several civilians, slowly walked out from the back. It was Gandalf Bartia, the king of the Baisha Kingdom. Please stop. We have clearly given up resistance. This country is already poor enough. Please show mercy and let us go. Orlumbus stepped forward after hearing this. He stretched out his big hand and actually lifted up Gandalf's skinny body. He asked with a stern face, "Hey, who are you fooling, old man? If there is no treasure, why do you apply to join the Imperial Alliance?" Faced with questioning, King Gandalf answered cautiously, "I really didn't lie. Joining the Imperial Alliance doesn't require much resources. And I heard that His Majesty Lin Xiao will give different surrender requirements according to the different situations of the applicant countries. Compared to the huge amount of heavenly gold, this is simply a blessing for our small countries." But who would have thought? Orlumbus didn't believe him at all. First, he threw Gandalf out roughly. Then he waved the big knife in his hand and scolded. Lousy doesn't believe that such a good thing will happen. But no matter what the truth is, your application to join the Imperial Alliance has offended the world government, which means a capital crime. Little ones, destroy as much as you want. For a while, killing broke out everywhere. The pirates grinned and swung their butcher knives at the civilians. Painful screams, stern wails, angry curses, powerless roars. Okay, the whole country seemed to be shrouded in endless despair. What? Why is it like this? No. King Gandalf sat on the ground helplessly, looking at the people who were dying tragically around him. He roared with unwillingness. What did we do wrong that the world government would target us like this? We were just a little bit away from getting the protection of His Majesty Lin Xiao. At this time, Orlumbus came over with a sly smile. Old man, it seems you still don't understand. Since you are about to be killed by me, I will tell you straight. In fact, the world government just want to warn Lin Xiao not to be so arrogant. But those softies don't dare to go to war with Lin Xiao directly, so they can only use you cannon fodder applicant countries as the target. A sneer of disdain appeared on Orlumbus's face, and he seemed to sneer at the cowardly behavior of the world government. But what does that have to do with him? As long as he can benefit from it. He doesn't care whether the people of this country are innocent. He doesn't care how the dispute between Lin Xiao and the world government will end. What he really wants is just that scarce position. but this does provide a great opportunity for us pirates who want to get promoted. I never thought that one day it would be so easy for 160 to get a place in the 7 warlords of the sea. After that, Orlumbus raised the long sword in his hand, aimed at King Gandalf's neck, and chopped it down. Rado. At this moment, a sharp slash came from a distance as fast as lightning. Instantly, Orlumbus was split in half. What the hell? What happened? The admiral was killed. Damn, such a terrible slash wave. Who did it? Could it be that there are still strong men of the Swordmaster, level hidden in this country? Almost all the pirates were shocked by this sudden scene, but soon their attention was attracted by a sound of horse hooves coming from far away. Not long after, Momagi was seen riding a very handsome black horse galloping over. It is not difficult to see from the golden piro that was slowly sheathing in her hand. The slash just now was made by her, but soon everyone's attention was drawn to the black horse that Momagi rode, because this horse is very different from ordinary horses. Not only is it completely black, it also has blue-purple mane on its back and a light blue tail. But the most bizarre thing is, its limbs seem to be attached with blue mist like a soul. From a distance, it looks like it is walking on the clouds. And when passing through obstacles and ruins, the tall and strong figure of the Black Hand actually penetrates directly as if it is hollow. This is obviously not an ordinary horse. It is a horse-like Pokémon. Pokémon name, Phantom. Racial value, 580. Classification, 8th generation legendary Pokémon. Attribute, Ghost. Height, 2 meters. Sif, evolution stage, none and unique. Skills, Black Mist, Shadow Ball, Soul Impact. Note, Phantom's 5 senses are extremely sharp, and it can accurately perceive the terrain and the location of creatures, and the creatures kicked by it will have their souls out of their bodies. It usually feeds on the life, energy, or souls emitted by other creatures in the air, and likes loneliness and silence. This Phantom is one of the 9 high-level soldiers summoned by Lin Xiao last time. He gave it to Momagi, although the two did not make their relationship clear. But since he already knew Momasagi's true feelings, Lin Xiao will naturally not be stingy with his woman. Bang, bang, bang. Phantom is galloping. It knocked over dozens of pirates one after another, and their souls were blasted out of their bodies in a way visible to the naked eye. Then, they were swallowed up mouthful by Lin Xiao. The pirates were so frightened that they screamed in fear. Hey, what the hell is going on? It seems that their souls have been knocked out. How scary. Is that horse a monster that can devour human souls? Its ability is exactly the same as 4 Emperor's big the soul spell that can extract the soul and life of others at will. Wait a minute. Why does that woman look familiar? Damn, that's former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momagi, who just announced his withdrawal from the Marine not long ago. Damn it, why did the Marine Vice Admiral, who withdrew, appear in such a shabby country? Idiot, don't you read the newspaper? Momagi has now joined Lin Xiao's army. What? Doesn't that mean that the country's application to join the Imperial Alliance has been approved by that man? The pirates were shocked. They never expected that Momagi would suddenly show up at this time, and the identity of the other party's great swordsman. It is obviously not something that these minions can deal with. Didn't you see that he just slashed and killed Admiral Orlumbus, whose bounty was as high as 148 million berry? But the most important thing is, the appearance of Momagi mostly means that this Baisha kingdom has successfully passed the application, become a member of the Imperial Alliance. From now on, it will be protected by Lin Xiao and the Elf Legion. If this is true, then the ending of their Yodomaria fleet can be imagined. When they thought of this, some timid pirates have thrown away their weapons with fear on their faces and turned around and ran towards the pirate ship anchored on the coastline. Are you kidding me? Looking at the entire New World now, I am afraid that there are not many people who dare to provoke that madman Lin Xiao. The other party dared to publicly execute Doflamingo. Didn't you see that Kaido could only escape in disgrace in the end? If he continues to stay here, I'm afraid that he will not even know how he died in the end. RTU. Their reaction was still a beat late, after all. Boom, boom. On the sea, huge figures comparable to the king of the near sea suddenly appeared. They were the elves with water attribute. Then there were bursts of loud noises from the port. In just a few breaths, the elves destroyed all 56 pirate ships of the Yodomaria fleet anchored at the port. Then they went ashore one after another and began to strangle the pirates around them. Damn it, is it the elf corps that once defeated the beast pirates? Help, I don't want to die. What should we do? All the ships are destroyed. We have nowhere to escape. The pirates were in chaos. Some ran away with their heads in their hands. Some dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Of course, there were also some who overestimated their own strength and attacked the elves. But more people were frightened by the huge size of the elves and the extremely strong sense of oppression emanating from them. Even the people of the Beisha Kingdom were all deeply shocked by this sudden scene. The powerful pirates who just slaughtered lives wantonly. In the blink of an eye, they all became stray dogs that fled in panic. The rapid change of identity made many people unable to react for a long time. It was different from what I saw on a live broadcast before. At this moment, everyone at such a close distance really felt the shocking visual impact brought by the elves. Even if they are not warriors, they can still see it. Even if we put aside the skills of the elves, the power contained in the huge body of 100 meters high is enough to crush this group of pirates. Is this His Majesty Lin Xiao's elf army? Please give me flowers. No wonder they could defeat beast pirates. Each elf is as terrible as King of the Near Sea. Don't talk nonsense there. How can King of the Near Sea be comparable to these elves? That's right, the abilities they show are even more like devil fruit ability users. Everyone look, isn't that former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momagi who joined His Majesty Lin Xiao not long ago? So that means our application has been approved? Everyone finally reacted. His face suddenly showed an expression of tears of joy. A few days ago, when King Gandalf announced that he would apply to join the Imperial Alliance, almost everyone did not have much illusion about it, because they did not know whether a weak country like the Kingdom of Beisha could enter Lin Xiao's eyes. After all, before this. But there has never been a good thing like the Imperial Alliance, which only takes a little bit of resources and provides shelter to other countries. But who would have thought that? They actually succeeded in the application. Rado. At this moment, Momosagi's figure has come close to King Gandalf and others. Jumped off the horse. A hint of coldness appeared on her beautiful face. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she said in a deep voice, "So, what are you going to do next? Continue to be a piece of trash that can be slaughtered by others, or choose to fight for your own destiny?" King Gandalf struggled to stand up and said with a guilty look, "Miss Momosagi, we wanted to resist at the beginning, but they said they would kill all those who resisted. And you can see that the residents of this country are mostly old, weak, sick, and disabled, and they are no match for them at all." "Enough," Momosagi interrupted mercilessly. "King Gandalf, stop making excuses for your cowardly behavior. Do you know that they didn't intend to let you go from the beginning? The agreement reached by these guys with CPO is to completely eliminate all countries that apply to join Imperial Alliance. The previous Kingdom of Mater was destroyed in this way, so no matter whether you resist or not, the final result is that you can't escape death." King Gandalf turned pale when he heard this. His shriveled figure almost collapsed to the ground. Obviously, he didn't expect that his order of non-resistance would almost lead to the tragedy of national destruction. Momosagi glanced at the elderly Gandalf, and a trace of pity flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was not a saint with overflowing love, but she also knew that for ordinary people, it was not easy to muster up the courage to face death. Perhaps it was because of this. Lin Xiao asked me to take full charge of these things, right? Did he want me to completely break off my affection for Marine? Humph, I knew a lot of ghost thoughts. Thinking of this, Momagi glanced at a certain direction in the sky with anger and amusement. But I don't know if it was the reason for the doubled affection. Even though Momagi guessed Lin Xiao's thoughts and intentions, she didn't have any disgust in her heart. Instead, she found it very interesting. Maybe this is the legendary love brain. Paused. Momasaji's voice softened a little and continued. That person? No. His Majesty Lin Xiao once said that freedom and peace are never in the hands of others. It is in the hands of those who desire freedom and peace and are willing to fight for it. His Majesty Lin Xiao's original intention to establish the Imperial Alliance is to help those countries that dare to save themselves when facing threats. Because if you don't even have this courage, then you really don't deserve peace. King Gandalf was speechless. But as Momagi said, weakness is never an excuse. Because in this world where the strong prey on the weak, weakness is the original sin. Indeed, resistance is likely to lead to death. But if you know you are weak and don't have the spirit to resist, then the end is often extremely miserable. Even if Lin Xiao established the Imperial Alliance to harvest more reputation points, but when choosing members, they are more willing to choose countries full of resistant spirit. Fuffed, God helps those who help themselves. And this one-sided massacre was soon quelled, including Captain Arambus, the Yodomaraya fleet. A total of more than 4,300 pirates were all wiped out. No one survived. All the heads were cut off. Lin Xiao has always had a zero-tolerance attitude towards pirates. He was naturally merciless. Long live His Majesty Lin Xiao. Long live His Majesty Lin Xiao. The vast majority of the people cheered. But behind the crowd, there were also many civilians who survived by chance, sitting helplessly in a pool of blood, screaming in pain, wailing 04. One of the old women covered in blood was trying to find something in the sea of blood and corpses like purgatory. And on the ground not far behind her, there were 3 bodies neatly arranged. Among them were her son, daughter-in-law, and 3-year-old granddaughter. Everyone died in a very tragic way. Some even couldn't piece together a complete torso. These people were obviously killed by those pirates in the previous turmoil. Old man, where's your body? Don't leave me alone with the children, okay? Just wait for me for a while. When I have pieced all your bodies together, I will go down to accompany you. The old woman's voice was full of despair. No, or maybe it should be said, the whole country was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. With the help of Momagi and the Elf Legion, they did win the battle. Rado, for the civilians who lost their fathers, sons, and other family members. The tragedy is now irreversible. King Gandalf showed a look of extreme self-blame on his face and cried with a choked voice. If I had made up my mind earlier, I would have submitted an application to His Majesty Lin Xiao. I wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic situation today. It's too late now. Those who died, after all, didn't get to witness the moment of peace with their own eyes. Everyone heard this. The smiles on their faces faded. The atmosphere of sadness filled everyone's heart. However, at this moment, Momagi shook her head confidently, pointed her finger at the sky, and said, 28, no, that man will make everything back to normal. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. Only then did they notice, I don't know when, a huge elf with an elegant appearance like a swan was floating in the air. This elf has a light blue body, a beige abdomen, and a crescent-shaped head. On both sides of the body and the back, there are pink ring-shaped wings that emit shining light particles like Saturn's rings. From a distance, it looks like a starry sky is surrounding it. S body, elf name, Cresselia. Racial value, 600. Classification, 4th generation legendary Pokémon. Attribute, psychic. Height, 1.5 meters. Evolutionary stage, none, and unique. Skills, telekinesis, dream mist, illusion, crescent dance, moon attack. Note, the legendary incarnation of the god of dreams and the crescent moon, with the ability to dispel nightmares. can create beautiful dreams, heal, and soothe people's spiritual trauma. Everyone, look, there seems to be a person standing on the back of that elf. That's right, it won't be. Absolutely not the wrong one, must be that man. Soon, everyone saw a man on Cresselia's back. This man was Lin Xiao, because Cresselia's appearance is very similar to a ship. Plus, it has little combat power, and it is good at flying. So Lin Xiao used Elf Gigantamax power, and used Cresselia as his own exclusive vehicle. As for the effect, it's so cool. Isn't this better than a pirate ship or submarine? Go. Oh, let the world see you use that magical history. Lin Xiao first. He glanced at the people who were kneeling below. Then he released the Phoenix King. $3 BG. Accompanied by a roar that pierced gold and split stones. The people below saw a huge elf that looked like a peacock, and a phoenix spread its wings and took off. The feathers on its body were mostly gold and red. The feathers growing on the top of its prism-shaped wings showed a vibrant green. And on the neck of the Phoenix King, there was a circle of special green stripes. Its beak and the crest on the top of its head were all golden yellow. Phoenix King waved his wings and flew across the sky. A rainbow shining with colorful light appeared from the trajectory of its flight. Then, everyone saw holy phoenix feathers falling from the sky. The dazzling light enveloped the earth. Not long after, when the light faded away, an incredible and shocking scene appeared. The civilians who died in the war before. At this moment, one by one, all came back to life again, even though some of them had been chopped to pieces before. 520, but under the magical power of the Phoenix King, which was like a savior. At this moment, they all became intact, as if nothing had happened. This is the power of the divine beast, turning decay into magic, completing miracles that humans can't accomplish at all. How'd I come back to life? It's so strange. I clearly remember being killed by pirates just now. Am I dreaming? We should have reached Hades now, right? The civilians who had just been resurrected looked at their bodies in confusion, but then they hugged their figures with tears in their eyes one by one. Of course, it's their family. And then there's the tear-jerking scene of the whole family crying and hugging each other. Let me ask you, looking at the world, what could be more fortunate than having your loved ones come back to life? Miracle. A miracle really happened? Everyone is alive. This is simply the power from the gods. No, it should be said that His Majesty Lin Xiao is the god. King Gandalf burst into tears when he saw this. He thought it was too late, even if he won the victory. But the Baisha kingdom was destroyed because of it. But who would have thought that? The young king standing above the sky actually brought down an incredible miracle for them with his own hands. It should be said that it was a miracle. This also gave this weak country that had gone through hardships a chance to start over again. At the same time, this also strengthened an idea in King Gandalf's heart. That is, from now on, no matter what enemy he faces, he will stand in Lin Xiao's camp without hesitation. Not just Gandalf. Others were also deeply shocked by the sudden miracle before their eyes. Then, tens of thousands of civilians spontaneously knelt down in unison, and they kept worshiping Lin Xiao in the sky. At this moment, in their hearts, the man above the sky has become the only god in their hearts. This is the justice I pursue. Momagi watched all this silently. In her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but flash with pride and pride, although she knew that the person the people were worshipping was Lin Xiao. But somehow, Momosagi's heart also surged with a strong sense of accomplishment. It was as if this special writing of merit had half of Lin Xiao and half of her Momosagi. TXD, what do you mean by as if? There is obviously a credit for him in this. That's right, isn't it? In fact, a few days ago, when Momosagi saw a similar scene for the first time, her expression was as shocked as that of King Gandalf and others. Because before that, Momosagi had no idea of the existence of the Phoenix King. Naturally, she could not imagine that among these magical elves, there actually existed a divine beast that possessed such a miraculous power to bring back the dead. Even on the way, Lin Xiao had comforted her and said that he had a way to bring those who had just died back to life. Momagi still did not take it to heart. This was not to say that she did not believe Lin Xiao's words, but because in Momosagi's inherent cognition, people cannot be resurrected after death, which can be said to be basic common sense known to everyone. Even Dr. Vegapunk, who has 500 years of scientific capabilities ahead of the world's strongest brain, could not break through the shackles of the law of death and bring those who had passed away back to the real world, not to mention others. So even if Momosagi knew in her heart that Lin Xiao's elves, each of them had the power comparable to the devil fruit, but resurrection was still a miracle that was impossible to achieve in Momosagi's eyes. However, not long after, when she and Lin Xiao rode on Cresselia and arrived at the first Metal Kingdom that was massacred by Whitebeard II, Lin Xiao took practical actions to completely overturn Momosagi's previous cognition. In her worldview, when the Phoenix King flapped his wings and soared in the sky, when the pieces of holy phoenix feathers fell from the sky, then, in Momosagi's unbelievable eyes, a scene that could be called a miracle officially took place. In a ruined country, those civilians and soldiers who had been brutally slaughtered by Whitebeard II, in the dazzling, colorful light, he stood up again from the sea of blood and corpses like purgatory. Shocked, Lin Xiao was shocked beyond words. Momosagi was shocked beyond words. That man, lungs, he actually had the ability to bring people back to life, and he resurrected an entire country and tens of thousands of people at the same time. Is this really not a joke? Is this really the level that humans can achieve? I'm afraid that even the gods in mythology can do such a shocking thing. This sudden scene in front of her directly overturned Momosagi's previous understanding of the world. It even made her feel unreal. However, when Momosagi looked up and saw the calm expression on Lin Xiao's face above the sky, she finally realized, in the hands of this young king, what kind of terrifying power is in his hands. It is no exaggeration to say that, with this ability to resurrect the dead, the existence of the Phoenix King will be like One Piece, a treasure that can make the whole world boil and go crazy. But I don't know if it's a love brain attack. At this moment, Momosagi's mind suddenly had a strange idea. The pair of charming eyes like peach blossoms looking at Lin Xiao sparkled. He should need someone to protect him now. Somehow, at this moment, Momosagi, the strong woman, had an inexplicable impulse to protect Lin Xiao. Perhaps it was because she wanted to see more people being rescued by Lin Xiao and the King of Phoenix. Perhaps it was because she didn't want to see Lin Xiao isolated and helpless. Anyway, from that moment on, Momosagi completely accepted her new identity as a sword-carrying guard. #B. The last bit of goodwill she had for Marine was completely wiped out after she witnessed the demise of these applicant countries and the tragic deaths of tens of thousands of innocent people. Just as Lin Xiao had said to her before, Marine is just a tool for the world government to maintain order and balance in the ocean, no matter how much they claim to be justice. But when this justice conflicts with the orders of the world government, they will directly ignore the former, siege, and give priority to completing the orders issued by the world government. This was the case during Sengoku's reign. Now that it is Akainu's turn to succeed, the marshal is still the same. Now, even Momosagi feels that this is probably the justice and philosophy that Marine truly upholds. Before meeting Lin Xiao, even though she was the vice admiral of the naval headquarters, she was still powerless to resist such constraints and systems. She could only follow orders step by step. Until Lin Xiao appeared, everything changed. Momosagi witnessed the rise of this man with her own eyes. And with his own strength, he successfully broke the long-forgotten shackles of power and hierarchy established by the world government for this sea. And let Momosagi see clearly what the real justice is. And it was precisely from that time, deep in her heart, she developed a strong interest and affection for this young king. While Momosagi was thinking to herself, Lin Xiao threw 3 pokeballs from midair one after another. Bo bo bo. Then, 3 petite figures fell from the sky. They were the 3 high-level troops, elves that Lin Xiao had just summoned a few days ago. Elf name, Shemi. Racial value, 600. Classification, 4th generation mythical Pokémon. Attributes, grass flying. Height, 0.2 meters. Evolution stage, none and unique. Skills, sweet air, healing wish, photosynthesis, leaf storm, seed flash, power of the earth. Note, although Shemi is very timid, he has the powerful ability to decompose toxins in the atmosphere and purify the air. Whether it is poisonous gas or polluted gas, all of them are transformed into non-toxic and harmless fresh air. Elf name, Meloetta. Race value, 600. Category, 5th generation mythical Pokémon. Attributes, psychic fighting. Height, 0.6 meters. Evolution stage, none. Skills, magic sound, telekinesis, illusion, invisibility, song of destruction. Note, Meloetta can freely manipulate the listener's emotions through singing and melody, causing the listener's emotions to change accordingly. When attacked by the enemy, it will use a happy melody to reduce the opponent's fighting will. When Meloetta sings the ancient song, she will transform into a dancer and start fighting and dancing. Elf name, Lady Flower Clean. Racial value, 552. Classification, 6th generation Pokémon. Attribute, Fairy. Height, 1.1 meters. Evolution stage, the final evolution of Flower Bebe. Skills, lucky spell, magic leaves, falling flowers, petal dance, aromatherapy. Note, Lady Flower Clean has the magical power to control the growth of flowers and can cultivate flowers to create beautiful gardens. It is said that its lifespan is as long as hundreds of years. And the 3 elves also activated their special abilities as soon as they landed under the instruction of Lin Xiao. Shemi, who is shaped like a white hedgehog, suddenly had a strong magic power surging in his small body. It drifted away into the filthy atmosphere. Soon, everyone was surprised to find that the pungent smell of blood and the scorched smell of houses and other buildings that filled the air, which made people feel sick, were all decomposed by the purification of the magical power released by Shemi. Instead, there was fresh air as fresh and sweet as spring water, and Madame Huajia and Meloetta also activated their abilities. The destroyed flowers and plants on both sides of the street, and the large areas of land that were burned black in the fire, regrew colorful and bright flowers at a speed visible to the naked eye. And green grass. Instantly, this country, which had just been devastated by the war, reappeared with a vibrant vitality, accompanied by the sound of beautiful songs. The fear and worry that originally filled people's hearts were also quickly dispelled. Meloetta not only used her singing to heal people's wounded hearts. At the same time, she helped them, rekindled their hope and enthusiasm for a new life in the future. JJ. In order to prevent the pirates from poisoning the water source before, Lin Xiao specially released Suicune. The whole body is blue. The body is like a deer, and there's a hexagonal sky blue crown like a sapphire on the top of the head, accompanied by the sudden north wind. All the water sources that may be polluted were purified. After Momosagi dealt with the garrison problem of the Elf Legion, she and Lin Xiao left the Beisha Kingdom, rushed to the next applicant country that was attacked. RTU. Before leaving, Momosagi was like a hostess. She also said something meaningful to King Gandalf. The elves will help you with the next reconstruction work, but I hope King Gandalf can remember one thing. That is, the Imperial Alliance will never abandon those who dare to resist. In the next few days, the miracle that once happened in the Kingdom of Beisha was also staged in several other applicant countries that were destroyed by pirates. Resurrect innocent people, place the Elf Legion, organize elves to participate in the reconstruction work. After a series of operations, Lin Xiao actually harvested nearly 800,000 reputation points. Now his total reputation points has reached 1.1 million points. Just when Lin Xiao was thinking about whether to spend a little more, a soft voice sounded in his ears. "Your Majesty, are you really going to hunt that guy next?" Momagi reminded with a worried look on his face. He has just been awarded the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea by World Government. If we kill him now, I am afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction from World Government. Maybe they will even launch a buster call against Elf Island. *0. Rado. Different from Momosagi's worries, Lin Xiao is obviously much more optimistic. Or in other words, now he is confident. He is not afraid of the scale of buster call at all. Don't worry, before Marine completes world recruitment, 5 elders will never dare to confront me head-on. Lin Xiao Hockey said confidently, and Whitebeard too is my warning to them. If you dare to provoke me again, I will expose the sky of New World to him. New World. Pabub Island, in the town where the former Whitebeard Pirates Ranger Doma was stationed. The streets were in a mess. Hundreds of pirates and civilians were lying on the ground. Broken limbs were everywhere. Blood gathered into a pool of blood. And Ranger Doma was split in half by a burly man with a white crescent-shaped beard like Whitebeard. It's so annoying. These people are all the same. No matter who it is, they're all like they have a brain disease and can't understand what others say. They all say something stupid like, Whitebeard's son will only stay in the Whitebeard Pirates. Mom, I'm the only real Whitebeard's son in this world, right? After all, my beard is also white. The person who spoke was Edward Weevil, the newly promoted Whitebeard II of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The short woman standing next to him, who was not much taller than a stool, was his nominal mother, Beijingham Stussy. Stussy, who was lurking inside the CPO, was her clone when she was young. After hearing Weevil's words, Bajin replied with a smug look on her face. You're absolutely right, my son. These members of the Whitebeard C-087 Pirates group are just playing house games with your father on the ship. But the only one who truly inherited his bloodline of the world's strongest pirates is you, his biological son, and I am naturally the woman Whitebeard loved most when he was alive. I say, you kid, why don't you work harder for me and hurry up to get the Phoenix Marco? And the other, your father must have left a huge legacy. That treasure is only for me, him. Only you, his biological son, can inherit it. Weevil nodded innocently and said, Oh, so that's how it is. By the way, Mom, no matter what, I'm going to take revenge. I'm going to tear the culprit who killed my father, Blackbeard, into pieces. That's right, I will never forgive him. But Bakeen scolded him nonchalantly. Don't say that kind of nonsense, idiot. Revenge is no longer acceptable. In my eyes, it's not even worth one berry. All we need now is money. Money, understand? So the key is to grab the inheritance as soon as possible. Weevil seemed to be very afraid of Bakeen. He nodded obediently, but then, as if she remembered something, she bit her finger and asked, But Mom, why do we help the world government destroy that island before? As pirates, aren't we enemies? Bakeen said with a sinister smile, My stupid son, what do you know? As long as we have the identity of 7 Warlords of the Sea, we can rob openly without restraint. Have you not noticed yet? Even though we caused so many civilian casualties along the way, Marines still didn't jump out to get in the way. This is the benefit of joining 7 Warlords of the Sea. At this point, Bakeen showed a touch of emotion on his face. But even I didn't expect that this identity could be obtained so easily. It seems that CPO hates the king named Lin Xiao very much. No, maybe it should be said that he is afraid of him. In order to destroy the Imperial Alliance he established, they even used the quota of 7 Warlords of the Sea as a bargaining chip. But this is just a bargain for us. It's so easy to get the status of 7 Warlords of the Sea by destroying a small country. I have to say, we are really lucky. Although Weevil didn't understand what his mother was laughing at, but he still laughed stupidly. But just when the two of them were carrying the treasures looted from the Ranger Doma's base, preparing to leave the island and rush to the next island where the remnants of the former Whitebeard pirates were located, two figures suddenly walked out from the side and blocked their way. It was Windspeed Dog and Martial Arts Bear Master. Mom, it seems that there's a dog and 7 pandas blocking our way. Whitebeard 2 tilted his head and said with a dull look. 1.2. He seemed to have no idea why these two elves came. RTU. Vakeen standing next to him was obviously much smarter. First, he carefully looked at Windspeed Dog and Martial Arts Bear Master on the opposite side, and then he was shocked and looked around to the left and right. After confirming that there was no trace of other enemies, he was relieved. But what she could never have imagined was that the real position of the enemy at this moment was actually in the sky. Bang! Baba kicked Whitebeard 2's calf with her pointed high heels. Then she narrowed her eyes angrily and said, "Stupid, what do you mean by seemingly? We were clearly stopped by them." If I guess correctly, the two beasts on the opposite side should be the elves under the recently popular elf Can Lin Xiao, right? I just don't know why they suddenly appeared here. Or did Lin Xiao send them here to cause trouble after learning that we destroyed the kingdom of Mater? Speaking of this, Bajin couldn't help but fall into deep thought, although she was not afraid of Lin Xiao. And in her eyes, even though Lin Xiao successfully defeated Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, in the previous Beast War. But in her opinion, this was probably just Lin Xiao's luck. As a former member of Rock's Pirate, Barba and Kaido are old acquaintances. Although she was not a combatant in the past, she was just a medical staff on the ship. But no matter what, she has a certain understanding of Kaido's strength. So she doesn't believe that Lin Xiao has the power to defeat Kaido, even though the opponent may have obtained the artificial devil fruit of the blue dragon fruit, copied by Vegapunk himself. But the gap in strength and combat experience is like an insurmountable chasm for ordinary people. But at the same time, Barba doesn't want to provoke Lin Xiao too much, because this young king is now known as a madman in the mouths of the pirates. Thinking back to the beginning, it was because Doflamingo was spying on Lin Xiao's Elf Island. That's why he led this young man to a series of crazy actions. Hashtag, even if the world government and Marine intervened later, Lin Xiao didn't want to restrain himself at all. Instead, she chose to confront Dees head-on. Being able to make such a shocking move is enough to show that Lin Xiao is a never-give-up madman, and Barba is a man who only cares about money. Naturally, she doesn't want to offend Lin Xiao, and thus find herself in a big trouble. RTU, because the conditions given by CPO are very generous, she will take Whitebeard 2 to Maddle Kingdom to destroy the country. After seeing the two elves on the opposite side, she has already realized that something is wrong. If it were normal, I think she would definitely let Whitebeard 2 capture the two elves, and then secretly sell them to the black market, in exchange for a generous reward. Now, whether it is celestial dragons, or nobles from other kingdoms, or any other forces, all of them are drooling over the group of elves in Lin Xiao's hands. There is no way. Who made them perform so well during the Beast War? Among them, celestial dragons even offered a sky-high price of 500 million berries. They want to get an elf. But now Lin Xiao is in the limelight. No one dares to take action against his elves at this time. Really, Whitebeard 2's face immediately showed a trace of anxiety when he heard this. And he shouted, "What should we do, mother? These two elves look so scary." After a moment of silence, Ba Jin's wrinkled old face showed a fierce look, and he said viciously, "Humph, since that kid wants to hinder our actions, don't blame us for being ruthless. 830-inch. Weevil, don't worry about it. Just kill them directly. Then we will rush to the next place immediately to find the treasures left by your father. $38,955. Whitebeard 2 was immediately excited when he heard this. He roared at the Windspeed Dog and Martial Arts Bear Master in front of him. Since you are here to make trouble, don't blame me. I will kill both of you. Yes, that's right. Just use the name Whitebeard. Whoever sent you here, he made a wrong calculation. Do you know that my mother and I are Whitebeard's real relatives? Yes, it's the king who holds the title of the strongest man in the world. I am his biological son. I am the only one who has the legal right of inheritance. Anyone who dares to call himself Whitebeard's son is my enemy. And since you dare to block my and my mother's way, it means you want to oppose us. My mother said that I am now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. That means that no matter how many people I kill, how many countries I destroy, no one will dare to stop me. So, don't hate me for killing you, because this is your fate. While speaking, I saw Whitebeard too waving the big Naginata in his hand. I inherited the power of my father when he was young, so you two alone can't stop me. Let me teach you how huge the gap is between humans and animals. But you can also try to stop me and see. But if you can't do it, just get killed quickly. Abu, Whitebeard too raised his hand and the knife fell. A huge crescent-shaped slash wave burst out of nowhere. It exploded towards the location of Arcane and Bearmaster. However, this powerful attack was easily avoided by the 2 Pokémon. After receiving Lin Xiao's order, Bearmaster retreated a long distance, obviously leaving the battlefield to Arcane. Pokémon name, Arcane. Racial value, 555. Classification, first generation Pokémon. Attribute, fire. Height, 1.9 meters. Evolutionary stage, the final evolution of Katkina. Skills, super speed, flame fong, flash charge, self-sacrifice ram, flame jet. Note, Arcane has a running speed beyond human imagination, and its movements are as light as flying. It is said that it can run 10,000 kilometers in one day and night, and it has a blazing fire in its body. Its gorgeous mane has fascinated countless people. Its majestic cry is full of irresistible majesty. No matter who hears it, they will involuntarily feel the urge to kneel down. Roar! The wind speed dog, which looks like a large dog, let out a low roar. The majestic stripes on its body, like a tiger, also stood up. Then, it turned into a phantom, and at a speed far beyond the human eye, it attacked Whitebeard too directly. Bang! With the blessing of Godspeed, Windspeed Dog rushed to Whitebeard too as fast as lightning. Then, before the opponent could react, it launched Sacrificial Ram. The huge impact force directly blew away Whitebeard 2's mountain-like body. What? Bajin was shocked when she saw this. She never thought that Windspeed Dog would have such strength. Originally, she only saw the strength of these elves under Tyan Lindo in the news. But she had never seen it with her own eyes. So all along, she didn't believe that the power of animals could be as strong as humans. Not to mention that it was comparable to demon fruit power. That was simply ridiculous, like a fairy tale. Asterisk, except for the giant sea kings. But today, when she witnessed the strength that Windspeed Dog had just shown, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. Because no matter the speed or the power of the collision just now, it was definitely not inferior to Weevil. How is this possible? The dog actually knocked Weevil away. Bakeen cried out in shock. Impossible. The child has Whitebeard's blood flowing in his body. How can he be so vulnerable? Good money. Hole, Weevil, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up for me, and defeat this elf. Tuan, stop doing things that embarrass me. Whitebeard too, who had just been knocked away in the distance, rubbed his aching head and slowly got up from the ground. Muttered innocently, "It hurts so much. Mom, that guy's bones are as strong as armament hockey. Is it really an animal? But since Mom has already said so, you'd better die obediently." This time, before Whitebeard too made his move, he first covered his entire body with a pitch-black armament hockey. Even the large Naginata in his hand was no exception. Then he activated his own observation hockey. After making sure that everything was safe, he raised the large Naginata and launched a new round of attacks on Arcane. Roar! Arcane roared angrily. Then he activated super speed again and rushed towards Whitebeard too. But this time, with the help of observation hockey, Arcane's attack did not work. Instead, Whitebeard too barely dodged it. Mom, this is such a strange big dog. Why have I never seen such a strange creature before? It looks like a devil fruit user. Come to think of it, 270. I also want to have the ability of the Logia Ruru fruit like my father. If that happens, I will be exactly like my father. While dodging the attack, Whitebeard too swung the big Naginata in his hand to fight back. Although armament hockey is his real strength, but with the existing observation hockey, Whitebeard too can still successfully dodge the attacks of the wind speed dog, even if he is hit occasionally. He also relies on his own strong defense like steel to calmly bear it. But even if the wind speed dog's attack begins to invalidate, but it was also extremely difficult for Whitebeard too to hit wind speed hound. After all, the opponent's speed was there. Often, at the moment when he drew his sword, wind speed hound had already switched to another direction. So, a fierce battle started between the man and the dog. Bakeen stood anxiously on the side and fought. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, in the air above their heads, Lin Xiao and Momagi were standing on the back of Meloida, quietly observing the battle below. Your Majesty, why don't you let me take action to eliminate them directly? Momagi showed a puzzled look on her beautiful face. In her opinion, there was no need to go to the trouble of sending out elves to fight. With her own strength, she could completely eliminate Whitebeard too and Bakeen. Before she withdrew from naval headquarters, she was not only the vice admiral, she was also a substitute admiral. As one of the few female great swordsmen in the Marines, Momagi is still very confident in her own strength. Even if the enemy is 7 warlords of the sea, she doesn't care at all. If she has to say who among 7 warlords of the sea she is most afraid of, it is naturally Eagle Eye Mihawk, who has the title of world's #1 swordsman. There is no other way. Who makes that guy the ceiling among swordsmen? Ratto. As the time spent with Lin Xiao gradually increased, Momagi found more and more that, in the head of this mysterious man in front of her, who always made her sink into it, there would be unexpected thoughts from time to time. It is precisely because of this that Momagi did not stop Lin Xiao from releasing the elves before. But when the battle below reached a stalemate, she chose to ask questions. When Lin Xiao heard this, a mysterious smile appeared on his handsome face, and he said lightly, "It is rumored that Whitebeard too has Whitebeard's blood flowing in his body. I just want to take the opportunity to use the elves to test his strength, whether he can reach the level of Whitebeard when he was young. By the way, we can also see how big the gap is between the strength of these 2 elves and the 7 warlords of the sea." Momagi didn't say much. She just nodded slightly. It means that everything is up to Lin Xiao to arrange. However, her heart is still full of doubts. Is it really just as simple as testing the combat power of the elves? Obviously, in the previous Beast War, the core cadres of beast pirates have been used to test the combat power of the elves. I support you wholeheartedly. You don't even tell me your true thoughts. Scumbag. A complete scumbag. But even though Momagi was extremely curious, she could not help asking. Because she had been engaged in intelligence work for so many years, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. There were some things that Lin Xiao wanted to tell her. Then he would not hide anything. The same was true in reverse. If there was something that was not suitable to tell her yet, no matter how much Momagi asked, the man in front of her would never tell it. Even though the 2 of them had not been together for a long time, Momagi had a certain understanding of Lin Xiao's temper. Even though she had interrogated countless treacherous people before, she could even see through whether others were lying. But when facing Lin Xiao, she always had a feeling that she could not see through the dark abyss. That's right, this mysterious man made her unable to figure it out. But the more this happened, the more attractive Lin Xiao was to her. After all, no matter how powerful a woman was, they will also be attracted to men who are stronger than themselves. This is an eternal truth. But let's be honest. Momosagi really blamed Lin Xiao wrongly this time, because Lin Xiao really wanted to use the two Pokémons, Arcane and Martial Arts Bear Master, to test the gap between him and Whitebeard too. The reason is because there are many Pokémons like Arcane whose race value exceeds 551 and reaches high-level troops. Lin Xiao wants to take a look. What kind of strength can these ordinary types of high-level troops burst out in actual combat so that you can have a good idea in advance to prevent the unprepared rollover in the future? If you really lose, then when Lin Xiao summons similar ordinary high-level troops in the future, he will not arrange two strong opponents for them. They will even be used as elite troops directly, and the role of Martial Bear Master is naturally the reference of Arcane. The reason why those Ultimate Beasts and Machado were not used, that's because their combat effectiveness had been verified as early as during the Beast War, when they fought against the core cadres of Beast Pirates. No matter how strong Whitebeard 2 is, he can never surpass Jean and Quinn, even if it is just a comparison of strength. Even Jack can beat him. So Lin Xiao will naturally not use 7 Warlords of the Sea to verify their strength again. As for Martial Bear Master, who makes it the ceiling of elf troops, at this time, it naturally became Lin Xiao's first choice. Just when Lin Xiao and Momosagi were talking, the battle below had directly entered a white-hot stage. Whitebeard 2 swung the big Naginata in his hand fiercely, and in a split second, successfully predicted the movement trajectory of Arcane and blasted it far away. Why? Whitebeard 2 panted in embarrassment. In the previous battle, although Arcane's attack could not really break through the layer of armament hockey that was as hard as steel covering his body, and thus hurt his vitals, but also had to attack quickly, causing a lot of minor injuries to Whitebeard 2. Oh, as the saying goes, flies don't bite, but they annoy people. This made Whitebeard 2, who is not very smart, furious. But I don't know if he really has the power of Whitebeard's bloodline. Or is it just a blind cat catching a dead mouse? Anyway, in the subsequent attack, Whitebeard 2 successfully hit Arcane. Goo. Seeing this, Bakeen smiled and clapped his hands in joy. This is my good son. If you're defeated by that stupid dog, how can we take back the treasure left by Whitebeard? Weevil, don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up and show your real skills and kill those 2 elves. As the order was issued, Whitebeard 2 nodded in a muffled voice. Okay, Mom, I'll kill them now. While speaking, he waved the big Naginata in his hand and rushed towards the ruins of Arcane. You damn big dog, die. However, just as Whitebeard 2's attack was about to fall, Martial Arts Bear Master, who had been watching the battle from a distance, suddenly attacked. It seemed that he realized that the situation on the battlefield was extremely unfavorable to Windspeed Dog. Martial Arts Bear Master rushed over as fast as lightning. Then his hands were like flowing water, and in a flash, he took on Whitebeard 2's terrifying attack, like a mountain of pressure. The large Naginata, whose attack trajectory was changed, fell heavily on the ground on the other side. Then a huge, deep pit was left on the ground 170. His power was so terrifying that even Momosagi and Midair could not help but marvel at it. It seems that the legend is true. Momosagi's beautiful eyes flashed with eagerness to try, and then she said with her red lips, "The world government has recruited him into the 7 Warlords of the Sea. This time, I guess they also saw his extraordinary power, but although his power cannot be ignored, his fighting skills are disorganized and very messy. With this level of strength alone, it is no problem to deal with ordinary pirates or ordinary Vice Admiral level enemies. But if he encounters a stronger enemy, then he will have no choice but to surrender." Obviously, Momosagi is thinking about competing with Whitebeard 2. Her words are telling Lin Xiao that if she wants to kill him, it will be easy. But one thing is certain. Without Lin Xiao's permission, Momosagi will never act rashly. Duh. Lin Xiao snorted with a nonchalant look. In fact, he has long seen that Whitebeard 2 is not Momosagi's opponent. Don't look at the terrifying power displayed by the opponent. And he also has observation haki and armament haki, but when he fights, he almost attacks with a strong instinct. For a strong man like Momosagi who has successfully entered the realm of great swordsmen, enemies like Whitebeard 2 are really not worth looking at. Often, if he finds an opportunity, he can kill him with one blow. Not to mention, Momosagi has now eaten the artificial devil fruit, blue dragon fruit, that Lin Xiao gave her, whether his strength, speed, physique, or her own recovery speed. All have been enhanced to an epic level. It is no exaggeration to say that Momosagi has now officially entered the top realm of general level. Even if Whitebeard 2 is a devil fruit ability user, it is still easy to crush him. You know, in the original work, Whitebeard 2 was easily defeated by Admiral of Headquarters Green Bull Aramaki, so Lin Xiao is not worried about the final result. But from the previous Arcane Dog, and in the battle between Whitebeard 2 and Lin Xiao, he saw some drawbacks, or it gave him a warning, just as he had expected. Although the race value of Arcane has reached the range of high-level troops, but its strength is far from the real high-level troops. It is even hard to say whether it can compare with martial arts Bear Master. It can be seen from this when fighting against enemies at the level of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Even if some Elves race value has reached the range of high-level troops, but they still cannot be sent to fight because the difference in strength. It is definitely not something that race value can make up for. However, if it is against supernova-level pirates or those passerby vice admirals of naval headquarters, ordinary high-level troops like Arkin can deal with it calmly. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao showed a faint smile on his face. Next, it depends on the outcome of the battle between Martial Arts Bear Master, the ceiling of 0.7, Elite Soldier, and Whitebeard 2. Previously during Beast War, Martial Arts Bear Master once faced Fuzzy F, the strongest of the Flying Six. The two were almost equal in strength. Although Martial Arts Bear Master won the final victory, it was mostly due to the Elf Gigantamax power that Lin Xiao blessed it with, which brought it 100 times the power. If it was just a human form like now, it would be hard to say the outcome. After all, Faz-F is from CP9, and he is known as a genius who is no less than Rob Lucci. Moreover, with the multiple blessings of Marine 6 styles, armament haki, observation haki, and Zoan Cat fruit ancient species saber-toothed tiger form, even in human form, Faz-F's combat power can definitely reach the level of elite vice admiral. So it is highly unlikely that Martial Arts Bear Master will be able to defeat him. During the Beast War, any battle against the core cadres of beast pirates directly affects the direction of the entire battle. Therefore, Lin Xiao does not allow any accidents to happen. He did not let Martial Arts Bear Master and Faz-F fight 28 times under normal conditions. And now, there are no such concerns when hunting Whitebeard 2. It can be completely relied on to give it a go in human form, and use this to test the final result. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Under the attack of Invisible Fist, Whitebeard 2's powerful attack was successfully resolved by Martial Arts Bear Master again and again. And then he fought back fiercely with Water Stream, like a stream of water. In comparison, the previous attack of Windspeed Dog seemed a little pale and powerless. After all, the former's attribute is not fighting. This can be explained. 67. After Martial Arts Bear Master successfully blocked a blow, he directly used Explosive Fist. The terrifying force that exploded actually blew Whitebeard 2's mountain-like figure away, smashed heavily into a passing ruin. Hey, Weevil, what are you doing, you idiot? But Keen, who was originally ecstatic, became furious after seeing this scene and said, "Hurry up and get up and kill this panda." As the voice fell, the silly voice of Whitebeard 2 came from the smoke-filled ruins. Mom, please don't be angry. I just wanted to trick that panda." Then I saw Whitebeard 2 rushing out of the ruins like a mad buffalo. Waving the big Naginata in his hand, he launched a new round of offensive against martial arts Bearmaster. Damn Panda, you made my mother angry again. You don't really think I'm not your opponent? If I can't even beat a small animal, what's the point of being 7 warlords of the sea? And I have Whitebeard's blood flowing in my body. 64,646 yen. Boom, boom, boom. Whitebeard 2's attack was as fierce as a storm. He did not give martial arts Bearmaster any chance to counterattack. The latter could only use Invisible Fist continuously to dissolve the fierce attack, and retreated to the rear. That's right. On Bajin's wrinkled old face, a smug look appeared again, and in a subtle voice that only he could hear, he murmured to himself, "You know, Whitebeard's body is flowing in Weevil's body. No, in terms of preparation, it should be that I extracted the bloodline factor from Whitebeard and successfully created him. This is really thanks to that madman Vegapunk. It's a pity that guy is unwilling to help me complete the final experiment, so that Weevil's IQ of 043 only remains at the stage of a 5-year-old child. This guy will go to Eigerhead to settle accounts with him after I take back the treasures left by Whitebeard. That's right. Whitebeard 2 is actually a clone created by Bakin using bloodline factor and other technologies, just like Stussy created by Vegapunk. But Bakin's technology is obviously not as advanced as that of Garpunk. So Whitebeard 2 is as simple as an assembled puppet. There's no beauty at all. At the same time, his IQ is also very pleasing. However, for outsiders, Bakin's identity seems to be just a member of the once famous Rocks Pirate, but her other identity has always been little known. That is one of the members of the illegal scientific research team, MADS, once founded by Vegapunk. There are 5 core members of MADS, in addition to Vegapunk and Bakin. The other 3 are also famous. They are the head of the Vinsmoke family, who is called the Strange Bird by the world, and the king of the Germa Kingdom, and the supreme commander of the Germa 66th Army, Judge Vinsmoke, one of the 3 big bosses of beast pirates, who has the name of Plague, and a bounty of 1.32 billion berry, and Quinn, who is also a user of Zoan dragon fruit, ancient species, Brachiosaurus form, and Geisa Kalong, who is ranked 2nd in the science class of MADS, and is known as the highest authority in the manufacture of weapons of mass destruction, and a user of Logia, gas fruit, and a bounty of 300 million berry. Thinking back then, the 5 people who were still young and frivolous co-founded MADS, want to change this turbulent world through scientific power. Among the 5 of them, except for Vegapunk, who participated and led in all aspects and projects, everyone else grandmastered a technology. For example, Geisa Kalong, who has now become a prisoner in Lin Xiao's hands. His main research direction is to use the principle of bloodline factor to create artificial devil fruit smile and complete the human giantization experiment, Giant Medicine, and large-scale biochemical killing weapon, Death Kingdom. And Vinsmoke Judge's main direction, although it is also related to bloodline factor, is more inclined to the direction of cyborg and clone soldier. After all, Judge's dream is to be able to rule North Blue again one day. I have to say something here. The bloodline factor was discovered by Vinsmoke Judge and Vegapunk during their experiments. It is also called the blueprint of life. Vinsmoke Judge's 5 children are the cyborgs he created using this technology. Sanji, the only chef of the Straw Hat Pirates who still has emotions, is regarded as a failure by him. As for the fat guy Quinn, he has mastered the body transformation technology similar to Vinsmoke Judge. Even the abilities that the 2 can use are extremely similar. However, at the same time, Quinn also invented biological weapons, such as Mummy and Ice Ghost. It can be said that he has dabbled in different fields. But no matter what, these 5 people were all outstanding in the field of scientific research at that time. As one of them, Bakin naturally could not be mediocre. Her strength is precisely cloning technology. After MADS was disbanded, the ambitious Bakine secretly joined Rock's Pirate as a ship doctor. She certainly didn't just want to be a pirate. She wanted to use the advanced technology at her disposal to copy clones of Rocks and others. Thus, she could create a superpower that could shock the world with her own strength. Rado, although her idea was beautiful, the reality was very harsh. Even if she used beauty as bait, she successfully obtained blood samples from most of the cadres. But in the end, only Whitebeard was suitable for the cloning experiment. #E. The embarrassing thing is that Bakine alone could not do what Vegapunk did, and perfectly create a clone like Stussy. In the final analysis, her technology is slightly inferior to Vegapunk's. Since then, Bakine has always been full of jealousy and hostility towards Vegapunk. But she didn't know anything about Stussy. Otherwise, she would be angry to death after learning that Vegapunk actually used her, Dino's, bloodline factor to perfectly copy a clone. You little animals, no matter what. No, it should be said that you will never be able to beat me. While Whitebeard, too, was attacking Martial Arts Bearmaster, he said to himself in a muffled voice, "Don't you understand yet? If you can defeat me, doesn't that mean you can defeat Whitebeard, who has the title of World's Strongest Man? Because I am his biological son who inherited all his blood. Dog, I feel angry just mentioning this. Blackbeard, that be *******D, dare to do such a despicable thing to my father. As a son, I will tear him into pieces no matter what. You two little animals, why don't you just let me kill you quickly? Then I will help my mother get back the treasures left by my father. After that, I can settle accounts with Blackbeard, that be *******D. I will chop off his head with my own hands." Whitebeard, too, became more and more angry as he spoke. His offensive became more and more fierce. However, all these attacks were blocked by the martial arts Bearmaster, its invisible fist, which was like flowing water and soft but strong. It seemed that in a short period of time, the two of them could not tell the winner. However, at this moment, bang! After successfully dodging a slash from Whitebeard 2, Martial Arts Bearmaster approached as fast as lightning. Then he actually used the special move, True Chi Fist, that he had used to kill Virgo not long ago. The surging energy gathered crazily in the palm of Martial Arts Bearmaster. Then before Whitebeard 2 could react, he hit his chest hard. The powerful blow actually blasted Whitebeard 2's mountain-like body away. Different from the previous attacks. After being knocked away, Whitebeard 2 spat out a mouthful of blood. The sturdy figure struggled several times before he barely got up from the ground. From this, it can be seen that the martial arts Bearmaster, his True Chi Fist, just now caused him what kind of injury. Cough, cough, cough. It really hurts. Whitebeard, too, kept coughing, and his face was full of painful expressions. Mom, this bear is really powerful. If I hadn't used armament hockey to defend just now, I'm afraid it would have blasted a big hole in the mouth of the moon now. Really? You actually want to kill me? If that's the case, don't blame me for being really angry. I'm going to chop off your head and eat the bear meat on your body. By the way, I haven't eaten an animal as weird as you. While talking, Whitebeard 2's aura has begun to rise again. Apparently, the previous blow almost killed him. Let this fool realize that if he doesn't take it seriously, he will probably die in the hands of the bear opposite. Exto. At this moment, after seeing this scene, Lin Xiao, who was above the horizon, said to Momagi behind him without looking back, "Now, it's time for you to appear." The test that Lin Xiao wanted to do before now has the results. Whether it is Wind Speed Dog or Martial Arts Master, when facing a combat force like Whitebeard 2, who is at the top of 7 Warlords of the Sea, they are obviously a little powerless. Not to mention, even the True Chi Fist that can kill Virgo in one hit, after hitting Whitebeard 2 head-on, failed to successfully kill him. This is enough to show the huge gap in strength between the two. Although Whitebeard 2 was able to survive, it was mostly due to the blessing of armament hockey. But at that time, Virgo also used armament hockey all over his body to harden and defend. The two had completely different endings. It can only be said that, apart from the blessing of armament hockey, Whitebeard 2's own physical strength is far greater than Virgo. In other words, Whitebeard 2's strength should have reached the level of Vice Admiral. Debut. When I think of this guy, he is just a fool with a questionable IQ. He can reach such a height. If he has the intelligence of a normal person, wouldn't it be that there will be another monster with talent comparable to Big Mom on the sea? No wonder world government teased so many pirates this time, but only recruited Whitebeard 2 into 7 warlords of the sea. This guy's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. However, the little calculations of world government and CPO are destined to fail. Because with Momosagi's move, Whitebeard 2 will definitely die here today. Leave it to me. Momosagi's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Then she said nothing more. Her slender thighs took a step forward. She actually fell straight down from 1,000 meters high. Then when she reached half the distance, she used Moonwalk to fly rapidly downward. Abu, the famous sword Kinpyra, suddenly came out of its sheath. A cold light flashed across the sky like a white silk. As the sword fell, a huge crescent-shaped slash wave blasted from top to bottom. Whitebeard 2, who was about to swing his sword, seemed to have suddenly realized something. A look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. Then he raised his sword directly upward. In the blink of an eye, the slash wave sent by Momosagi had already hit his large Naginata. The terrifying force, actually directly from the big Naginata in Whitebeard 2's hand, passed through his body and was transmitted all the way to the ground under his feet. Then the solid ground exploded with a huge, deep pit. The smoke and dust covering the sky rose up. Whitebeard 2 in the pit immediately screamed and wailed. "Oh wow, wait a minute, my hands are numb." Who was the one who just launched such a terrifying slash wave? If you sneak attack someone like this, I will be angry. And Bakeen, who had been watching the battle from a distance, saw that his stupid son was hit by a single blow. The old man's face suddenly showed a look of horror. It was different from the previous battle with the two elves. As a former member of Rock's Pirate, Bakeen could see at a glance that the slash wave just now was definitely an attack that could only be released by a swordsman of the great swordsman level. But all the people on this island were clearly killed by Whitebeard 2 before. How come a great swordsman suddenly appeared now? Wait a minute. A flash of inspiration suddenly occurred in Ba Jin's mind. A terrible idea emerged. Could it be that the two elves didn't come here by themselves, but someone deliberately put them on this island? When she thought of this, Ba Jin's shriveled body couldn't help but tremble. Could that person be Lin Xiao? But she had clearly used observation hockey to sense before that there was no one else on this island. Just when Ba Jin was fighting with herself, she suddenly saw a slender figure in the sky, stepping on Moonwalk and flying down. And when she saw the beautiful face of the person coming, I was totally sick. What? Isn't that former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momosagi? Bakeen exclaimed in astonishment. But why is she here? No, I remember that she joined the Elf King after the Beast War. So that means this time she brought these two elves, asterisk, to come here to cause trouble for me and Weevil. Bakeen immediately thought of the Mattle Kingdom that was destroyed by Whitebeard 2. I suddenly felt bad. So before Momosagi could speak, she hurriedly explained, "Hey, Momosagi, we are now members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. And Weevil and I have no intention of going to war with Lin Xiao. You just rashly attack us like this. What on earth do you mean?" 0-0. Faced with Bakeen's shameless preemptive move, Momosagi showed a look of disdain on her beautiful face and snorted coldly. "You are really good at accusing others. It was you two who committed such unforgivable and despicable acts against that country and those innocent people. But now you pretend to be innocent. You and that idiot both deserve to die. Besides, the identity of 7 Warlords of the Sea may have some deterrent effect on others. But in front of me, These ridiculous titles are not even as good as the most humble ants. Even when I was a Marine, I wanted to eradicate these scums of 7 warlords of the sea, because their existence is simply the greatest threat to justice. Momosagi became more and more angry as she spoke. The momentum on her body also rose steadily. The terrifying aura scared Bajin so much that his face turned pale. Bajin knew the strength of the female great swordsman in front of him was definitely not comparable to the 2 elves just now. And even Whitebeard too, it is very likely that he is not a match for Momosagi. Is it the day of his death today? Bajin's eyes kept rolling, and finally he could only make up a reason. Then I want to ask, what is the reason for you to attack me in Weevil? It can't be because of that Metal Kingdom. If I remember correctly, he is not a formal member of your Imperial Alliance. If 550 rashly attacks us for an applicant country, I am afraid that even Lin Xiao will not be able to end it properly in the end. This incident is obviously a conspiracy deliberately made by the guys of CPO. If you ask me, this matter should be regarded as a misunderstanding between us. Anyway, that country has been destroyed. No matter what you do now, you can't reverse the result. Why don't we put aside our grudges and make peace? I can assure you that if we receive a killing order from the world government and the Marine against Lin Xiao and the Elf Kingdom, in the future, we will never respond to them. After saying that, Bajin looked at Momosagi eagerly, hoping to hear the answer she wanted from the other party. Otherwise, even she didn't know how this time would end. But Momosagi showed a look of contempt on her face when she heard this. Her voice was as cold as ice, and she said, "You wish, even if Metal Kingdom is just an applicant country, the crimes you two have committed will never be pardoned, and considering that you will soon be sanctioned by me, I can also tell you a secret. That is, the tens of thousands of citizens of Metal Kingdom that you destroyed before, all have been resurrected by His Majesty Lin Xiao." What did you say? When Bajin heard this, an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on her wrinkled old face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although Bajin was strongly resisting this news in her heart. But at the same time, she also knew that Momosagi had no need to lie to her with such a thing. DJ, resurrecting the dead, this kind of shocking act. I'm afraid even that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D Vegapunk can't do it. What's more, it's a scale of tens of thousands. What's going on here? What's going on? That guy named Lin Xiao, does he have some unknown ability? But no matter what, it can be seen from this incident. Lin Xiao, who is called the Elf King by the world, is definitely not that simple, and the current situation has made Bajin fall into endless fear. Momosagi on the opposite side is unyielding and only wants to kill her and Whitebeard too. There is no room for negotiation at all. But if they really start fighting, she and Whitebeard too will probably die here. Excitio, faced with such a dead end, it seems that the only way is to use Whitebeard too to hold Momosagi. Then Bajin will take the opportunity to escape alone. But if this is the case, let's not talk about whether Bakken can escape the pursuit of Momosagi and the elves. Just losing Whitebeard too, a powerful fighter. Her future life has become a problem. Not to mention, with her strength and status, it is impossible to rob the treasures left by Whitebeard from the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Bakken has always regarded money as more important than life. And in these years, just creating Whitebeard too has exhausted all her savings in the first half of her life. If she lets her stupid son die here now, she obviously doesn't have that much financial resources to create another Whitebeard too. 0.1. What's more, with the death of Whitebeard in battle, she couldn't extract the other party's bloodline factor anymore. Fiflix, what was in front of Bakken at this moment was a dilemma of life and death. This ambitious old woman now had no way out of the situation. But at this moment, Whitebeard too, who was originally blasted into the deep pit, rushed out from the bottom of the pit like a mad boar. Then he swung the big Naginata in his hand and launched a fierce attack directly towards Momosagi You damned woman, you dare to talk to my mother like that. I'm going to kill you. However, Momosagi on the opposite side seemed extremely calm when facing the attack of Whitebeard 2. There was no way, even if she hadn't eaten the artificial blue dragon fruit made by Vegapunk, with her strength as a great swordsman, she would definitely be able to easily crush an opponent like Whitebeard 2. Facing the big Naginata that was chopped down like a mountain, Momosagi raised her wrist slightly. The Kinpila in her hand just made a slight upward movement. Ding, 28. The crisp sound of metal clashing was heard immediately, and at the moment when the two weapons collided, lightning like liquid black thunder raged out. The gust of air that surged out like a hurricane and directly blew away the stunned Bakine not far away. It should be said that Whitebeard 2's armament hockey level is still very high. That's why it caused such an amazing scene at the moment of the confrontation. But his fighting skills are an extremely fatal flaw, especially in front of a kendo master like Momosagi. The latter only used skills to change the trajectory of his force, and directly made Whitebeard's attack miss. Although this move looks very similar to the invisible fist that martial arts bear master had just used in the battle. But there is an essential difference. That is the qualitative change brought about by one's own strength. To put it simply, the same move, when used by people of different strengths, will produce completely different effects. Since martial arts bear master does not use armament hockey and observation hockey, and his own strength is not as strong as Whitebeard 2. So in the previous battle, it was in a passive defensive state most of the time. On the other hand, Momosagi was completely different. Although her power was not as strong as that fool Whitebeard 2, her armament hockey, observation hockey, her own combat experience and kendo achievements were far superior to Whitebeard 2. So when the corresponding skills were used now, they would produce a completely different effect. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Next, no matter how angry Whitebeard 2 attacked, they were all resolved calmly by Momosagi without exception. Even her closed kakuzu could not be stained. From this, we can see how big the gap in strength between the two is. Bakine on the side was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. She never expected it. The clone of Whitebeard, which she had spent almost her entire life creating, actually showed such an unbearable side in front of a former Naval Headquarters alternate admiral. This undoubtedly proved one thing. That is, her scientific research experiment was not successful. Otherwise, if Whitebeard 2 could really fully burst out the power of Whitebeard when he was young, I am afraid that the current situation would definitely not be so embarrassing. Even his life is in danger, but it is too late to say anything now. Weevil, I'm sorry. If we stay here, I'm afraid we will both die. Then you could stop that crazy woman for Mom. After a while, Bakine finally made the final decision. That's right. She planned to take advantage of the battle between Whitebeard 2 and Momosagi to sneak away alone. After all, if she lost her life, she would really have nothing, even if she was unwilling. But what can she do? Who made the clone she created inferior to others? Thinking of this, Bakine ran to the other side of the island without looking back. Mom, what are you going to do? Don't leave me. If you are gone, I don't know what to do next. Weevil, who was originally in the battle, soon noticed the situation on Bakine's side. The whole person suddenly became panic. After all, from the day he was born, completing Bakine's orders is the only meaning of his existence. Now, after seeing Bakine running away alone without caring about his own life or death, Whitebeard too suddenly felt abandoned. It was as if he was a stray dog that no one was willing to take in. However, at this moment, Momosagi on the opposite side snorted with disdain. Humph, you still want to escape from my hands. You evil guy, today is the day for you to taste your sins. Momosagi's beautiful eyes flashed with a fierce murderous intent. Then the golden Piro in his hand suddenly slashed down. A fierce slash wave was slashed in the direction of Bakine's escape. The crescent-shaped slash wave cut Bakine's shriveled body into two pieces in the blink of an eye. It fell heavily to the ground. Blood spurted out immediately. Soon, a pool of blood formed on the ground. Bakine didn't even have time to scream. She died instantly. Her ugly old face still had the horrified expression of death. It seemed to be saying, why? Why didn't you, Weevil, hold up that woman? Mom, don't leave me alone. Whitebeard, too, stumbled to Bakine's body. Then he picked up the upper half and wailed like a fool. RTU. Not long after, Whitebeard, too, pointed his spearhead at Momagi on the opposite side. With bloodshot eyes, he roared like a mad, ancient beast. Why, you bad woman. Want to kill my mother? Damn it. You are more damnable than that Blackbeard. Lin Xiao. Mom is my only relative in this world. Why do you want to kill her? However, after hearing his words, Momagi did not show any sympathy on her face, but sneered and retorted, Humph, do you finally feel the feeling of losing your family now? But do you know what mistakes the tens of thousands of residents of the Metal Kingdom that you destroyed have made? Village, you killed innocent people just because of your personal preferences. Now, when the same thing happened to you butchers, you feel that your experience is unfair. I tell you, this is all your own fault. Scum like you all deserve to die. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, Momagi swung the Kinpila in his hand again, slashed in the direction of Whitebeard 2. 333. A huge crescent-shaped slash wave came out. With unparalleled pressure, a long white shadow was dragged in the air. Damn it! I will make you pay for your mother's life. I will cut you into 5 pieces and place your head in front of my mother's grave for a ceremony. Whitebeard, too, raised the big Naginata in his hand. The arm suddenly bent backwards. It actually made a move like Whitebeard using shock fruit. Then he faced Momasagi's slash wave swung forward. A powerful explosion roared. The terrifying turbulence swept in all directions in an instant. Perhaps it was the power of grief and anger. This time, Whitebeard 2 actually successfully resisted Momasagi's attack. Then, before the smoke and dust had dispersed, he rushed out like a mad beast. Go to hell. I am the son who inherited the blood of world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Yes, that's what my mother said at the beginning. However, facing the mad Whitebeard 2, Momagi on the opposite side showed a look of disdain on her face. Don't look at the opponent's fierce momentum, but in her eyes, there are many loopholes. It's time to end this farce. Next, Your Majesty and I have important things to do. So, we don't have that much time to waste on you. As the voice fell, Momagi dodged Whitebeard 2 series of attacks like a ghost. Then she raised her hand and slashed with her sword. In a sharp cold light, her slender figure passed through the opponent calmly. Just as the famous sword Golden Pira was sheathed again. A stream of blood spurted out from Whitebeard 2's neck. Then, in the extremely shocked eyes of Whitebeard 2, his huge head fell to the ground. The mountain-like corpse also fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Obviously, no matter how much Whitebeard 2 struggled, he was no match for Momagi. There was a huge gap in strength. It is not something that can be made up by strength alone. Your Majesty, everything is ready. Momagi first harvested the heads of Whitebeard 2 and Bakine. Then he put Arcane and Boulder Bear Master into the Pokeball. Then he stepped on Moonwalk and landed on Cressiria. It's back again. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Then his dark eyes looked in a certain direction and said meaningfully, then it's time to make a break with those guys hiding behind the scenes. When Momagi heard this, a yearning color suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. The only person who could come up with such a shocking method, and who had the courage to do so. Looking at the whole world, I'm afraid that only the young king standing in front of her at this moment, right? Soon, Lin Xiao didn't even need to say anything. Cressiria, which was in tune with him, restarted. Like a huge spaceship, it rushed towards the direction of Red Line. Old Naval Headquarters. Marineford. The construction work was still in full swing. There were crowds of people in front of the headquarters building. Not only a large number of workers who were repairing the city gathered here. At the same time, there were people from all over the world who came to join in the fun. and some even came to visit the huge crack that was shaken by Whitebeard, as well as reporters from various countries. The civilians in the original town of Marineford have also resumed their previous actions. In front of the headquarters building, various construction tools, bricks, cement, and other materials needed to repair the building can be seen everywhere. Looking around, it is a scene of enthusiasm. Rado, only a few people know that this marine fortress has been exchanged with the former G1 branch at the other end of Red Line at the instruction of Marshal Akainu. In other words, today, Marineford has become the new G1 branch. On the other side, the G1 branch has become the new naval headquarters. The senior management of the naval headquarters, headed by Akainu, has all moved there. The reason why the change was made so early, it was entirely because of Lin Xiao's influence. Akainu wanted to show the world the tough side of Marine, so as to save Marine's face as soon as possible. But there are still some follow-up things that have not been completed. So at this stage, Marine has not announced this news to the public yet. That is to say, in the eyes of the world, the current new G1 branch is still the naval headquarters. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, the current construction progress is good. If it can continue, I believe it can be completed at least 1 week ahead of schedule. In the office, a Marine soldier reported with a thick stack of information and progress sheets. Well, very good. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral nodded nonchalantly, a pair of slightly tired eyes, but couldn't help looking at the dilapidated square outside the window, even though the Summit War had passed for several months. In his mind, there were still images of that battle, but what really made him feel extremely emotional was, anyone could imagine it. Originally, it was thought that in the Summit War, the emergence of a Straw Hat Boy was shocking enough. Who would have thought? Then not long after, an elf king appeared in the New World. Beggar. Moreover, whether in terms of momentum or the degree of threat, Lin Xiao, who is known as the Elf King, is far superior to the background king Luffy by many times. And the Beast War that made Kaido flee in panic was used by the world to laugh at Marine's incompetence. As a veteran vice admiral loyal to Marine, while hating Lin Xiao's behavior, Flying Squirrel also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It was a sense of powerlessness with the death of Whitebeard. The peaceful situation that the Marine high-level officials had originally thought would happen did not appear. On the contrary, the whole world became more manic and turbulent. Now, coupled with Lin Xiao's blatant provocation, Marine's reputation has plummeted. It has even become the object of ridicule and mockery in the world. There is no way. Dressrosa successfully defeated the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, with only Lin Xiao's more than 1,000 elf legions. Moreover, when Doflamingo was publicly executed, so many negative news that affected the reputation of Marine were exposed. But Marine couldn't do anything to Lin Xiao. They could only watch him mess around in New World. Even within Marine, there were many new generation soldiers who had serious doubts about Akainu's move of naval headquarters to New World. They thought that this would only make the world think that Marine was afraid of Lin Xiao. This would further the decline of Marine's reputation. Fortunately, the top management of Marine still fully supported Akainu's approach, and Flying Squirrel was one of the supporters. I hope that this time, the plan of the CPO guys can teach that kid a lesson. Flying Squirrel muttered to himself. But at this moment, I heard a sudden sound of horse fleas outside the square outside the window. Hey, look, there seems to be something flying in the sky. Yeah, it looks like a ship from the shape. How can a ship fly into the sky? That's right, the only golden lion who can do that was executed. What could that be? Just as the soldiers in the square were in doubt, the figure in the sky had already appeared in their sight quickly. It was Cresselia. After seeing that it was a little elf with a body size of hundreds of meters, the people in the square below were suddenly shocked. Is this true? That ship-like giant in the sky, no matter how you look at it, looks like an elf from the elf kingdom, right? Yes, anything that size and strange appearance must be an elf. But why did it suddenly appear in Marineford? 5.2 Wait a minute. Just then, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd. Then, a man who looked like a reporter stretched out his shaking arm, pointed at Cresselia floating in the sky, and exclaimed, "Look, there seem to be two people standing on the back of that elf." After his reminder, everyone in the square quickly turned their attention upwards. Really, there are indeed two figures there. It's just that the distance is too far, and I can't see their appearance clearly. I say, could it be that person who came? Yes, it's the famous Elf King. No way. Why would His Majesty Lin Xiao appear here at this time? Yes, there is no reason at all. You haven't forgotten the events that happened a few days ago. 28, brother, stop keeping us in suspense, and tell us what happened. It seems that you don't read the newspaper. A man who looked like a reporter then told the tragedy that happened in the Matal Kingdom, in Baisha Kingdom, and other applicant countries. So, even if His Majesty Lin Xiao came to Marineford in person, it must not be something difficult to understand, right? Everyone became extremely excited when they heard it. No way. Is His Majesty Lin Xiao going to stand up for those applicant countries? But those countries are obviously not members of the Imperial Alliance. Will he anger the world government and Marine by doing this? And even if he wants to take action, he should take action against those pirates, right? Is there any inside story here that we don't know? Everyone was talking about it, and the reporters who were mixed in the crowd sniffed the smell of big news. Although they didn't know, the destruction of those applicant countries was all done by CPO in secret. But since Lin Xiao can appear here, it means that Marine is also involved behind this matter. Otherwise, that man would never appear in such a sensitive place at this time. When they thought of this, the reporters in the crowd were like sharks that smelled blood, and excitedly aimed their camera telephone mushy in their hands at Cresselia that was still falling above the sky. A few minutes later, when people gradually saw Lin Xiao and Momagi standing on the back of Cresselia, even though many people were prepared, they were still shocked. Hey, it was actually guessed right. It was indeed His Majesty Lin Xiao. Now it's going to be interesting, the appearance of this king here. Does it mean that he will fight Marine directly? If they fight, I'm afraid we will also be affected. I'm really looking forward to it. This God Slayer, who dared to publicly execute celestial dragons in history. What kind of shocking move will he make next? Haha, he is really worthy of being His Majesty the Elf King. Not only did he dare to come to Marineford alone, but he also brought the former Headquarters Vice Admiral Momagi with him. This time, he has directly filled up the hatred. Yes, there will be a wonderful battle next. What is His Majesty Lin Xiao going to do? The reporters in the crowd began to take pictures frantically, and they constantly sent the first-hand news back to their newspapers and the country. But it was different from the excitement of ordinary people. At this moment, the Marine soldiers responsible for maintaining public order on the square, after seeing Lin Xiao appear, their faces all showed a look of facing a great enemy. There is no way. Who made Lin Xiao notorious? What's more, standing next to him, it was the former Marine goddess Momagi. They knew the strength of this female Vice Admiral very well. Even if Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel took action himself, they were no match for the opponent. So before the battle started, these Marine soldiers were already panicking. Swish! At this moment, a tall figure flew quickly from the headquarters building. It was Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, as the head of the new G1 branch. At this moment, he naturally had to show up as soon as possible to calm people's hearts. Everyone, don't panic, stay calm. Don't look away, we are Marines. We must not show a cowardly expression in front of the enemy. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel immediately commanded the soldiers in the square to start deploying. Although it was useless, but facing those civilians and reporters, it is still very important to pretend. How despicable. They chose to show up here at this time. Now almost all the high-ranking Marines have followed Marshal Akainu to the other side of the red line. And the security here has also relaxed its vigilance. Why did the two of them suddenly show up here? Are they going to fight the Marines directly? Damn it, I don't know how long it will take for the headquarters support troops to get here. And How long can I delay facing those two people? In fact, the flying squirrel knew it very well. If they really started fighting, there was no need for Lin Xiao to do anything. I'm afraid he couldn't even handle Momagi alone. But it was his duty. Even if he died, he had to make such a decision. While the flying squirrel was thinking secretly, Lin Xiao and Momagi had already landed steadily on the ground of the square on Cresselia. Their footsteps had just stepped on the ground. He was immediately surrounded by reporters. The flash of camera den mushy started to flicker. The reporters were like curious babies, asking questions to the young king nonstop. May I ask your majesty, Lin Xiao, why did you appear in Marine Ford this time? Are you going to declare war on Marine? May I ask your majesty, what do you think of the recent incident of pirates attacking the applicant country? Is there any unknown secret behind this incident? Excuse me, your majesty Lin Xiao, what is your relationship with Momagi Vice Admiral? No, I should call her Miss Guillaume. 11. All kinds of strange questions kept coming up. Even though Lin Xiao was used to big scenes, he was also made to laugh by the questions asked by the guys in front of him. As expected, no matter when, no matter in which world, the reporters are always at the forefront of the incident, and these guys have a really sharp sense of smell. I actually realized that there was something fishy behind the pirate attacks on the applicant country a few days ago. 13. Lin Xiao cleared his throat slightly and then said to the expectant crowd, "This time I came here for 400, and I have something to do, and all the questions in your mind will be explained later. For now, for your safety, please stay away from here." While speaking, Lin Xiao raised his hand and pointed at the flying squirrel and other Marines who were facing a great enemy. The reporters surrounding them retreated reluctantly. There was no way, no matter how much they wanted to get the first-hand news. They had to report it. God knows what kind of scene will happen next. So listen to the advice and retreat to a safe area first. After seeing the civilians evacuating one after another, the flying squirrel then plucked up the courage to Lin Xiao, and he walked in the direction of Momagi and the other two. He finally stopped about 10 meters away. Your Majesty Lin Xiao, this is the Marine heavy your behavior of coming here without notice. It seems that it is easy for people to have bad thoughts. The flying squirrel frowned, and his face was ashen. But the sweat that kept falling on his forehead betrayed his true state at the moment. That's right. He was nervous, but it's no wonder. Just ask now. Look at the whole sea. How many people can remain calm and composed when facing this young king? This is the man who successfully defeated Kaido in front of the world. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral seems to be asking knowingly. Lin Xiao's beak curled up with a meaningful arc and sneered coldly. Do you really think I didn't notice anything? Although you Marines were not directly involved in this matter, it was planned by CPO personally, but it is also related to your Marines' deliberate indulgence. You still regard yourself as justice all day long, but you can actually let the pirates kill those unarmed civilians. Does your conscience really not hurt? Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral was shocked when he heard this. He never expected that Lin Xiao even knew who the mastermind behind the scenes was. Could this guy really be a secret fruit user? Why did he know such a secret thing? Thinking of this, the flying squirrel asked with a face as if he was facing a great enemy. So that means, Your Majesty Lin Xiao, you came here specifically to make an enemy of our Marine. If that's the case, then you should think ahead of time about what serious consequences will occur. But who would have thought? Lin Xiao sneered and shook his head. I have no intention of fighting with Marine this time. I just want to borrow this place to do something. Lin Xiao suddenly paused when he said this. His eyes became sharp, just like a sword that suddenly appeared. The terrifying pressure and edge immediately made people feel timid. What a terrifying momentum. The flying squirrel was shocked when he saw this. He almost screamed out, because Lin Xiao only released some of his own pressure. It had such a huge impact on his heart, not to mention other ordinary soldiers. But if Marine wants to stop my action, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xiao's cold voice sounded immediately, and the group of people who were originally following the flying squirrel, the Marine soldiers, already unconscious, retreated several meters. They were actually under the influence of Lin Xiao's own pressure. Out of the instinct of survival, they subconsciously made such a retreat. And this horrifying scene was also seen by the civilians and reporters who retreated further away. His Majesty Lin Xiao is really terrifying. Humph, this is an important place for the Marine. You are absolutely not allowed to mess around here. The flying squirrel gritted his teeth and yelled. Killing is not the right thing to do. You chose such a sensitive time period to appear. And then you said such arrogant words in front of so many civilians and reporters. If I don't show some attitude, then can this Vice Admiral still do it? However, before the flying squirrel finished speaking, Lin Xiao's body exploded with an extremely fierce pressure. The purple-blue wave-guide conquerors swept out like a hurricane. Plop! Plop! In the blink of an eye, those thousands of Marine soldiers standing behind the flying squirrel, their eyes rolled back, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. And the most surprising thing is, Lin Xiao's wave-guide conquerors seemed to only work on Marines. The nearly 1,000 civilians and reporters who were watching the excitement were not affected. What? He even reached such a terrifying level with Conqueror's Haki. The flying squirrel was shocked, being able to freely control Conqueror's Haki's attack target. This has obviously reached the advanced realm. Who could imagine it? This young king who is less than 20 years old in front of him. His qualifications as a king are so terrifying, and the flying squirrel's body is like a small boat drifting in the waves. It keeps trembling in the wave conquerors released by Lin Xiao, even though he has tried his best to resist this powerful pressure. But his legs still kneeled down to the ground involuntarily. At the moment, it was good enough that he could not faint. But fortunately, after Lin Xiao cleared a large number of trash Marines, he stopped Bodeo conquerors. Yo-Yo, the flying squirrel, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. He was as tired as if he had just experienced a big battle. Now he really realized how terrible the man in front of 193 was. Even though Marine had attached great importance to Lin Xiao's intelligence before, but he did not expect that his strength would be so strong. It seems there are still many unknown secrets hidden in this young king. But now is not a good time to think about these. Thoughts turn quickly. In order to avoid Marine's loss of face again, the flying squirrel can only put his only hope on Momagi. So he turned his gaze to the latter and said with a look of deep sorrow, Gion, you are also a member of Marine. You should know how great the impact on Marine's reputation will be if you let His Majesty Lin Xiao continue to mess around. For the sake of our past fight for justice, you should persuade him to leave here quickly. However, facing the persuasion of the flying squirrel, Momagi, standing beside Lin Xiao, showed no mercy at all. What do you mean by nonsense? Momasaji's eyes suddenly condensed and asked in an extremely cold voice, And is Marine's reputation really affected by this? If you really considered Marine's reputation, you wouldn't let those pirates do whatever they want in order to target His Majesty Lin Xiao's Imperial Alliance. You actually absorbed Edward Weevil, the culprit who destroyed the kingdom of Mater and brutally massacred tens of thousands of civilians, into the 7 warlords of the sea. Is this what you call justice? Flying squirrel, you are deceiving yourself there. I don't know since when Marine has long lost its original justice. Now, in my eyes, Naval Headquarters has completely become the watchdog of the world government. In a sense, your reckless indulgence of pirates is no different from those vicious people. KR, the flying squirrel, was speechless. He knelt there in a daze. The civilians and reporters around them, after listening to the conversation between the two, were immediately excited. Oh my God, there is such a dirty deal behind this. World government and Marine are too despicable. Yes, in order to achieve their goals, they actually use such despicable means. For point 6, what is the difference between this and those evil pirates? I said that Elf King would never appear here for no reason. So this is the case. It seems that Miss Guillaume's withdrawal from Marine was an extremely correct choice. Yes, The current marine is really dirty and disgusting. The sarcasm of the crowd was like a knife, cutting the heart of the flying squirrel. As a veteran vice admiral, he had a very deep feeling for Marine. Naturally, he would not tolerate others slandering Marine like this. So he struggled to get up and shouted at the civilians and reporters who were watching. "Shut up. Marine is not what you said. Marine is the only organization on this sea that can represent justice and order." 28. Don't believe the nonsense of Lin Xiao. He must have some ulterior motives, and the group will deliberately cause conflicts. However, the crowd ignored his excuses. After all, seeing is believing. This is what they saw with their own eyes. No matter how much the flying squirrel defended himself, he could not change their views. At this moment, I saw Lin Xiao casually throwing a poke ball forward. Bo, +2 #L, #=, accompanied by a flash of light. The Genge, which was as tall as 100 meters, appeared in front of everyone. "Hey, Lord Lin Xiao, what do you want to do?" The flying squirrel saw this and immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy. "Do you really want to fight Marine head-on? You don't think that with the power of these elf legions alone, you can compete with Marine and world government?" It's obvious. The flying squirrel misunderstood Lin Xiao's actions. I thought that the other party released the elves to fight Marine head-on. When I thought about facing those elves with abilities comparable to Devil Fruit users alone, the flying squirrel suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It's really a blessing in disguise. Why did I have to encounter such bad luck? If Marshal Sakazuki had changed the base a few days later, it would have been better. That way, I wouldn't have to face this terrifying guy Lin Xiao. In fact, it's not just him. Even the civilians and reporters surrounding them had the same idea, but they were more interested in watching the fun. Kaido. Lin Xiao was not going to explain anything. He had no need to explain to the flying squirrel, because soon, everyone would witness the arrival of that moment. Tue. After Jengar appeared, he opened his big mouth violently. Then, in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, he actually spit out a Kyoto made of countless human heads. As we all know, Gungue's body is full of cursed energy, like a bottomless black hole, 543, so it can carry a large number of items in its body. Lin Xiao used this characteristic to place these tens of thousands of human heads in it. Perhaps this is a little difficult for humans to accept, but for the elves, these human heads are no different from other ordinary items. DUF. Almost everyone was deeply shocked by this sudden scene. They never expected it. Lin Xiao actually did such a shocking thing. The Jingguan in front of him, which was more than 10 meters high, was like a door to purgatory, which was creepy. What the hell is going on here? It's really scary. What does His Majesty Lin Xiao want to do? Does anyone know where these heads come from? They should be enemies. Nearly 10,000 heads. He is indeed the Elf King known for his iron-fisted methods. Wait a minute. I seem to have seen Admiral Orlumbus's head in that kingdom. Yes, I also saw a well-known pirate on it. Hey, this kingdom is not made of pirates' heads, right? I seem to have discovered something. Do you think these pirates are the ones who attacked the applicant countries a few days ago? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then they suddenly realized it. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Those evil parties massacred the applicant countries. And after His Majesty Lin Xiao learned the news, take action in person and catch all these pirates in one fell swoop? TSK. Just thinking about it in your mind, many people immediately felt their blood boiling. This is really passionate. A powerful emperor like Lin Xiao would actually do such a feat for those civilians he had never met. What kind of spirit is this? What kind of ambition is this? What kind of strength is this? Looking at the entire sea, I am afraid there will never be a second person who dares to do this. After the flying squirrel came back to his senses from the shock, his eyes finally fixed on a human head at the top of the Jingguan. It is not difficult to judge from the iconic crescent-shaped white beard and the ferocious face. Isn't that the head of Edward Weevil, Whitebeard II, who was approved to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea just a few days ago? The flying squirrel could never have thought of it. Lin Xiao didn't even spare Whitebeard 2, and I don't know if it was intentional. He also placed the heads of Whitebeard 2 and Ba Jin in the most conspicuous position at the top of the King's Gate. People can tell them apart at a glance. Isn't this a clear slap in the face of the world government and Marine? Damn it, why did the situation develop to this point? The flying squirrel immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If the news was allowed to spread, it would not take long. The whole world would know that the member who just joined the 7 Warlords of the Sea died again at the hands of Lin Xiao, and this would undoubtedly make Marine a laughing stock again. But the flying squirrel was helpless in this situation, because as long as he made a move, he would probably be killed on the spot. The flying squirrel didn't think Lin Xiao would be afraid of a head-on battle with Marine. Amazing in his eyes, Lin Xiao is an absolute lunatic, and once provoked, he is the kind that cannot be dealt with at all. And just as the flying squirrel hesitated, Lin Xiao's voice, full of majesty and haki, was like thunder, resonating throughout the entire Marine fort. These heads all came from the pirates who had attacked those countries that applied to join the Imperial Alliance a few days ago. The CPO organization used the quota to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea as bait, and took advantage of this group of greedy guys, and extended their butcher knives to those innocent civilians. Although those applicant countries were not members of the Imperial Alliance at the time, such an action is tantamount to declaring war on me directly. So, today, I will make a formal response to this incident here. The establishment of the Imperial Alliance is unshakable, no matter which force or how many enemies hinder it. It cannot stop the rise of the Imperial Alliance, and anyone who dares to hinder this process will only die. After that, Lin Xiao took Momagi and stepped back on the back of Cresselia without looking back. Then Cresselia, emitting a holy light, soared into the sky like a huge spaceship in the blink of an eye. Then he disappeared from everyone's sight. Wow, this is big news. I didn't expect that all this was planned by the CPO organization. Another member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea was killed by the Elf King. These guys don't seem to be as powerful as the legend says. It seems that we have to report the news to the newspaper immediately. If it's too late, it may not be sent out. Now the whole world may be shaken by the appearance of the king again. The reporters in the crowd suddenly became busy. They took out Din Din Mushi and contacted their newspapers and countries. And the flying squirrel could only let it happen helplessly, because even if he wanted to stop it, but now he is the only one left. How to stop the actions of so many reporters at the same time? He doesn't have the magic skill, Conqueror's Haki, to clear the field. What's more, if he really did that, it may backfire, arouse more people's resistance. Thus, Marine's honor will be further humiliated. Asaika, the flying squirrel sighed. He kept muttering in his heart. CPO CP0 013 3124 28 Filu 17409 0200. Why did you bother Lin Xiao for no reason? Now, the matter has not been resolved, but has become worse. The most important thing is, why is it always us Marine who takes the blame? Rado. But the matter did not end there. Not long after Lin Xiao and Momagi left, 3 sneaky figures drove a small boat and quietly came to Marine Fort. The young man who jumped off the bow first had a broken straw hat on his head. If Lin Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize the other party's true identity at a glance. The person who came was none other than Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who had just escaped from the Summit War a few months ago. And this time, he came with his old mentor, Pluton Rayleigh, and Sea Knight Jinbei, one of the former members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. More than half a month ago, Luffy finally regained consciousness from extreme grief, but he still couldn't accept the fact that his brother Ace was dead. And it was because of his momentary negligence that he was pierced by a Kainu in front of him. So, Luffy fell into an extremely negative and decadent state. Even later when Jinbei tried to persuade him, the two of them even had a fight because of this. But fortunately, finally after Jinbei's earnest persuasion, Luffy suddenly woke up and finally remembered that he had a ship of companions waiting for him. So he cried and said that he wanted to see them again. And then Rayleigh appeared, which also made Luffy determined to cheer up again. Then the three of them planned together, prepared to rush to naval headquarters directly at that time, take advantage of its unprepared situation, and in a special way, convey the information of changing the rendezvous time to the companions around the world. But before the three of them could take any action, the sudden Beast War disrupted their plan. With Lin Xiao's trial of Doflamingo, almost the whole world's attention was focused on the newly crowned king. So even if Luffy and the other two secretly came to Marineford at that time, they could not achieve the expected effect. After repeated discussions, Rayleigh finally decided to postpone this world for a few days. It was because of this that Luffy and the other two appeared here a few days later than in the original book. Luffy looked at the crowd gathered in the square in the distance and said with some curiosity, "It seems that something interesting has just happened here. Why are there so many people gathered here? Also, Uncle Rayleigh, that tower seems to be made of human heads. Is that a new landmark built by Marine? I don't know about this either." Rayleigh glanced at the towering Kyoto temple and said with a very alert expression, "But one thing is certain. There must have been some powerful guy here before. Look, all the ordinary Marine soldiers fainted from the state they showed. I think they must have been affected by Conqueror's haki." The knowledgeable Jinbei also agreed with this. Tiger Eyes scanned the surroundings and then said in a deep voice, "But the current situation is a great convenience for us. Without the interference of these Marines, I believe your plan, Brother Luffy, should be able to proceed well, right?" "Dell." Luffy nodded heavily and said, "Then let's get started. I can't wait any longer, and I will never let Zoro and the others worry about me again." As he spoke, the three of them rushed directly to a warship anchored in the port. Then Jinbei took the helm and drove the warship around Marineford in a full circle. When passing by the square where the battle had taken place, Luffy, Rayleigh, and Jinbei jumped directly onto the outer railing, and then in front of everyone, saluted the place where Whitebeard had died. Such an action is nothing short of a blatant provocation to the Marines. However, at the moment, there is only one person in the square except Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel. All other Marines were stunned by the powerful Wave Conquerors released by Lin Xiao before. And with Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel's strength, it is a bit difficult to deal with Jinbei alone. Not to mention facing Pluton, Rayleigh, and Luffy at the same time. So even if the Flying Squirrel feels extremely humiliated, he can only stare blankly in anger. But there is no way to deal with the three people. Hey, look, aren't those three people Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Pluto, Rayleigh, and Sea Knight Jinbei? Yes, it's them. But how come the three of them are here at the same time? Pluton Rayleigh, is he the deputy of Pirate King over Roger? I guess the three of them are here because of the death of Whitebeard and Fire Fist, but they are robbing Marine ships, and then the action of circling around seems to be holding a water funeral. If that's the case, then the purpose of their trip is probably completely different from His Majesty Lin Xiao. If these three guys could have come a little earlier, they would have met the king, right? Yes, I am really looking forward to their meeting. After all, the Elf King has always been very contemptuous of pirates. But no matter what, today is a turbulent time. Look, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel seems to be scared and dare not take action. Humph, it seems that His Majesty Lin Xiao is right. Marine is just a bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The unreserved discussion of the crowd all reached the ears of the Flying Squirrel. His face suddenly turned liver-colored. Unprecedented anger kept hitting his sensitive nerves. If possible, he really wanted to chop off the heads of all these guys who said sarcastic things. Marine is not as bad as they say, but he can't do that. But out of the last bit of military dignity, when Luffy and the other two jumped off the warship and walked towards the square, Vice Admiral stepped in front of them. "This is Marine's territory. Pirates are not welcome. You should go back." Flying Squirrel shouted with a gloomy face. Ditto. But Luffy ignored him directly. Not only did he not want to stop at all, instead, he didn't even look at Flying Squirrel. He just walked straight to the center of the square, where the ox bell was placed. A *** whole straw hat. I'm talking to you. Flying Squirrel 4.3 was immediately angry when he saw this. Damn, what bad luck did he— How did I meet these guys who don't understand what people say? Lin Xiao is like this, and this straw hat kid in front of me is also like this? But Lin Xiao is the king of a country after all. You, a kid wearing a broken straw hat, dare to show off in front of Lousy. But just as the Flying Squirrel put his hand on the hilt, preparing to stop Luffy, Rayleigh's voice suddenly rang out. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, please do me a favor and don't disturb that kid from mourning his family. If you really want to fight, then I'll play with you for a while, right? The Flying Squirrel's face darkened when he heard that. Damn it, are you trying to scare me? But before he could say anything, Jinbei took the lead and said, Rayleigh Sr., why don't you leave this matter to me? 28. Luffy is the younger brother of the Ace brothers, so he is also my younger brother. So I will never ignore other people's attacks on him. Well, are you two here to show off your presence? The Flying Squirrel was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do about it. If Lin Xiao hadn't used Bodeo Conquerors to clear the field before at the moment, he could still consider confronting these three people head-on. But now he was alone, no matter how reluctant he was. He could only watch Luffy walk past him. Luffy walked forward, finally stopped in front of the ox bell. The melodious bell rang 16 times in a row. Only then did Luffy stop. Then he took out the bouquet that he had prepared long ago and walked to the huge crack left by Whitebeard during the Summit War. He threw the bouquet down. Then he took off his straw hat and placed it in front of the moon, silently mourning for the deceased elder for a moment. And this scene was also recorded by the reporters surrounding him, using camera phone mushy for them. Today is undoubtedly a fruitful day. Not only did they witness the appearance of the Elf King with their own eyes, thus they obtained two shocking news. Who would have thought? Then they met the Straw Hat Boys who came here to mourn their relatives. They couldn't wait to pass the news back to the headquarters. Soon, news after news swept the world. But that's all for later. After Luffy finished his silence, he once again followed Rayleigh and Jinbei back the same way. And the real purpose of his trip was to cause unrest, and then, through the hands of reporters, to convey the information of 3D2Y to his partners scattered around the world. There is no doubt, this time their plan succeeded, and it was far more successful than expected. Then next, what Luffy had to do was to learn Haki from Rayleigh, improve his strength in an all-round way, so as to prevent the tragedy from happening. RTU. At this time, Luffy didn't know. When he finished learning and came out 2 years later, this world has undergone a tremendous change under Lin Xiao's influence, and his fate will also undergo unprecedented changes. Time goes back to more than 10 minutes before Lin Xiao appeared in Marineford. New world, new naval headquarters. Now that the base has been replaced, we can no longer let Lin Xiao do whatever he wants. Sakazuki, in the marshal's office, a middle-aged man wearing a marine jacket and dark sunglasses on his face said in a deep voice to Akainu who was sitting opposite him. It is not difficult to tell from his tone. He is not Akainu's subordinate, or rather, he is not his direct subordinate. Otherwise, he would never dare to talk to Akainu, who is a marine marshal, in such a way. Akainu's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and then he said helplessly, "But now the Marine has no more troops to send out. So in the period before the end of the world recruitment that is about to start, let's just let that kid do it for now." Who knew that the man in sunglasses heard this, and relentlessly reminded, "Then you have to be careful. That guy is now called the Elf King and the God Killer by the world. Nowadays, it is no exaggeration to say that guy has become a hero of the whole world, publicly executing Doflamingo, who has the identity of 7 warlords of the sea and former celestial dragons, and defeating 100 beasts, Kaido. Such an impressive record is extremely influential in the whole world, and what he said to the world in Beast Wars is tantamount to speaking to the world government and Marine's open declaration of war. Now, I'm afraid the whole world is waiting for Marine's response. If you choose to remain silent, you'd better be prepared to be punished by the 5 elders in advance. Akainu didn't wait for him to finish his words and interrupted him with an unhappy look. Of course, you don't need to remind me of this. Seeing that the gunpowder smell in the conversation between the two people gradually became stronger. Kizaru, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, quickly interrupted and said, "But speaking of it, Director Tianqing, how is the investigation of the Marine spy who has something to do with Lin Xiao going?" The man in sunglasses showed a complicated expression on his face, and then explained to the two people in front of him. All matters, including the relationship between Brand New and Lin Xiao, are still under intense investigation. But the person involved, Brand New, insisted that he was wronged, and he never sold any information about Marine to Lin Xiao. I personally agree with his statement. While speaking, it turned out to be the director of the Marine Crime Investigation Bureau, Tianqing, codenamed Dark Horse, the department he led. It is a special organization outside the normal combat sequence of Marine. If you have to find an analogous organization, then it is a little bit like the CP9 organization, but the main matters it is responsible for, all of Xiao, are related criminal matters within the Marine. He does not directly engage in the collection of other intelligence, although he does not have much real power, but he can be said to be a person of superior status. It is precisely because of this. Dark Horse dared to talk to Akainu so directly. Is that so? Kizura nodded with a lack of interest. The whole person is completely watching the fun and not afraid of big things. Akainu snorted coldly, and then stood up and said with an unhappy face, "Lin Xiao has so many coarse secrets of Marine in his hands. It must be someone inside who deliberately leaked them to him. If we can't find this traitor, every decision we make in the future will be known to him. If that happens, things will be really troublesome. So before we find out the true identity of the traitor, we'll just let that guy do whatever he wants." 667 Black Horse sighed helplessly at first, and then nodded slightly. It seems that this is the only way to minimize the loss of Marine. I will also speed up the interrogation and investigation. But Sakazuki, I still need to remind you of one thing. The rise of Lin Xiao and the emergence of the Imperial Alliance have caused a very heated response in this sea. The kings and nobles of many countries have wavered, and even secretly gathered together to discuss whether to join CIBF. If this situation cannot be resolved as soon as possible, I am afraid that other world government members will soon publicly withdraw. In the eyes of the world, Lin Xiao has been worshipped by many people like a god. His popularity has even surpassed the influence of Monkey D. Dragon, the general leader of Gem. Kizaru glanced at Akainu, who was full of black lines, and deliberately added fuel to the fire. "Yes, I remember that not long ago, someone seemed to call that guy the 5th Emperor of New World." Sure enough, after hearing this, Akainu's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He walked to the balcony, looked at the magnificent sea outside, and shouted angrily, "Lousy really became a marshal in a chaotic and rampaging era. But whether it is the Straw Hat Boy, Lin Xiao, or any other pirates, all come to me. I will definitely use my burning iron fist to hit all of you hard." However, Akainu's pretense was not finished. He heard a loud bang from the door of the office behind. Then, the door that was originally tightly closed was smashed to pieces by someone from the outside. A sturdy old soldier with short purple hair rushed in from the outside, and from his empty right sleeve, his true identity can be guessed. It was the Black Arm, the former admiral of Headquarters Zephyr. He also has another identity that people cannot ignore. That is General Instructor of Marine School. Whether it is Akainu or Kizaru, they were all recruited by him when they were students. "Oh my, it's Mr. Zephyr who is here. It seems that Mr. Sakazuki is in trouble this time." Kizaru smiled obscenely. Anyway, I'm free anyway, so I might as well just watch the show here. Sakazuki, what do you mean? Why did you agree to let that guy join the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Zephyr walked into the office and asked before anyone else could speak. Whether it was Akainu, Kizaru, or Dark Horse, they all knew the person Zephyr was talking about. Because that was Edward Wilbur, the Whitebeard II, who had just been accepted into the 7 Warlords of the Sea a few days ago. They knew the past between Zephyr and this fool. That's right. Zephyr's broken right arm was caused by Whitebeard II. When Zephyr was 65 years old, he personally led a new batch of Marine trainees to go out to sea for training. But who would have thought that they would be attacked by pirates on the way? The final outcome was that nearly 100 trainees on the ship were killed except Farine and Binz. His right arm was also cut off at that time, and the pirate who attacked was Whitebeard II. Later, Zephyr also specially formed a pirate hunting guerrilla team. The purpose is also very clear. It is to eliminate the pirates cruising on the sea. But anyone with a discerning eye can actually see that. Zephyr is probably looking for the traces of Whitebeard II. Want to avenge those dead students. TRT. Zephyr was furious when he learned that the pirate who cut off his arm and brutally killed many of his students was recruited into the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Because this means that from now on, even if Zephyr meets Whitebeard II in person, he can't take action against this villain. Who can stand this? In Zephyr's heart, he can't help but have extremely strong doubts and distrust towards Marine. Over the years, he has always seen what Marine has done. Originally, he was extremely disgusted and dissatisfied with Marines allowing the 7 Warlords of the Sea to legally plunder. But he could do nothing about it. Until today, after learning that Whitebeard II had joined the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Please give me flowers. The anger in his heart exploded. He could no longer bear it. We must go to Akainu and talk things out face to face. Teacher Zephyr, please be aware of your current status. Akainu said coldly, this matter was not decided by me. It's useless to get angry at me. Besides, although you and Whitebeard II had some grievances in the past, maintaining the balance of the sea is the top priority at the moment. As a former admiral, don't you even understand such a simple truth? Faced with Akainu's defense, Zephyr was so angry that he cursed. ****. Marine's face was disgraced by you guys who are so self-righteous. I can let anyone else join 7 Warlords of the Sea, but Whitebeard II, that be *********D, can't be allowed. He killed nearly 100 elite Marine students back then. He is our recognized #1 enemy. Have you forgotten this? Lost. Or, now that you are a marshal, you can ignore the blood feud that guy committed in the past for the sake of your official position? To be honest, Zephyr really didn't expect Akainu to accept it so calmly. Even though he knew that the decision of who to join 7 Warlords of the Sea has always been in the hands of world government. But Zephyr hoped that 120 Akainu, as Marshal of the Marine, can make the Marine's position clear at the critical moment, thereby winning a little respect for those Marine students who died tragically in the past. Comfort their souls in heaven. But who would have thought? He only saw a helpless look on Akainu's face, as if it was just talking about something that was not important at all. Such an action made Zephyr angry and sad. If the future of Marine is handed over to such a person, is there really a future? If Akainu, as a marshal, does not stand up for those Marine students who died tragically, then who else can seek justice for them? Thinking of this, Zephyr's doubts and distrust of Marine became stronger and stronger. And the facts also proved that his guess was not a wishful thinking. Stop talking about the dead. Akainu's face suddenly sank, and he shouted mercilessly. As a Marine, from the day you join the army, you should be prepared to sacrifice at any time. And the duty of a Marine is to obey orders. Do you want me to go against the world government and even the 5 elders for a mere less than 100 soldiers? Kizaru also stood up at this time and said with a smile, Yes, Mr. Zephyr, you know that we Marines have no say in front of the 5 elders at all. And the current situation on the sea is extremely unfavorable to us Marines. If we don't find a way to balance it, I'm afraid we will completely lose all our say in the new world. Zephyr couldn't believe his ears. His eyes were slightly red. He just stared at Akainu and Kizaru opposite him. Are these really the students he taught back then? Why did they become so mercenary? Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help but feel sad. He said with a choked voice, "Okay, you two, let me ask you, if even Marine itself can't avenge its students, then how can the world believe that they can enforce justice? Since you choose to go your own way, then I choose to quit Marine." 3.8. Seeing this, the wretched guy Kizaru said with a joking face, "Teacher Zephyr, please don't be so impulsive, okay? Obviously, revenge for students and enforcing justice are two different things. And Marine Chief Instructor is leaving. This is big news no matter how you look at it." Zephyr almost cursed when he heard this, but he also knew why Kizaru said that. That was because when Kizaru was a student, Zephyr had never been optimistic about him. The latter thought that he was too dependent on the power of the devil fruit. As a result, he neglected the training of his own body. This would probably prevent him from reaching a higher level. That was why, later, Kizaru became an admiral. But in his heart, he still had deep hostility towards this old mentor who had cultivated him in the past. He even hated him. This point, from the original work, the Master-Disciple War, 28 staged by the two can be seen. Whether it was the mission to capture Luffy in Sabaody Island, or in Summit War, Kizaru was blatantly letting it go. But in the battle against Zephyr, he was unusually serious. The ultimate move, which was nicknamed 8-Foot Outline Jade, was even more accurate. He beat Zephyr into a sieve. I'm afraid Kizaru wanted to prove to his old mentor in this way, even if he relied too much on the power of Devil Fruit. But as long as the Devil Fruit is strong enough, it can still stand at the top of this world. "Zephyr, do you think Marine is your home? You can come and go as you please." Akainu snorted with a straight face, and then said in a bad tone, "After this Summit War, Garp and Sengoku both mentioned their intention to quit Marine. But in the end, they were all rejected by Commander-in-Chief of the Army. That adult only agreed to remove their positions, but at the same time ordered to retain their military ranks and let them continue to stay in Marine to train the next generation of young people. If you also want to resign from the position of General Instructor, at least you have to do this. As a member of Marine, don't think about easily unloading the burden on your shoulders. Isn't this what you taught us when you were young?" It can be seen. Akainu is really a little angry. Now, he doesn't even call me teacher. He started to call Zephyr by his name. But this is right. After all, he is now Marshal of Marine. He is Zephyr's immediate superior. No matter what he does, no one will argue. But the frustrated Zephyr gave his answer directly. Zephyr said with a very firm tone, "Today's Marine is no longer the Marine that made me willing to die in 913. Since the Rocks era, I have been active on the front line of Marine. No matter who the enemy is, I have never thought of retreating. I once simply thought that Marine would become a special organization that is free from the power of celestial dragons and fights only for justice and order. But now it seems that I was wrong. But before leaving Sakazuki, I must remind you that, including the escaped prisoners from Impelled Down Level 6, there are many pirates who can be called legends. With the end of the Summit War, the death of Edward Newgate, the man who once stood at the top of these people, also means that the entire future era will face unprecedented challenges. As the new Marshal, the first thing you have to do is to re-emphasize that justice is the only value of Marine, and no generation can cross this iron rule. Otherwise, Marine will inevitably decline in the increasingly worsening situation in the future." However, before Zephyr could finish his words, Akainu interrupted with an angry face. "A asterisk hole. Stop pointing fingers at me. I'm a Marine Marshal. No matter what decision I make next, I don't need you, an old man, to preach." Zephyr did not refute when he heard this, because in his heart, he had already given up on this man who was about to leave and share the same decay and degeneration. Marine was completely disappointed. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a Marine rushed into the office with a panicked look on his face. Marshal Sakazuki, it's bad. The new G1 branch has been invaded by a powerful enemy. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral sent an emergency distress signal. Lin Xiao brought Momagi. No, it was Guion who rebelled against Marine, and suddenly appeared in Marineford. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Akainu frowned and roared angrily. Why did this be D suddenly appear in Marineford at this time? What does he want to do this time? The Dark Horse, who had not spoken before, reminded in a serious tone. Sakazuki, you said, did Lin Xiao find something? Ariete. Akainu was stunned at first, but then he reacted immediately and said with a gloating look, he is really slow to realize it. But even if he finds out the inside story of those things, what can he do? Those applicant countries have already been destroyed by pirates. Even if he is in a hurry to find someone to vent his anger, he should go to this CPO organization. What does it have to do with us Marine? I kinda didn't know at this time. All the pirates, including Whitebeard too, have been completely eliminated by Lin Xiao, and those destroyed countries also regain vitality under the magical power of Phoenix King. In Akainu's opinion, Lin Xiao is now probably so angry that he has become a reckless man who seeks medical advice for his illness. Without a place to vent his anger, he will appear in Marineford. Chinlees. Oh, I guess Mr. Elf King must be very angry now. Kizaru pinched his chin and said eagerly, Mr. Sakazuki, how about letting me go over to support Vice Admiral of Flying Squirrel? I really want to see with my own eyes. What kind of strength does that young king have? Song. Akainu thought about it and immediately agreed with Kizaru's idea. Lin Xiao should be the young king who just publicly executed Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then defeated the beast pirates. Zephyr watched the reactions of several people from the side. He suddenly found that when talking about Lin Xiao, several Marine high-ranking officials, including Akainu, all showed a state of tension and anger. It seemed that every move of this man could inadvertently stir up the emotions of these superiors. This 620 also made Zephyr very curious. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with Lin Xiao. After all, the beast war that attracted the attention of the world had just ended not long ago. However, Zephyr did not watch the live broadcast, because at that time, all his time was almost spent on educating the new generation of Marine students. So he did not pay much attention to this war. But he still heard a lot of news about Lin Xiao from many students. The most common one is that Lin Xiao used all means to abduct Momagi, the goddess known as Marine White Moonlight. Zephyr didn't take such news seriously at all. In his opinion, this was probably just a deliberate hype by Lin Xiao. After all, since the day Lin Xiao appeared in the public eye, there have been continuous gossips about him and Momagi. But today, from a nervous attitude of Akainu and others, he saw a lot of differences. This young king seemed to be more mysterious and powerful than he imagined. Thinking of this, Zephyr was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he walked to the sofa and sat down steadily. He wanted to see how this farce would end. Sure enough, Kizaru had just left not long ago. One after another, urgent news came. First, Lin Xiao used the heads of the pirates to build a Kyoto temple in the square, which naturally included Zephyr's mortal enemy, Whitebeard too. Then, in front of reporters and civilians, he revealed all the despicable deeds done by CP0 behind the scenes. Such a shocking move. Even Zephyr couldn't help but be moved. This young king's courage isn't a bit too big? He has never seen a royal family of any country dare to provoke the world government like this. Is he going to die? However, for Lin Xiao's action of helping him kill his enemy Whitebeard too, Zephyr immediately felt a lot of favor for this young king whom he had never met before. Compared with Marines helping the evil, Zephyr prefers the extreme approach of Lin Xiao, who can't tolerate even a little bit of sand in his eyes. In his opinion, such a strong move can keep justice sacred and majestic, instead of being like Marine, who will only blindly obey any order of world government, and thus execute the pedantic justice, the boredom and depression that shrouded Zephyr's heart before. At this moment, all of them were completely swept away with the appearance of Lin Xiao. Unlike Zephyr, who was gradually getting more cheerful, Akainu was directly broken. That Danby ********* Lin Xiao actually dared to humiliate Marine in this way. Akainu was immediately furious and roared with a dark face. Does he really think that our Marine dare not attack the Elf Kingdom? Hearing this, the dark horse on the side reminded with a heavy expression, Sakazuki, don't mess around. From the past methods of that kid, since he dared to do such a thing this time, he must have prepared corresponding countermeasures in advance. If Marine rashly attacks the Elf Kingdom at this time, it will not only disrupt our original plan, but also be despised by the world. If other pirates hear this, our layout in the new world will be ruined because of this. No matter how angry Akainu was in his heart, he still maintained the most basic rationality. He knew it very well. What the Dark Horse said was true. In the eyes of the Marine senior management, Lin Xiao had become a sinister and cunning and well-planned villain. Even the Crane staff, who was always known for his wisdom, commented on Lin Xiao as his wisdom was close to that of a demon. And now that the other party dared to choose such a time period and swaggered to Marineford, it means that he is not afraid of angering Marine. He is even ready to fight Marine head-on. Although Akainu was very skeptical, did Lin Xiao really have so many troops in his hands? But he didn't dare to gamble, because Marine couldn't afford to lose now. Ha! Seeing Akainu's frustrated look, Zephyr burst into laughter. Sakazuki, what did I just say? This era is definitely not as simple as you think. It seems that this king named Lin Xiao has successfully crushed the trick of CPO. 2 members of 7 Warlords of the Sea died in his hands. I don't think this organization needs to continue to exist. Please give me flowers. 0133124228 Filu 174110230. But I still want to remind you, if you continue to act on your own, I am afraid that the image of Marine in the hearts of the world will continue to deteriorate. Faced with Zephyr's gloating, Akainu snorted indifferently. Zephyr, I think you are old and confused, right? 0. Even if Lin Xiao kills all those pirates, what can happen? Those applicant countries have been destroyed. Before other countries want to submit applications in the future, I am afraid they will have to think about whether they will end up with the same tragic end as those countries. So no matter how you look at it, Lin Xiao lost this time. And he lost very thoroughly. In fact, for Akainu, having just joined Whitebeard 2 of 7 Warlords of the Sea, it doesn't matter whether he dies or not. He is not a member of Marine anyway. He is just a damn pirate. Since he is a pirate, what does it matter to him, the Marshal of Marine, if he dies or not? Again, what's more, Akainu actually doesn't have a good impression of the system of 7 Warlords of the Sea. He just turned a blind eye to these guys because he obeyed the orders of world government. And what Akainu wants to see most now is naturally the scene of Lin Xiao being defeated, so as to vent the anger that has accumulated in his heart. However, 030 soon came with another shocking news. Akainu couldn't laugh anymore. Marshal Sakazuki, the latest news from the front line is that patrol ships have found a large number of people repairing cities and countries, such as the Kingdom of Mater and the Kingdom of Beisha. It has been confirmed that the king of the Kingdom of Mater Babaliong III, who is officially declared dead, is also among the crowd. And judging from the current number of people, it is the same as before these countries were destroyed. And the patrol ship also found a large number of elves stationed on the island, which also participated in the reconstruction of the town. But due to the threat of some sea creatures, our patrol ship failed to successfully land on the island and conduct a more detailed investigation. Following the report of a Marine, whether it was Akainu, Black Horse, or Zephyr, without exception, all were shocked beyond words by this sudden news. even if the news still needs further verification. But everyone present all understood what it meant. Nothing else to say, just the Metal Kingdom. After being destroyed by Whitebeard too, whether it was the members of the CP organization or the Marine, all of them went to the island in person. They verified the actual situation of that country. After confirming that it was correct, the world government ordered Whitebeard too to be included in the 7 warlords of the sea, and to lure other pirates to do even crazier things. But now, a large number of residents have appeared on the ruins of these countries. Akainu and others naturally would not think that. This was Lin Xiao deliberately sending the residents of the Elf Kingdom and Dressrosa to occupy the land of those countries. Because such a move, it would undoubtedly make the world feel extremely resistant. With Lin Xiao's wisdom, it is naturally impossible to make such a foolish move of self-destruction. And there seems to be only one answer. That is, this group of people who suddenly appeared, a huge number of people. They are probably the residents who have lived here for generations. That's right. In other words, they're the people who were killed by Whitebeard too and other pirates before. And the best evidence is the king of the Metal Kingdom, Metal Bobblyong III, who was declared dead in 3.5. You know, a few days ago, Akainu saw the photo of Whitebeard too holding the other person's head in the projected photo of image Den Den Mushi. But who would have thought that just a few days later, the other person would be so miraculously alive again? Who dares to believe this? But in this case, there is a problem that Akainu and others can't figure out no matter what. How did Lin Xiao do it? Making all the citizens of those countries who were once slaughtered resurrect from the dead? Such a shocking miracle. Is it really possible for humans to achieve it? But no matter what the truth is, Akainu and others know very well. If this news spreads, it will definitely set off a new round of storms on the entire ocean. Resurrect the dead. 28. After being shocked, Zephyr's old eyes suddenly flashed with a kind of light with a steed. Perhaps next, he should personally meet this young king who is full of countless mysteries. However, under the influence of Lin Xiao's series of horrifying actions, whether it was Akainu or Zephyr, it seemed that they had automatically chosen to ignore it. The last news that came was about the appearance of Straw Hat Boy and others in the square. Know what? Compared to Lin Xiao's big move, who would care about what an old guy who is out of date, a wanted former 7 warlords of the sea, and a young boy who can only make trouble did? At the same time, Holy Land Mariewa, Golden Hall of Power. 5 elders sat together with gloomy faces. The atmosphere was indescribably heavy. Wearing a flat hat, with the title of God of Science Defense, Gigalucius Satan Saint spoke first. Just now there was news from Marine that Lin Xiao suddenly appeared in Marineford. He also built a Kyoto temple with the heads of pirates 0133124281741104440. He seems to be expressing his dissatisfaction with us in this way. What a man who keeps talking about topics. The environmental martial god with a long straight beard. Makes Mass Saint sighed with emotion. But it seems that he must have realized what CPO did in secret. Isn't this just as we expected before? The legal martial god, with the most irritable temper. Topman Vacheli Saint looked disdainful, he shouted. Even if he kills all those pirates, it will be useless. The part of killing chickens to scare monkeys has been successfully completed. I guess no country will dare to join his imperial alliance. In the future, 623-inch, that's right. The financial god, wearing a white Taoist robe and holding a samurai sword. Izambaran V. Nasajuro Sei also sneered. You are so arrogant. Do you think that you can challenge our world government head-on with those elves that came out of nowhere? How naive and ridiculous. But it's a pity. If we were not so anxious at the beginning and let Doflamingo, that waste, attack the Elf Kingdom, I'm afraid we wouldn't have caused the extremely troublesome situation today, right? Yes. The last golden-haired agricultural god, Shepherd 10 Peter, Saint nodded with a little emotion. Originally, due to the influence of Summit War, The balance of the three-legged tripod on the sea has been broken. Now with the sudden rise of Lin Xiao, it has become even more miserable. And counting the 2 places of Doflamingo and Whitebeard, 2 killed by Lin Xiao, there are now as many as 4 vacancies in 7 Warlords of the Sea. How can we fill such a gap as soon as possible? The other 4 people fell into silence after hearing this. The killing of Whitebeard too was like a loud slap in the face, which once again made them realize that Lin Xiao was not easy to mess with. And now they actually didn't want to officially tear their faces with that madman Lin Xiao. After all, God knows what cards that kid has in his hand. As the saying goes, the soft ones are afraid of the hard ones are afraid of the desperate ones, and the desperate ones are afraid of the crazy ones. This is the truth right now. Even the 5 elders who have the highest power in the world have to be careful when facing Lin Xiao, a crazy guy. If this were to happen to other people, they would not even dare to think about it. After a moment of silence, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint took the lead in breaking the deadlock. In order to prevent the same incident from happening again, I think at this stage, we should not continue to provoke Lin Xiao for the time being and wait and see the developments of New World before making plans. I think that as the sphere of influence between pirates expands, it will also undergo huge changes due to the major events that occur one after another. And for the new batch of members to fill the 7 Warlords of the Sea, we must select more influential and more powerful candidates. At the end, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint did not forget to add a sentence. As for before the Seraphs complete the final test, it is like this. Marcus Maz Saint took over the conversation at this time and said angrily, "The news that Whitebeard too, that waste, was killed, must not be spread to the outside world. If the world knows that the members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea have been killed one after another, the reputation of this organization will soon be ruined. In that case, we will lack a tool to balance the sea at this stage. So, no matter what means are used, we must stop the spread of this news." The other 4 people also agreed with this, because even if they disagree, there is no other effective way at the moment. It is definitely not okay to attack Lin Xiao openly. Liao Xiao. That will provoke the discussion and gossip of the world. And the secret dispatch of the CPO to do something behind the scenes also became a laughingstock of the world as Lin Xiao appeared in Marineford. In this way, only the 5 warlords who originally wanted to do something elders. But Lin Xiao has forced him into a situation where he has no other options. Yes, the movement of New World is already a headache, St. Gigalucius Satan said with an unhappy face. That guy, Blackbeard, successfully stole the power from Whitebeard in the Summit War, and then during this period of time, he launched a series of expansion operations in New World, one after another. During this period of time alone, in addition to the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, many newcomers with bounties of over 100 million have become victims of his promotion. Saint Izambaron V. Nasagro slowly wiped the scabbard in his hand and said slowly, "After all, that guy knows Whitebeard's sphere of influence very well, and he has such ambitions. It's not surprising that he can do such a thing. It seems that his determination and momentum to become, for emperors, have reached an unstoppable point." St. Topman Vouchuri nodded heavily after hearing this. In the eyes of those who were spying on 4 emperors, among the pirates who have won the throne of emperors, Blackbeard is definitely the leader by a long way. But until now, I still can't figure out how that guy managed to eat 2 devil fruits without exploding. This situation is simply unprecedented. Perhaps the few people didn't want to talk about Lin Xiao anymore, so the topic naturally shifted to Blackbeard. However, it was completely different from the feeling of gritting teeth when talking about Lin Xiao. When talking about Blackbeard, the 5 elders once again regained their previous calm and composed attitude of superiors. Even if Blackbeard successfully possessed the power of 2 devil fruits, it didn't make them lose their battle. Looking at the whole world, Lin Xiao is probably the only one who can break the defense of these 5 old men. Now, looking at the entire New World, The only ones who can stop Blackbeard's progress are probably the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates led by Phoenix Marco, in addition to the other 3 members of Four Emperors, right? Shepherd 10 Pitts said. In fact, Blackbeard's rise is not entirely a bad thing for us. Izambaron v. Nasajuro said thoughtfully, that guy's ambition is very huge. I believe that after he successfully sits on the seat of Four Emperors, he will expand further. If we can find an opportunity to provoke the conflict between him and Lin Xiao, it may lead to a wonderful drama. The meeting room fell into silence again, because several people did not have any expectations for such an unexpected plan. I don't know how long it took. Then a voice slowly sounded. At this point, it seems that we can only take it one step at a time. At the same time, on the other side, World Economic News Agency. The newspaper office was crowded. All reporters were in a state of full firepower. The reason was simple. Not long ago, with Lin Xiao's appearance in Marineford, through those reporters on the front line, the explosive news related to it was continuously transmitted back. After understanding the whole story of the incident, Morgans waved his hand and asked his staff to go all out to spread the explosive news to the world before other newspapers. Remember to focus on the incident caused by the CPO organization. This time, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect that such an amazing news would pop up again in just a few days. No, it should be said that there are 2 big new ones. Although compared with the incident of Lin Xiao, Your Majesty, the actions of Straw Hat Boy can only be regarded as a drizzle, but there must be many readers who want to see his situation. After all, that boy was in the past Summit War. But speaking of it, His Majesty Lin Xiao is really a man who is always at the forefront of the topic. Since he ascended the throne, he has always maintained an amazing popularity. Even I, an old news expert, feel ashamed of myself for this. Then this report must have a headline that is very explosive. Oh my, there are too many eye-catching elements. Which one should I use? I have almost forgotten how long it has been since I last had such a hesitant situation. Just when Morgans was hesitating, a female editor in charge of typesetting in the distance asked loudly, President, what news should be published on the front page? Of course, it's the news about His Majesty Lin Xiao. Morgans answered without thinking. That man is a perennial topic that can make newspapers sell well. As for the title, CPO's Deadly Conspiracy, news related to that mysterious organization. I believe it will definitely make people's eyes light up and sell well, right? But this time, the Wrath of the Elf King, a Jingguan made of pirate heads, is also equally exciting, right? The truth behind the destruction of the country seems to be a good choice. As Morgans just said, this incident is too explosive, so much so that there are too many key points. Even an old bird like him is a little difficult to choose. Let's ask, when a piece of news can connect the 3 most popular and sensitive forces at the moment, Lin Xiao Camp, CPO organization, and naval headquarters, who can calmly make a choice among them? That's it. We will use the double front page mode this time. 0. After thinking for a moment, Morgans decided to change the previous practice. Special matters should be handled specially, and take a different response plan for this big news. Immediately, he excitedly commanded, make the last page also the front page format. In this way, all those elements can be integrated. I'm sure readers will be unable to stop reading this time. Yes, the female editor quickly agreed. And at this moment, a middle-aged man who was accompanying a reporter behind Morgans walked over slowly and handed over a letter in his hand. President, this is a letter just sent from the world government, saying that you must personally review it. Knife. Morgan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He seemed to have realized what was going to happen. So he took the letter. After opening it, he found a huge check. Then he quickly glanced at the contents of the letter and laughed. This is a really big check. I guess the world government wants to use this money, 727, to control my subsequent news dissemination, right? But this time, they obviously made a wrong calculation. If such exciting news is not announced, how can we be worthy of our profession? So, you should return this check to them. I'm a good reporter with extremely high professional ethics. I will never bow down and surrender in front of such money, even if the other party is the world government. But, just as Morgan gave the order, the middle-aged reporter opposite uncharacteristically chose to refuse. He raised his hand and took off the human skin mask that had been covering his face, revealing his true face. That won't do, President Morgans. You'd better cooperate obediently in this matter. I might as well tell you that all other newspapers have agreed to cooperate, and now only you are left. So the superior has issued a death order, and no matter what, you must be convinced this time. At the critical moment, I can still use force. While speaking, the middle-aged man had already pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Morgans. Almost everyone was frightened by this sudden scene. They never thought. Among the colleagues who used to get along with each other, there was actually a pawn of the world government hidden. Damn, it turned out to be a member of the CP organization. Morgan's face suddenly turned pale, and he shouted in anger. When did he sneak in? I didn't even notice it. But if you think that such a threat can make me surrender, you are very wrong. After hearing this, the member of the CP organization on the opposite side sneered disdainfully. Morgans, I advise you to be more sensible. Otherwise, you will sacrifice your life in vain, and you are destined to become a laughingstock in the mouths of others. Really? Morgan's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Then, in a flash, he rushed to the front of the member of the CP organization. Before the other party could react, bang bang, two powerful punches actually knocked the other party unconscious. Deaf. The other employees were shocked when they saw this. Who could imagine it? Their boss actually is a 3.4 fighting expert. And Morgans also shouted proudly, Humph, this is the fate of underestimating me. News King Morgans, although I am a miser in the eyes of the world, but more importantly, I will always be a journalist, even though many times I will use lies to mobilize the emotions of readers. But there's an iron rule that will never be compromised. That is, what news should be published in the newspaper. It is always decided by me as the president. But that's what he said. Facing the threat of the CP organization, Morgans naturally did not dare to be arrogant. He immediately waved his hand and urged, Everyone, get ready to move. It is obviously no longer safe here. The headquarters will move immediately. We must leave here before those guys notice something is wrong and find a safe place to work again. But please rest assured, this situation is already commonplace for me. As the order was issued, soon, the World Economic News Agency, which looks like a teapot, flew from the ground to the sky under the traction of thousands of birds, and flew rapidly towards the distant sea. A few hours later, including the incident where the world government sent CPO to instigate pirates to massacre the applicant country, Lin Xiao appeared in Marine Ford with the heads of all the pirates, and built Jingguan in front of all the Marines, with a spread of countless news birds. It spread throughout the world in the blink of an eye like a hurricane. People from all over the world were deeply shocked after reading the relevant news. They could never have imagined that the real behind-the-scenes instigator of the horrifying massacre incident a while ago was actually the CPO organization under the world government. Such a dirty and despicable method. It is comparable to those evil pirates on the sea. However, Lin Xiao's actions also once again refreshed the world's perception of him. No one could imagine it. This young king, when faced with the conspiracy set up by the dreaded CPO organization, chooses to break the situation with this head-on confrontation. The Elf King is indeed both wise and brave and unparalleled in his dominance. In the eyes of the world, the existence of 7 warlords of the sea is the greatest humiliation to justice. It is a mistake that should never happen. If possible, the world hopes to ban this organization as soon as possible. However, world government and Marine have always been indifferent. But now seeing the members of 7 warlords of the sea, one after another died in Lin Xiao's hands, it can be regarded as a breath of anger for the world. after experiencing the special situation of CP organization infiltration. Morgans also deliberately added many words of praise for Lin Xiao in the relevant reports. It seems that he wants to push him to the throne of New World, the strongest king. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the news about Luffy, although it was published at the first time, but it was placed in an unknown corner. But fortunately, there's a picture, so the three of them didn't work in vain. New World, Dressrosa, a beautiful figure trotted into the palace. Andy, did you see it? It's news about His Majesty. As soon as Rebecca received the newspaper, she trotted all the way to the palace and excitedly said to Queen Violet, who was in a daze on the throne, Your Majesty is really amazing. This time he took up 2 pages. Your Majesty not only successfully resolved the conspiracy and tricks of the world government, but also used a strong counterattack to warn those bad guys again. Now those bad guys may never dare to attack those countries that want to join our Imperial Alliance again. As she spoke, Rebecca shook the newspaper in her hand with a naughty look and said, How about it? Annie, do you want to see it? Your Majesty's photo this time will be super handsome. No. Hey, I better take a look at that. Faced with her own niece's deliberate teasing, Queen Violet suddenly felt embarrassed after being discovered for cheating. But out of her longing for Lin Xiao, she still took the newspaper with embarrassment. Your Majesty's photo is too handsome, isn't it? Sure enough, no matter where this man appears, he is destined to become the focus of the world. No matter what time. Every time she sees news related to Lin Xiao, Queen Violet can't help but think of those sweet moments with this man. So much so that the feeling of missing her was like a tide, constantly impacting Queen Violet's body and soul. Auntie, do you also like His Majesty Lin Xiao? At this moment, the quirky Rebecca suddenly hugged the dazed Queen Violet from behind and said with a smirk, If it were you, my auntie, I wouldn't mind sharing His Majesty's favor with you at all. Oh no, it's not what you think. Seeing that the last layer of window paper was pierced by Rebecca, Queen Violet suddenly felt caught off guard. She panicked all of a sudden. Until now, she hadn't been ready to face Rebecca directly. But who would have thought? This little girl actually saw the clues herself. What to do? I'm so embarrassed. Just when Queen Violet was in a dilemma, Rebecca came over mysteriously and said, How about you tell me the truth? I promise to keep it a secret from my aunt. Queen Violet was even more flustered when she heard that. She cried helplessly in her heart. Rebecca, what on earth are you thinking about in your head? New World, White Earth Island, Bartigo. Hey, what's going on? No way. The Beast War just ended not long ago. That kid actually caused such a big trouble again. Rather than saying it a trouble, I think it's more like he's challenging the authority of the world government. Shop. Has he killed another member of the 7 warlords of the sea? It's really scary. If I remember correctly, that Whitebeard too has only joined the 7 warlords of the sea for a few days. This is the World Economic News. Morgans always likes to exaggerate, so this kind of news is not credible at all. That's right. Anyway, I don't believe that guy can get an advantage from the CPO organization. After all, we have been suppressed by the Celestial Dragon's lackeys for many years. But judging from the pictures in the newspaper, it is indeed Marineford. Does that guy really dare to do such a crazy thing? What are those guys in Naval Headquarters doing? Are they just watching him do whatever he wants? Damn it, it's so abominable. That guy's made a big splash again. After seeing the news reports about Lin Xiao, everyone, including Sabo, 640 Ivankov, and other core cadres, became angry. There was no way. Who made Lin Xiao not give a good face to the Mr. Dragon they admire before? So much so that they all regarded Lin Xiao as a hostile force that was equal to the world government. Monkey D. Dragon remained silent. His gloomy eyes swept through the newspaper word by word, as if he was afraid of revealing something important. To be honest, Monkey D. Dragon really didn't want to see news about Lin Xiao being in the spotlight. Because the better this young king gets along, it proves how stupid his original decision was. Even if no one would blame him, Monkey D. Dragon just couldn't get over this knot in his heart. And now, seeing that Lin Xiao was so bold, he chose this way to confront the CO organization head-on, which made him fall into an extremely embarrassing situation again. Damn it, are we going to let people live? Lousy has worked hard for decades. They can't even compare to what this guy has achieved in just 1 month. Isn't this too embarrassing? Isn't it said that those who act high-profile will surely die? Why can this guy be so arrogant and domineering? And yet everything is fine. Who can give me a reasonable explanation? Monkey D. Dragon is really in a state of confusion now, and can't say anything about his suffering. If this continues, I'm afraid that before the GM army come up with anything exciting, they will be forgotten by the world. The Imperial Alliance, established by Lin Xiao, is obviously further squeezing the living space of GM army. But Monkey D. Dragon has no way to deal with it. Originally, he also thought of using some small tricks in secret to trick Lin Xiao and Imperial Alliance. But before he could take any action, the CPO organization took the lead in implementing it. At that time, Monkey D. Dragon was happy for several days. Just like the world, he pretended to sit back and watch Lin Xiao get humiliated. But who would have thought that? Lin Xiao would not play by the rules. He even made a big move against the CPO organization. Even Whitebeard, too, who had just joined the 7 Warlords of the Sea, died in his hands. This made Monkey D. Dragon feel extremely angry and embarrassed. And he also gave up the plan to secretly attack the Imperial Alliance. What a joke. Even those old bastards of CPO couldn't do it. With just the 3 or 2 crooked people under him, how could he accomplish anything? But the more this happened, Monkey D. Dragon was angrier. Perhaps even Lin Xiao himself didn't know. Before he knew it, he had become someone that many people disliked, but couldn't get rid of. Don't worry about him for now. Notify everyone and speed up the plan. We must not let that guy get ahead and waste all our efforts. After a long silence, Monkey D. Dragon finally managed to say something. New world, an unknown island. Blackbeard pirates are resting on this island. Shiryu, Katrandiami, and Basjot all cast malicious glances at Blackbeard upon hearing this. Yeah, if you can't do that, don't blame us for taking action against you. Hee. Although I like you a little, Captain Teach. All this is based on you leading us to become the 4 emperors. Yes, our current progress seems a little too slow, right? And the devil fruit that was promised to us, 013312428 flu 174130180, but we still have no clue until now. Please give me flowers. Faced with the doubts of several people, Blackbeard's face changed again and again. But in the end, he smiled again. Anna, Blackbeard spread his hands, his eyes burning, and said, "Don't worry, you guys, as long as we kill those guys who are in the way, we will soon ascend to the throne of 4 emperors. By then, each of you will become the ship song that everyone is looking forward to. No one can stop me from moving forward, not Whitebeard, not anyone else. Cake Island. Mom. Is there news about the kid who defeated Kaido again? Bring it here so I can see." This time he actually killed another member of 7 Warlords of the Sea. It's really impressive. I like it. Baron Dandin, you and Pakumas find a time to inform this kid named Lin Xiao. As long as he agrees to join my company, I am willing to let him choose any one of my daughters to marry. Son. Oh, by the way, the premise is that all the elves under his command must belong to me. Speaking of which, there is no such magical creature in my 10,000 kingdoms. It's really exciting. There are creatures in this world that I have never heard of before. Before this, I have never heard of their history in any books or legends. If it weren't for the Beast War 143, I'm afraid I would really lose the opportunity to collect such elves. Big Mom's ferocious old face was full of greed. Obviously, she has locked her target on Lin Xiao. To be more precise, she should have taken a fancy to the Elf Legion in Lin Xiao's hand, because the elves are completely different from any creatures she has seen before. Although some are strong and some are weak, but each one is like a devil fruit. The ability users are generally rare. Another reason that makes Big Mom salivate is that, with more than 1,000 Pokémon alone, Lin Xiao successfully defeated Kaido's beast pirates. This is simply an impossible miracle. But this miracle actually happened in front of the eyes of the world. But Big Mom didn't know. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's ability of telepathy, he would have controlled the Pokémons to fight at any time. I'm afraid that even if the number was multiplied, it would not be able to defeat beast pirates. But this is nothing to Big Mom, who is used to being reckless. As long as it is something she wants, and she must get it. If she can't get it, then everything will be destroyed. Mom, I'm afraid that Lin Xiao will not agree to such a request at all. At this time, a tall man with short red hair, unusually strong muscles, slender legs, and a scar on each cheek slowly persuaded. This man has a special pink tattoo on his left arm and left upper body. Among them, the tattoo on the left arm is a skull-shaped tattoo. He wears a white scarf with layers like flowers around his neck. From the overall outfit, it is full of a strong black metal style. And his double, he was wearing a pair of black gloves on his hands. There was a spiked ring on the front of his left arm. It looked like it could be used for attacking. He was wearing black jeans on his lower body. He was wearing a pair of black leather boots with spikes on his feet. Even though his mouth was covered with a scarf, it was still possible to vaguely see that. There were two narrow and long lines on both sides of his cheeks, where they had been sewn with thread. In addition, he also had a mouth full of fangs. Even when he closed his mouth, he would still show 4 sharp teeth. He looked full of powerful explosive power and an extremely dangerous aura. And this man was Big Mom's second son, and also her right-hand man, Charlotte Katakuri, who was ranked first among the 2.8 4 stars of dessert. In this situation, it seemed that he was the only one who dared to disobey Big Mom in person. After all, his identity was there. If you don't agree, then I will destroy his elf kingdom and take all those cute little elves away. There is nothing in this world that I can't get. If there is, I will destroy it with my own hands. No one can get what I can't get, Big Mom said with a nonchalant look on her face. In her opinion, Lin Xiao is just a guy who is not even in the mainstream. He is not even worthy of her attention. Mom, you are underestimating this young king, aren't you? Katakuri reminded earnestly. He just publicly tried Doflamingo not long ago, and then defeated Kaido's beast pirates in front of the world. Such an impressive record is enough to prove that His Majesty Lin Xiao is definitely not an ordinary mediocre person. What's more, at the end of Beast Wars, he turned into a dragon and obviously possessed the power of blue dragon fruit that was comparable to Kaido. This time, he successfully crushed the plan of CPO organization again, and in the process, he killed another member who had just joined 7 warlords of the sea. For a person like this, I think we should choose a more gentle way to deal with him. Otherwise, it is likely to backfire, and we will establish a powerful and unconventional opponent for nothing. Let's wait and see what happens next. Katakuri admired Lin Xiao's calm attitude in Beast Wars. With Lin Xiao's youth, when facing the 4 emperors that the whole world is afraid of, he can still show the measure of planning and strategizing, which is enough to show the extraordinariness of this young king. Katakuri found some of his own high-spirited feelings in Lin Xiao. It was like a hero appreciating another hero. #B. Even though the Big Mom pirates belonged to the 4 emperors, but Katakuri knew that they were not much different from Kaido and Whitebeard's pirate groups in essence. Or, they all had very similar shortcomings. That is, they all relied too much on the 4 emperors and the captains. Once the captain went offline during the battle, the combat effectiveness of the entire pirate group would decline visibly. Among the 3 pirate groups mentioned above, only the Whitebeard pirates was in a better situation. After all, the prestige of Phoenix, Marco was strong enough to lead the remaining people to fight. But even Katakuri cannot say that he can command all his brothers and sisters. 857. So he won't provoke Lin Xiao too much. After all, judging from the past news, this young king not only has unexpected power, he is also a crazy guy who doesn't play by the rules. If he is provoked, I'm afraid the consequences will be like Beast Kaido, ending with a loss of face. RTU, Big Mom, who has a weird temper, never likes to listen to other people's opinions. Even if this person is her own son. She immediately roared in anger. Opponent? Who does he think he is? I'm the dignified Four Emperors big... How can that kind of young boy be my opponent? Those elves are what I like. I will get them no matter what. Whoever dares to stop me will die in the end. Okay, this is my final decision. I don't want to hear any more objections. You know, I am the queen of 10,000 kingdoms. As Big Mom's anger ignited, the weather in the entire 10,000 kingdoms sea area changed dramatically. It was originally sunny and windy. But in the blink of an eye, there were already lightning and thunder. It seems that Mom is angry again. Everyone, hurry back home. If you accidentally touch Mom's anger, it will be fatal. Those citizens living in 10,000 kingdoms seem to have long been accustomed to such unpredictable weather. They all trotted back to their homes. New World, Red Hair Pirate Station. A group of crew members were sitting around the fire, having a lively banquet. Only the captain, Red Hair Shanks, was alone holding today's newspaper, staring at the photo of Lin Xiao on the front page and falling into deep thought. In the past short month or so, he seemed to have read too much news related to this young king. The undercurrent that had gradually subsided due to the end of Summit War actually became turbulent again under the instigation of this young man. Hey, he is really a problem teenager with a lot of topic sense. Exclamation point. Red Hair couldn't help but sigh. Yeah. At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from behind Red Hair. Then he saw the deputy Captain Ben Beckman walking over with 2 bottles of wine. After giving one of the bottles to the red-haired man, the former slowly sat down beside him, glanced at the news about Lin Xiao in the newspaper, and praised with emotion, "What this young man did is really shocking. The trial of 7 warlords of the sea alone is enough to make people dumbfounded. Who would have thought that he could even make Kaido, that lunatic, return with nothing? I can't believe that these feats were all done by this young man who is not even 20 years old." The red-haired man also sighed after hearing this. That's true, but I'm still not sure whether the rise of this young man is a good or bad thing for the sea. Ben Beckman frowned slightly. This captain of ours is good in every way, but his attitude of worrying about the world is a little unacceptable. Please, Shanks, are you messing around? Li Wang Zhao, we are pirates. Are we really the ones who should worry about whether it's good for the sea? What's more, isn't the existence of pirates like us the worst thing for the sea? Thinking of this, Ben Beckman smiled and comforted him. Don't say those stupid things. No matter what kind of turmoil this young man's rise will cause to the sea, it has nothing to do with us, red-hair pirates. If there's a conflict between our 2 forces one day, then we can just use the weapons in our hands to determine who is right and who is wrong. On the sea, the law of the jungle has always been emphasized. No matter how much you think about it, it is not as real as a real practice. Also, I want to remind you, Shanks, everyone is waiting for you to go over there for a drink. The red-haired man immediately reacted after hearing this. So he followed Ben Bergman back to the campfire. But, behind a smile on his face, the red-haired man was always thinking about a question. That is, does this really have nothing to do with me? I don't want to see the expected situation happen. Oh, maybe I'm thinking too much. I hope that situation won't happen. Ghost Island. It's that B*********** D. Lin Xiao again. Kaido took the freshly baked newspaper, looking at the photos of Lin Xiao printed on the front and back pages. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. It's this damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* ruined the deal between him and Doflamingo for the artificial devil fruit smile. During the Beast War, it also caused Beast Pirates to lose many soldiers and generals and was seriously injured. And the war that just passed has been regarded by Kaido as the biggest stain in his life. But now, Even he dare not rashly attack Lin Xiao. This is not to say that Kaido was beaten by Lin Xiao, but during the last Beast War, too many core members of Beast Pirates were killed or injured, and until now, they still have not been able to recover. There is a gap in high-end combat power. If it grows again now, the winning rate of Beast Pirates will be greatly reduced. Kaido is not a fool. Naturally, it is impossible to do such a losing business again. So now I can only rely on drinking every day and occasionally take out my anger on some blind pirates. Boss Kaido, don't worry about Lin Xiao for now. Just then, Jean stepped forward and said, according to our informant who planted in General Orochi's mansion, it seems that several members of CPO have been secretly contacting General Orochi recently. I guess they should come for Seastone products. What do you think we should do next? Should we intervene? However, before Kaido could speak, Quinn, who was wrapped in bandages, stepped forward and said, Boss Kaido, let me teach those daring guys a lesson. This is Ghost Island. Do they really think they can sneak into Wanakuni? Will we not find out? It would have been better if he didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, Jin's face was filled with anger. He immediately said coldly, You are a waste who ran away from the battle, and you still have the face to talk here. If it weren't for Brother Kaido showing mercy, I would have skinned you this time. Quinn retorted without showing any weakness. Jin, stop pretending to be a big shot in front of me. Laozi is not afraid of you. Watching the two people arguing more and more fiercely, it seemed like they were going to fight in person. Kaido immediately waved his hand with a nonchalant look on his face and said, Forget it, Jin. Running away is not a big deal. It's normal. After all, when I was young, I also ran away many times because I was not as strong as the enemy. Let the past be the past. Don't keep blaming Quinn. As for Orochi, there is no need to do anything for the time being. Even if I am him, he dare not do anything that will harm my interests. When the time is right, we will take the entire Wanakuni for ourselves. Jean didn't say anything more after hearing this, and Quinn, as if he had just won a battle, deliberately said provocatively, Did you hear that? Brother Kaido is right. If you can't win, of course you have to run dash. What's more, if an important scientific researcher like me dies in a battle of that level, it would be a huge loss. But you won't understand it even if I tell you, because you only have the interrogation in your mind all day long. Jean turned his face away. He stopped looking at this idiot who was embarrassing himself like a clown. But he had to admit one thing. Beast Pirates really valued Quinn's invention. Many heavy weapons were developed under Quinn's leadership. I guess Kaido saw this and chose not to punish him in the end. And in Flower City, not far from Ghost Island, General Korizumi Orochi's luxurious mansion. Itajiglong, you took the trouble to come all the way to Wanakuni. I think you are looking forward to my opening the country soon, right? In a secret room, a burly man with a head of more than 3 meters tall looked at the 3 members of the CPO opposite with a malicious look, who were wearing different masks on their faces. And this burly man looked very ugly. Both his head and mouth were several times larger than usual. He was a little bald. His face was as square as a brick. On the left side of his bald head, he wore a crown crookedly, and on the right side, he had a purple bun. It gave people a feeling of being neither fish nor fowl. The 2 upturned purple beards above his mouth, asterisk, 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 made him look very cunning, and he was wearing a yellow kimono that symbolized his noble status. There were many black crescent-shaped spiral patterns on it. He was casually stepping on a pair of wooden clogs. This man was the current general of Wanakuni, Korizumi Orochi. Seeing the 3 people on the opposite side, not speaking for a long time, Korizumi Orochi became more and more unscrupulous. Buy weapons from pirates, and then use them to fight pirates. Gihihi, don't you really think this behavior is ridiculous? However, with the fall of Middleman Joker, that is Doflamingo, you guys who are not up to the stage seem to have lost the cover you deserve. And I heard that. You, world government, and another country with the highest production capacity have also broken up. So now, except for negotiating directly with me, there must be no other way. I have to say you are really too anxious. Now I should think carefully about what choice to make next. It's me. Among the three members of the CPO on the opposite side, the masked man, sitting in the middle slowly said, "Having said that, the request you made before was too much. This is more like taking advantage of the fire. For the world government to ask for such a high price. Have you thought about the consequences?" 24. Kurizumi Orochi shook his head with a smug look on his face. "But don't count on the July 20th. We, Wanakuni, have always been a self-sufficient country. And the people living in this country are also very happy. If there's anything else I want, I'm afraid it's only that. That is to get much stronger power than now. And you don't think you can win me over with just this little thing, do you? Next time, or when I'm in a bad mood, I might directly ask for Dr. Vegapunk." The three CPO members were shocked when they heard this. Whether in the world government or in the Marine, Dr. Vegapunk is the most core, confidential person. So they immediately refused. This is absolutely impossible. Bang! However, at the same time as the three people spoke, the opposite Kurizumi Orochi had already taken out an exquisite pistol and pulled the trigger directly at one of the heads. The bullet hit the other party, but there was no scene of brain splatter. It is obvious that this CP0 member, at the critical moment, used armament hockey and successfully defended against the sudden shooting. But even so, Kurizumi Orochi's unscrupulous attitude also made the three people very angry. But just as the other party said, no matter how angry they are now, they dare not provoke the other party. Because once then the world government will soon face the embarrassing situation of having no Seastone products to use. This will increase the risk factor exponentially for capturing those powerful devil fruit ability users. At that time, the number of deaths of the corresponding operators will inevitably increase. This is a situation that even the five elders do not want to see. So, for now, they can only bear this anger for the time being. And the Kurizumi snake on the opposite side saw this point. That's why they dare to act so recklessly. Kurizumi Orochi said with a malicious smile, "I didn't ask for your consent just now. I was just telling you. Celestial Dragons, 2.1 Marine, World Government. I think you should know it in your heart, right? We are not afraid of these at all. What can we do even if we anger those behind you? Even if all of you join hands? You can't conquer this country at all. What's more, don't forget, there is a four emperors, Kaido, behind me." Speaking of this, the female member with a fox mask on her face among the three CPO reminded in an extremely cold voice, "I think you seem to have forgotten that Beast's Kaido is not undefeated. In the Beast War that just happened not long ago, he was defeated by the young king, and now Beast Pirates has been seriously injured. If General Orochi puts all his treasures on Kaido and others, maybe he will miscalculate one day. What did you say?" 28. Kurizumi Orochi was furious when he heard this. His ugly face showed an uncontrollable anger. He hadn't heard such a face-to-face rebuttal for a long time in Wanakuni, so he pointed the gun in his hand directly at the fox masked woman opposite. But until the end, he didn't pull the trigger as recklessly as last time. Obviously, the words of the female CPO member just now have worked. In Kurizumi Orochi's eyes, Kaido is like the undefeated existence in this world. He is his strongest support. But who would have thought? Not long ago, Kaido, who had gone all out, was defeated by an unknown kid. Not only did he lose many soldiers and generals, even Drought, Jack, one of the three disasters, was seriously injured. He is still unconscious now, and the members of Flying Six were almost wiped out. Such a situation, Kurizumi Orochi couldn't imagine it. But fortunately, the news didn't reach the ears of Wanakuni civilians. Even Kurizumi Orochi heard the news by accident. He didn't dare to offend Kaido at this time. And now this news came out again from the mouth of a CPO member. It is undoubtedly a complete confirmation of the previous great defeat. This also made Kurizumi Orochi's fear surge up uncontrollably again. He was originally a coward, Over the years, he was deeply tortured by the dead souls of Kazuki Odin and others. Now, if even his only supporter Kaido fell, Korizumi Orochi really didn't know how he would live. He would never allow that to happen. Korizumi Orochi couldn't even dream of it at this time. In fact, in Kaido's heart, he was just a big enemy who could be abandoned and killed at any time. It was just that the time was not ripe. Otherwise, Kaido would definitely kill him first. Just like that. The first contact between the two forces ended hastily in this extremely incompatible atmosphere. After the three members of CPO agreed on other matters of the transaction with Korizumi Orochi, they were directly driven out of Wanakuni. After returning to the ship anchored in the outer waters of Wanakuni, the three of them took off their masks. They were Rob Lucci, Stussy, and Kaku. Rob Lucci and Kaku were both former members of CP9. In the Battle of Eni's Lobby, they were defeated by the Straw Hat Boys and were framed by their superior Spandam, and thus all became wanted criminals. But with the rise of Lin Xiao and the accidental killing of 4 CP0 members in Dressrosa, in the case of a shortage of elite intelligence personnel, the top leaders of the world government specially pardoned the crimes of Rob Lucci and others, and recruited them back into the CPO organization. It can be regarded as giving these people a chance to make meritorious service while guilty. It is precisely because of this. The two of them are here today. Stussy, your words just now almost angered Korizumi Orochi. If the mission fails, we too will be punished with you. Next time, you'd better stop. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you think it through. Rob Lucci said with a serious face. It's obvious. He doesn't want to be wanted and hunted by the world government. Again, because of the failure of the mission. KK. However, Stussy smiled and said, I just saw that his arrogance was too arrogant, and I just wanted to rub his sharpness. How could I be so ignorant to provoke him? And the fact is that this is very effective. But speaking of it, he shot your subordinate in the head in front of you, and you weren't angry? Rob Lucci's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously, if they were to fight alone, even if he and Kaku were tied together, they would definitely not be Stussy's opponent. So without saying anything more, he snorted coldly and turned to walk into the hold with Kaku. Only Stussy, who was laughing so hard, remained on the deck. Rado, when the surroundings returned to silence again, the smile on Stussy's pretty face gradually froze. Then he took out a newspaper, a pair of glasses, and read the front page headline about Lin Xiao with great interest. Oh my, that bad guy really likes to mess around. This time he actually appeared in Marineford. What? He also built Kyoto with the heads of pirates? This number must be nearly 10,000 heads, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. He is still as ruthless as ever. He, the idiot who just joined, Master Shichibukai, was also killed by him? It seems that 5 elders will have a headache again. Wait a minute. The woman standing behind him is... as expected, this lecherous bad guy is never short of women around him no matter where he goes. Heed 2A. Scumbag. New world. New naval headquarters. The conference room was already crowded. All the Marine generals sat on their chairs with indignation. And in front of each of them, there was a good, freshly baked newspaper. Regardless of the front or back, all of them published news related to Lin Xiao's action a few hours ago. This incident is simply incomprehensible, and no one would have imagined that the man would suddenly appear there at this time. A man with the rank of Rear Admiral, standing next to the blackboard in front, stretched out his hand and slapped the photo of Lin Xiao stuck on it, and said, In the recent Beast War, the King Lindo of the Elf Kingdom, who publicly executed Doflamingo, the former member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and defeated the Beast Pirates led by Kaido, suddenly appeared in Marineford when the new G1 branch was short of troops. And with him was the former Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters and the alternate Admiral, Momagi Gion. Marineford is still under repair, so a large number of civilians and workers have gathered. At the same time, there are many tourists from all over the world, as well as journalists from various countries. Even civilians in the town can enter and exit freely. At the same time, due to the summit after the war, the sea did not calm down as we expected. Instead, the chaos intensified, which led to almost all the troops that could be mobilized that were being dispatched to various places. So, the defense of the new G1 branch was not very tight, and it could even be said to be a little lax. However, Lin Xiao and Momagi seemed to have found out about this situation in advance, so they suddenly appeared there at that time. And Lin Xiao was so bold that he used tens of thousands of pirates' heads to build a Kyoto temple in the square. The reporters went crazy for this, took photos one after another, and sent the news back to their respective forces. So, this news would spread all over the world in such a short time. Whether it was Lin Xiao's provocative behavior or his final act of leaving calmly under our noses, it was undoubtedly the biggest provocation and insult to our Marine. This is simply a challenge to our Marines face to face. We absolutely cannot tolerate his evil deeds otherwise. If someone else follows suit in the future, wouldn't it cause even worse consequences? That's right, we must find a way to punish that guy. 10,000 meters below the red line. The Fishmen Island. In the banquet hall of the top floor Dragon Palace, a grand welcome ceremony is in progress. The crowd, led by King Neptune, are drinking with Sea Knight Jinbei, and a giant mermaid girl, more than 10 meters tall, is blinking her cute big eyes and quietly listening to the adults' discussion. The mermaid girl has long pink flowing curly hair and a cute taiyaki-shaped hair accessory on her head. A pair of exquisite shell-shaped earrings hang below her earlobes. Bright blue eyes, matched with her beautiful and innocent appearance, and the plump bust that makes all women jealous. The whole person is as beautiful as a fairy. This girl is none other than the princess of the Fishmen Island, with peerless beauty Shirahoshi. The topic that Neptune and the others were discussing was too boring for this 15-year-old girl. It made her feel sleepy. But when a certain human's name appeared, Shirahoshi suddenly became interested. So she listened attentively like this. Jinbei, you have done something amazing recently. I never thought you would dare to do such an outrageous thing there. But this probably has no effect on you. After all, you have resigned as the leader of the 7 warlords of the sea. Neptune picked up a newspaper, pointed to a corner of it, and said with a smile, pointing to the news about Straw Hat Boy, Luffy breaking into Marine 4- and ringing the Ox Bell -16 in public. In the photo accompanying the news, Jinbei can still be vaguely recognized with his back to the camera. That was just to help Luffy complete his plan. It's nothing at all. Jinbei waved his hand with a nonchalant look on his face. Then, as if he remembered something, he said with great emotion, and if it weren't for the light of the Elf King that day, I'm afraid our actions might not have been so smooth. Elf King? Is he a new pirate on the sea? Neptune and the others showed a look of doubt on their faces. Obviously, they had never heard of Lin Xiao's name. But this is not surprising, because the news between the Fishmen Island and the outside world is not very smooth. Most of the time, they can only rely on the news and interesting things brought by the pirates who dived here and prepared to go to New World to understand the outside world. Even the newspaper in Neptune's hand was brought by Jinbei when he came back. There is no way. After all, mermaids are extremely popular and expensive goods in the human traffickers in the outside world. So they are usually careful to guard against the pirates and human traffickers who rob mermaids, and they're already a little busy. Naturally, it is impossible to go to the sea every day to collect fresh news information. I say, Your Majesty Neptune, your intelligence ability is really worrying. Jinbei shook his head helplessly, and then he gave a general account of the amazing feats that Lin Xiao had performed in the last month or so. The young king publicly executed Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Flowers 0. Neptune exclaimed in surprise. Before Jinbei could speak, the eldest Prince Sharkstar, the second Prince Huangstar, and the third Prince Flipstar, who were sitting beside him, shouted in unison, Father, shouldn't you focus on the fact that His Majesty Lin Xiao defeated Kaido, the 4 emperors? Neptune only reacted at this time. Yes, His Majesty Lin Xiao is too bold, isn't he? He dared to provoke the 4 emperors. It's just as I expected. Jinbei shook his head speechlessly and said, "You don't even know about such a big event." It is said that the cause of the Beast War was that Doflamingo spied on the Seastone mines in the Elf Kingdom, where His Majesty Lin Xiao was. So he used despicable means to kill the old king and his wife. However, what he never expected was that the young His Majesty Lin Xiao, whether in means or courage, had reached a height that ordinary people could never reach. So a grand revenge plan for Shangde was launched. Later, the forces led by the two fought an unprecedented war on the territory of Dressrosa. The winner is the king, and the loser is silent. The outside world originally thought that this would be a battle in which Don Quixote family unilaterally crushed His Majesty Lin Xiao. But who would have thought that the final outcome of the 487 war was exactly the opposite of what everyone thought? The Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, was not only completely destroyed in the attack of Elf Legion, but even Doflamingo himself became a prisoner. That's right. The winner of this war, which was once extremely unpopular with the outside world, was His Majesty Lin Xiao. However, the things that really shocked the world are still to come. After defeating Doflamingo, His Majesty Lin Xiao actually announced in public that he would publicly execute him next. This is His Majesty Lin Xiao not afraid of for Emperor's Kaido? Or did he know some secrets that we didn't know, so he was so confident? Neptune showed a look of shock on his face. It seemed that he didn't understand Lin Xiao's actions. The 3 princes and Princess Shirahoshi, who was hiding and eavesdropping, were already shocked by Lin Xiao's deeds. Among humans, there are actually such upright and brave kings. You know, even if we don't consider 100 beasts, Kaido behind Doflamingo, just the identity of the other party, Dressrosa, king, and 7 warlords of the sea members, is already scary enough. Jinbei cleared his throat and then nodded heavily. The fact is, this young king is not afraid of for emperors, but also attracted Kaido over. Then, the world-famous Beast War happened. His Majesty Lin Xiao, with his Elf Legion, successfully thwarted the rescue plan of Beast pirates and made them return home in defeat with heavy casualties. Hearing this, the 3 princes hurriedly asked excitedly, "Did Beast Kaido really give in?" This can't simply be said that Kaido gave in. Jinbei touched his chin, thought for a while before continuing. Faced with the increasingly unfavorable situation, even Kaido, who has always been known for his brutality, had to consider the future of his pirate group. No matter how reluctant he is, he has to accept the fact. In that battle, His Majesty Lin Xiao did win the final victory. That gentleman is so handsome. When Princess Shirahoshi heard this, she couldn't help but say something. After all, she was still an innocent girl who had just begun to fall in love. It is normal to admire a man who is powerful and handsome. But then 2.1 covered his mouth, as if he was afraid of being discovered by others. He continued to eavesdrop with his ears wide open. "Brother Jinbei, tell me what happened this time." The 3 princes had no scruples like Princess Shirahoshi, and pointed to the newspaper in front of Neptune, and the news about Lin Xiao printed on both the front and back pages. Isn't His Majesty Lin Xiao afraid that doing this will anger the world government? Yes, that is the strongest existence that has ruled this world for 800 years. Before this, I have never heard of any force or individual that dares to challenge them. The 3 of them obviously don't have the patience to read the news in the newspaper carefully. It would be more enjoyable to listen to Jinbei's storytelling directly. Jinbei nodded with emotion, although I have never really seen the young king. But judging from his actions during this period, he must not be afraid of the world government. In fact, sometimes I'm really curious about what His Majesty Lin Xiao is thinking. That is why he made such the most correct, but also the most dangerous choice in the choices again and again. But one thing is certain, that is, the world government is not ready to tear its face with His Majesty Lin Xiao head-on now. Otherwise, I am afraid that the war between the two forces has already started, and in this operation, those pirates who were lured by the CPO organization to attack the applicant country have all been killed by His Majesty Lin Xiao. Among them, there is even one who has just joined the 7 Warlords of the Sea new member who was born a few days ago. Actually, when I heard the news, I was a little bit unbelievable. That young king dared to do such a thing. At this point, Jinbei's expression of emotion became more intense. As a member of the former 7 Warlords of the Sea, Jinbei knew much more clearly than others what kind of power or influence members of this special organization needed to have. And Whitebeard, too, easily destroyed a country with his own strength. His strength is naturally beyond doubt. But who would have thought that even such a powerful monster could not escape Lin Xiao's pursuit? I guess the world government will have a headache this time, King Neptune said thoughtfully. Jinbei nodded in understanding and said, originally, in order to fill the vacancies left after the Summit War, the world government adopted a special screening strategy, hoping to attract more powerful pirates to join. And this Whitebeard, too, has always claimed to be his father's biological son. Although this statement has not been confirmed until now, it is undeniable that the powerful strength he has shown is not comparable to that of ordinary people. And in the past period of time, 190, he also personally killed many captains of the Whitebeard pirates. But who would have thought that this time, after successfully joining the 7 Warlords of the Sea, he was killed by His Majesty Lin Xiao? Speaking of this, Jinbei paused for a moment, then continued to speak to Neptune and the others in a very serious tone. Your Majesty, listen carefully. In the past few months, New World has undergone unprecedented and astonishing changes. With the strong rise of His Majesty Lin Xiao, Imperial Alliance has become a powerful force that is independent of 4 emperors and cannot be ignored. As for Marine, after Akainu ascended to the position of Marshal, the headquarters was directly transferred from Marine Ford to the G1 branch on the New World side to show Marine's determination to fight against pirates. Another important change is that the Blackbeard pirates began an unprecedented crazy attack to attack the position of 4 emperors that was vacant after the death of Daddy. This guy was originally a veteran of the Whitebeard pirates, and he knew Daddy's territory and the garrison forces very well. After Daddy passed away, he quickly dominated some sea areas and used the terrifying power of the shock fruit, seized from Daddy, to carry out wanton looting and killing. I'm afraid it won't be long before he successfully ascends to one of the 4 emperors on par with Big Red Hair and Kaido. And there are some unconfirmed rumors on the sea. It is said that Blackbeard and his men are carrying out the capture of Devil Fruit ability users' action extremely rampantly, and it seems that they want to repeat the action they did to their father during the Summit War. This abominable guy seems to have mastered some method which can kill Devil Fruit ability users and take their abilities from their bodies for his own use. I guess that ambitious guy will target those more powerful Devil Fruit ability users in the future. After hearing Jinbei's words, Neptune and his men were immediately scared. But fortunately, the geographical location of the Fishmen Island has natural advantages, so there is no need to worry about being affected by these changes for the time being. After hearing the news about Lin Xiao, Shirahoshi didn't care much about the rest of the news. The whole person leaned against a huge pillar, blinking his beautiful big eyes, and I don't know what he was thinking in his heart. Your Majesty Neptune, I returned to the Fishmen Island this time. Actually, I came here for one thing. Jinbei's expression suddenly became extremely solemn, and then slowly said the real purpose of this return. Because I personally gave up the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea in Summit War. Now that Marine has restored my bounty, the Sun Pirates can no longer stay in the Fishmen Island to protect the safety here. Speaking of which, when I made this decision at that time, I didn't expect it to cause such serious consequences. This is indeed my negligence. It's just that I can't watch Brother Ace being killed. But now, What's more serious is that since the Whitebeard pirates were defeated, many major forces have been eyeing the Fishmen Island at the same time. But the one who is most feared and can compete with King Xiao is naturally Big Mom, one of the four emperors. When they heard the name of the four emperors, Neptune and others trembled, because they knew too well that these powerful beings at the top of the pirates had the power to completely destroy the Fishmen Island at any time. In front of them, Neptune could only be a submissive citizen who was forced to compromise. It seems that he saw what the other party was thinking. Jinbei comforted him. In fact, it is not a bad thing for Big Mom to take over from his father and continue to protect the Fishmen Island. As long as the flag of Big Mom Pirates is hung on the Fishmen Island, many troubles will be avoided. After all, she is also one of the four emperors, and her experience is extremely powerful. With her reputation and protection, other pirates dare not attack the Fishmen Island at all. And before that, I've already talked to Big Mom in person. Her request is very simple. In addition to asking me and the Sun Pirates to join the Big Mom Pirates, she only needs the Fishmen Island to pay her 10 tons of sweets and 490 desserts every month. What? Neptune was overjoyed when he heard this. Is it really only necessary to pay 10 tons of desserts to get the protection of the Big Mom Pirates? Jinbei nodded again to confirm. That's great, Neptune said with gratitude. I was originally worried about losing Whitebeard's protection, but now it seems that I am really lucky. But this is all thanks to your efforts, Jinbei. I believe you have paid a lot of price, right? Jinbei waved his hand and said indifferently, It's nothing, you don't have to worry about it. As a member of the Fishmen Island, I naturally have to contribute my strength to my guys. But before I leave this time, I have a private matter that I want to ask the 3 princes of Shark Star. The 3 people of Shark Star were stunned at first, and then patted Yu's chest and promised, no matter what it is, please leave it to us. Jinbei smiled and said, Actually, I just want the 3 princes to pass on a message for me. I'm afraid I'll have few opportunities to return here after I leave for one this time. It's just that when I parted with Brother Luffy before, I made a promise that I would wait for them at the Fishmen Island in 2 years. But now it seems that it can't be done. So I would like to ask the 3 princes to pass this message to Brother Luffy when he arrives here in 2 years. If there are no accidents, I will go to Sea Forest alone to wait for him to meet him. At the end, Jinbei seemed to have thought of something. His expression gradually became a little solemn, and he said in a deep voice, Also, please remind them, don't go to war with Hody Jones and his group. After hearing the name of Hody Jones, the faces of several people, including Neptune, suddenly changed. Because this guy is simply a lunatic who does all kinds of evil. The new Fishman Pirates, he found it has become a cancer living in the most chaotic and unmanaged Fishman Street of the Fishmen Island. They're extremely hostile to humans, and they're extremely cruel even to their own kind. I understand. Neptune was silent for a while and responded on behalf of his sons. Indeed, even if the Fishmen Island seems peaceful and tranquil, it is actually full of dangers. If your friends provoke the evil people of Hody Jones, the consequences will be extremely serious. Maybe there will be bloodshed. I know them too well. They are completely reckless and may even go to extremes. Over the years, they have been hiding their whereabouts. Even we can't do anything about them. Jinbei, please rest assured. As long as they appear on the Fishmen Island, I will send someone to warn them as soon as possible. Thank you, His Majesty Neptune. Jinbei stood up slowly and then drank the wine in his hand. After saying goodbye to everyone, he left Dragon Palace and prepared to rush to Big Mom's sphere of influence, World Nations. However, just as he was about to leave, a timid voice suddenly came from behind Jinbei. That, Lord Jinbei, can you tell me more about His Majesty Lin Xiao? Shirahoshi blinked her big carol-otter eyes, looking at Jinbei expectantly. The latter was stunned at first, but then a gentle smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, Since Princess Shirahoshi wants to know so much, I will stay here for a while. The incident of Lin Xiao using pirate heads to build Kaido spread like a hurricane among all the pirates of New World. Many pirates who were eager to try and wanted to attack those applicant countries were scared to death, because that Kaido was so damn incompetent. Dejix, aren't they just some applicant countries? They are not member states of the Imperial Alliance. Is it necessary to do such a cruel thing? Whenever they think of this, the pirates can't help but shiver. He's indeed the man that even Kaido cannot defeat. This kind of crazy behavior, I'm afraid only he can do it. The pirates realize that. Lin Xiao's previous words were definitely not a joke. Whether it is the member states of the Imperial Alliance or these applicant countries, from now on, they will no longer be the targets of their arbitrary manipulation. Please give flowers, though, because Lin Xiao's bad reputation has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. But no one knows what kind of powerful trump card Lin Xiao has in his hand to dare to act so recklessly. Aren't they afraid of the Marine and world government tearing their faces apart? Even as strong as the four emperors, they would never dare to jump in front of these two organizations. In the past 800 years, countless powerful pirates have emerged, but without exception, no one can shake the rule of the world government. Even someone as strong as rocks can't do it. That guy Lin Xiao actually dared to show up in Marineford and made such a provocative move. I guess he's ready to fight Marine head-on, right? But in addition to the Pokémons that have shown their power in Beast Wars before, does he have any other unknown cards in his hand? Based on their performance in previous battles, the strength of several Pokémons has reached the level of Crown Vice. French. Yes, before that. Don't forget that Momagi, the former Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, has also joined Lin Xiao's army. Yes, it seems that the establishment of the Imperial Alliance is inevitable. The combat power of Lin Xiao's men has become impossible to ignore now. Will those useless people in the world government just watch Lin Tong's organization grow bigger and stronger? The subsequent 917 should have some means to stop him. I think so too. Otherwise, if all those countries join the Imperial Alliance, what will happen to them, the world government members? Wait, it won't be long before they will have another fierce clash. For a while, discussions about Lin Xiao can be seen everywhere. After all, they haven't seen such a high-profile guy for a long time. Although it is said that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the strong sense of oppression that Lin Xiao showed in front of the world made everyone very curious about him. They really want to see what more shocking performance he will have in the future. At the same time, they are also very curious about what kind of reaction the world government will make next. After all, in all these years, they have never seen them being defeated. And with the heated discussion about Lin Xiao, his reputation value has also ushered in waves of continuous surges above a certain sea area. This time, the harvest is really rich. Lin Xiao looked at the reputation value that was still climbing continuously, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In the past period of time, his total reputation value has reached an extremely astonishing 3.17 million. Part of it came from those countries resurrected by the Phoenix King. The rest was harvested from all over the world as the Marineford Jingguan incident spread. It has to be said, the benefit of acting in a high-profile manner is that you only need to do a few tricks to shock the world, and thus gain a lot of reputation. This also made Lin Xiao gradually like this simple and rough style of doing things. The so-called Great Way is simple. You have the power to do whatever you want. Why are you still afraid of everything? In addition, as long as you can continuously gain reputation, even if you launch more wars and conflicts, Lin Xiao's troops will never run out of steam. On the contrary, it is very likely that the more you fight, the more you gain. What else is there to be afraid of? Your Majesty, we are about to reach the target sea area. Just at this moment, Momosagi's cold and pleasant voice came from front. But are you really sure that World Destroyer, Burndy World, will appear in this sea area? Actually, I'm not too sure. Lin Xiao waved his hand lazily and said, if he doesn't show up, then just treat it as a vacation for the two of us. 1.3, that's right. After leaving Marineford, Lin Xiao and Momagi did not choose to return directly to the Spirit Island. Instead, they rushed to a sea area near the Sabati archipelago with the idea of giving it a try. They wanted to see if they could take the opportunity to replicate the Momo fruit, also called the multiplication fruit. On the other party, Lin Xiao had heard the most about the Paramecia devil fruit that had 100 times the power. But he couldn't remember clearly where exactly World would appear during this time period. He just vaguely remembered. In the original work, after escaping from Impel Down, World first found his former subordinates alone. Then he planned step by step, gathered a large number of people. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that they were cannon fodder. Then this crazy guy was ready to take revenge on the whole world. And he was going to use a super cannon and his special Momo Fruit ability to directly bombard Red Line. And when Marine heard the news, 28 was so scared that he directly summoned 7 warlords of the sea to deal with World together. From this, we can see their importance to World. It has to be said, these old-fashioned pirates from the old times, no matter in terms of strength or courage, these pirates who like to fight small battles today can never be compared with them. But it's a pity. World's plan was not realized in the end. He was defeated by King Luffy, who is known as the King of Movies. And Lin Xiao did not intend to destroy World this time. He just wanted to replicate the Momo Fruit on the other party. If it didn't meet his pirate ship at the moment, Lin Xiao didn't mind waiting for the timeline to move forward. Then he went directly to Nine Snake Island to wait. After all, if you remember correctly, World had captured the sisters of the Empress and used them to threaten the Empress to be hostages. He wanted to use such a naive method to compete with Marine. If this could succeed, that would be really weird. But Lin Xiao was also a little curious. Why didn't Blackbeard recruit a powerful helper like Burndy World in level 6 Eternal Hell of Impel Down? 120. Lin Xiao once thought, did Blackbeard think that this old guy who had been frozen for 30 years was too weak? So he gave up recruiting him. After all, even he, a time traveler, because of the influence of the movie version, had a little contempt for this loser under King Luffy. But this idea was quickly rejected by Lin Xiao. Burndy World's strength is still very remarkable, and if it is combined with the amplification effect of the Momo Fruit, its power is even more terrifying. In the original work, when Marine learned that Burndy World was going to build a super cannon and then use its own Momo Fruit, 600-fold amplification ability to directly super double and then blast Marineford into the sky, the Marine executives immediately panicked. So they directly ordered the 7 warlords of the sea to be summoned and a large number of troops to deal with Burndy World. It is for this reason the latter decided to take the lead after learning the news. Before the Marine officially assembled, they rushed to the 7 warlords of the sea closest to them and captured 1 hostage. See how powerful this old guy who is out of touch with the times is. Aren't you, Marine, going to summon the... Well, then I'll catch one to threaten you first. I have to say, the old strong men of the old times are awesome. In Lin Xiao's opinion, if it were someone else, maybe he would really look down on the old strong men like Burndy World who came from the old times out of arrogance, just like he thought before. After all, the strong men of the same era as him. Some are almost dead, old. Some are sad and sad. Some retire. The only ones who are still active on the sea today may be Big Mom and Kaido, the trainee on the rock ship. As for whether he was also a trainee for 2.5 years, the outsider doesn't know. But if it was Blackbeard, then this statement is not true at all. With Blackbeard's sinister and cunning character. In addition, he had lived with Whitebeard for decades, during which time he had fought against countless pirates of the old and new times. Whether it was his mind or his strength, he had greatly improved during that period. The most important thing was that he had gained great experience and knowledge. In order to obtain the dark fruit that he had always dreamed of, Blackbeard even hid his true strength and remained in Whitebeard's ship for more than 20 years. He even memorized the appearance of all the devil fruits in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. How could such a cunning villain not know the power of Burndy World? Not to mention, Burndy World had experienced friction and head-on collisions with Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and other powerful people of the same period. Regardless of whether the final result is a win or a loss, it can be seen that he is definitely not an incompetent person. And no matter how you look at it, his fame, strength, etc. are several times stronger than those crooked melons and crack dates that Blackbeard finally recruited. The most important thing is, even if Blackbeard is unwilling to recruit this veteran strongman to join his pirate group for some reason, but it is not wrong to snatch the powerful Momo fruit from Burndy World, right? In the original work, Blackbeard has never stopped after the Summit War. He led his men to hunt those devil fruit ability users in New World. Then he used special means to take away the desired devil fruit ability from them. Lin Xiao did not believe it. Blackbeard would not be tempted when he saw a treasure like the Momo fruit. And it was when the other party had just released the Icefront State and was in extreme weakness. This was simply the best time to attack. But what was the reason in the end? Which made Blackbeard, a greedy and cunning guy, choose to give up? Good job. There seems to be only one answer. That is, Blackbeard not only knew who Burndy World was, but he was also very afraid of him. So much so that, in order to avoid any accidents in his next plan, he directly gave up provoking this god tier, just like he didn't have the courage to provoke the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet, who is also imprisoned in Level 6 Eternal Hell. If you look at it this way, everything seems to make sense. In Lin Dao's opinion, even though Blackbeard always does things step by step, at that time his method of recruiting subordinates can be said to be very simple and crude. That is to let all the prisoners kill each other. Those who survived in the end were qualified to become his subordinates. Follow him and walk out of Impel Down alive. Lin Dao felt that Blackbeard's idea at that time must be very single, right? Anyway, he didn't care about his character at all. As long as he could achieve the final goal, Blackbeard didn't care whether he was ridiculed or cursed by the world. This was the fact. He was ready to seize his father's devil fruit. How could he care about those useless reputations? So Blackbeard naturally didn't expect that he could recruit loyal partners like Van Oka and Lafayette in Level 6 Eternal Hell. His plan was simple. That is, as long as the other party has strong strength, they could become his crew. That's right. As long as this point is met, it's over. Of course, before officially becoming a crew member, these guys still need to go through a brutal fight to prove their worth. Blackbeard finally got what he wanted. The scum who joined his team, without exception, are all extremely powerful and cruel. Even their teammates can be killed. Profit-seeking guys. And the reason why they chose to join Blackbeard's team, a big part of the reason is because of the promises Blackbeard made to them. This point, from the time of Summit War, Blackbeard and Whitebeard fought solo alone. When Blackbeard grabbed Solo's neck and beat him so hard that he kept yelling for mercy, these guys all chose to watch with a joking look on their faces. And they were completely indifferent to the life and death of their captain. And later they threatened that if Blackbeard could not seize the shock fruit ability, they would break up immediately. It was enough to see what kind of people these people were. The only thing that really brought them together was the word interest. And just on this point, Burndy World was completely different from these guys. The reason why he was defeated that year was completely because he was betrayed by his most trusted subordinates. Although Burndy World was an egomaniac at that time, he was extremely loyal. Just looking at this point, he would never join Blackbeard's team. After all, the two are not of the same nature. And for the current Burndy World, I have been frozen for 30 years. There is nothing but anger in my heart. He has no interest in becoming the Pirate King. The only thing he wants to do is to take revenge on the world government and Marine in his own way. #B. Lin Dao also keenly noticed that Blackbeard had a huge drawback in selecting teammates. That is the real strong. Even if they have become prisoners, will never fight with others to please certain people. After all, such behavior is too shameful. If they could really put aside their dignity, would it be Blackbeard's turn to recruit them? The world government would have already recruited these monster guys to its own ranks. It is not impossible to even list them in the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, these old guys, no matter which one is taken out, are top-level strongmen who could destroy a country or even a large fleet. The world government would like them to surrender and compromise. But these people are very stubborn. No one is willing to bow to celestial dragons and marine. So, Blackbeard's method is simple and crude, but it also has considerable drawbacks. Even those who finally win after fighting in front of strong men like Burndy World, Douglas Bullet, and Barrick Redfield can only be regarded as half-baked. This is the fact, even if Blackbeard and his group are advancing triumphantly. But if it weren't for the antidote sent by Rain Shiryu at the critical moment, I'm afraid they would have been wiped out by Warden Magellan. And Burndy World, Douglas Bullet, and Barrick Redfield, etc., after walking out of the cell, they were not afraid of Magellan's ability at all, and finally successfully left, impelled down with their own hard power. This is the difference. The strong will never be a younger brother to others. This point, whether it is Burndy World, who wants to destroy the world, or Douglas Bullet, who is a one-man army, or Lone Red, Baloric Redfield, who relied on his own strength to fight against Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates. They have made the best interpretation with their actual actions. FFLX. Even if he received an invitation, why would Burndy World choose to join Blackbeard? And his Momo fruit has the terrifying ability to increase the speed, strength, and volume of an object by 100 times. Even the lightest bullet, when it falls into Burndy World's hands, will instantly become a deadly shell. And if Burndy World is determined to escape, his ability can also increase his speed by 100 times. Seeking Flowers, if used together with Shave and Moonwalk from his Marine 6 styles. Looking at the entire pirate world, there are really few people who can catch up with him. They can even be counted on one hand. The first one among them should be Kizaru, who is known for his speed, right? His Logia sparkling fruit can turn his body into photons. 0, so that he can move at high speed, although there is still a big gap from the real speed of light movement. But he can also firmly enter the top 3 of the speed ranking in the pirate world. The phrase speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light at that time? Even set off a frenzy. However, the ambiguous justice he pursued made Kizaru a lazy admiral, and in the Summit War, he showed mercy to King Luffy several times, which made people imagine a lot. Some people even think that he might be an undercover of GM Army, planted in the top of Marine. His true identity. Maybe he is the old uncle of King Luffy, who has been separated for many years and has never met him. Lin Xiao naturally didn't believe these rumors. But if there was a chance, he would still give priority to replicating the Logia sparkling fruit on Kizaru. After all, from a speed point of view alone, sparkling fruit can be said to be the ceiling of Pirate World. And Lin Xiao also has confidence that he can evolve more diverse attack methods. And Kizaru, that lazy guy, although the development of 7 of sparkling fruit seems very strong. But in fact, it's just that. He didn't tap its true potential. The topic turned back to Burndy World. Another reason that made Lin Xiao feel that Burndy World would never join Blackbeard Pirates was that several of his core crew members were still alive, and World Pirates did not disband. It was just that after losing its own captain, it has been tepidly wandering outside the attention of the world. Therefore, Burndy World is not as carefree as the other members who joined the Blackbeard Pirates. He only needs to find his former subordinates, and he can start his revenge plan in the shortest time. There is no need to be like a stray dog with Blackbeard, riding a broken raft, and avoiding being hunted all over the world. Another point is that Burndy World's ambition is not much worse than Blackbeard. It's just that their ultimate goals are different. Blackbeard wants to ascend to the throne of Pirate King, And Burndy World wants to overthrow this world that makes him angry. Just ask, how can such a person be willing to be inferior to others? In conclusion, Lin Xiao believes that when Blackbeard recruits crew members, his first choice is those who he can control. And the stronger the strength, and the more ambitious he is, the more worried he is. He was afraid that the other party would suddenly turn against him at any time, and then kill him and take the position. With these considerations, he would naturally not take the initiative to provoke the Dad, who would make the team unstable. At this time, Momosagi's voice came over. "Humph, I don't want to go on vacation with you in a place like this." Momosagi's beautiful face showed a very rare shyness when she heard it. "You want to go on vacation with me? Your Majesty, are you confessing to me? Oh my God, this is too sudden, isn't it? But I really hope that World Destroyer doesn't appear here. In that case, I can really be alone with your Majesty in peace." Although Momosagi was a little flustered, she was also a little happy. But out of the cold and arrogant goddess, Momosagi still subconsciously coldly rejected it. But when Lin Xiao heard these words, no matter how he looked at them, they seemed to be a response to what he had just said. It was just that it was not a good opportunity to tease this beautiful lady. It was more important to get down to business first. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao started to think again whether he should take the opportunity to blast another wave of troops. After all, there were a few more member states this time. According to previous practice, Lin Xiao stationed 100 elves in each member state. And as the Marineford Jingguan incident gradually fermented, I believe that in the future, more countries will submit applications to join the Imperial Alliance. By then, more Pokémons will be needed to garrison these countries. When he thought of the huge amount of reputation waiting for him to harvest in the future, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement. Because his era will surely come soon, and the increase of reputation means that he can produce more Pokémons. In a long-term positive cycle, it will be a matter of time before he dominates the pirate world. Then, under Lin Xiao's command, Cresseria began to patrol the waters near Sabeti Archipelago. At the same time, in a sea area outside Sabeti Archipelago, a naval battle with a huge disparity in strength was in full swing. Boom, boom, boom! Dozens of small pirate ships were charging from all directions towards a warship flying the flag of world government. Around this warship, there are also 4 marine warships escorting it. However, in the attack of those small pirate ships that are as tireless as locusts, the Marines responsible for escorting it have already been beaten to a pulp. Damn, where did these pirates come from? Damn, this place is obviously very close to the G1 branch. Who would have thought that we would be suddenly besieged by a group of pirates? They're too bold. If the goods on the world government ship are robbed this time, I'm afraid we will all be punished by military law after we return. How abominable. These locust-like guys, don't they fear death? The Marine soldiers on the warships were all angry, but they were helpless against those pirates. There was no way. Who made the other party's ship small and much more flexible than their warships? In front of these small boats, their big ship was as conspicuous as a target. Brothers, work harder. Captain World is still watching from behind. Yes, if you can eliminate these Marines within the specified time, you'll be killed by the captain. In fact, it's not just the Marine soldiers who feel troubled. The pirates who are swarming and attacking are also anxious, because when they launched the attack, they were told that they must defeat the target ship within the specified time. Otherwise, they will bear the wrath of Captain Burndy World. This pirate group is exactly what Lin Xiao wants to find, led by Burndy World Pirate Group. Just like 057 that Lin Xiao guessed before. After Burndy, a world escaped from Impel Down. In the first time, they successfully found the deputy captain Biojack, who had been lost for nearly 30 years. Although the opponent is small in stature, extremely weak in physique, and has almost zero combat power, but he is the only think tank of the world pirates. 30 years ago, he was also like a brother to Burndy World. It was the two of them who jointly created the world pirates. And Biojack's strength is collecting intelligence. After Burndy World found him, He directly took out various phones and informed the core crew scattered around the place of the good news that the captain had successfully escaped from prison. So not long ago, the once feared world pirates finally revived with full blood. But it was different from 30 years ago, after being betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Today, Burndy World no longer trusts anyone. Even Biojack, his friend who was like a brother, was also a suspect in his eyes. There is no way who made the betrayal of the year still vivid in his mind today. And the reason why Burndy World wanted to gather these core members again, it was to be able to achieve his revenge plan faster and more efficiently. As for the first step, of course, it was to recruit a large number of people and conduct necessary assessments and screening. No matter when, if you want to accomplish something, you can't do without a lot of cannon fodder. So, after a period of preparation, the scene before finally happened. Too slow, too slow. What are those useless rubbish doing? The enemy only has 5 warships, and it took so long to destroy them. On a large ship in the back, Burndy World held a timer in his hand and looked at the battlefield in the distance with displeasure. It is obvious that he is very dissatisfied with the new recruits this time. If this had happened 30 years ago, I'm afraid these people would not even be qualified to join his pirate group. How come with the passage of time, these pirates born in the new era have all become so weak? Ahem, Captain World, please be a little patient. At this time, sitting on Burndy World's shoulders, Biojack coughed weakly a few times and then persuaded with a trembling voice. Most of these newcomers who came here for the reputation have never experienced real battles, so their performance is naturally not so impressive. But as long as they practice a little, I believe that in a few years, they will all become good helpers that are feared by everyone. 09, who knows that Burndy World heard this, and immediately snorted with an angry face. I can't wait for them for a few years. If they are useless, then what's the point of paying attention to them? Speaking of this, he said to the back without looking back, Sebastian, Nachin, you two go and destroy the warship in the front and show those rubbish what attack is. This time I will give you 3 minutes. If even you two can't complete it, don't blame me for being rude. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, 2 figures, a man and a woman, stepped forward. The tall man with sunglasses on his face was called Sebastian. He was a fish giant of the fishmen and giant. He had great strength and a super physique far beyond that of ordinary people. The reason why he wore sunglasses was because he was blinded in the fierce battle in the past. But even so, he who had observation haki was still not comparable to the pirates on the same ship. And the other old woman with a shriveled figure was the female ship doctor of the world pirates. And Nachin's real age is actually close to 80 years old. But if someone underestimates her fighting ability because of this, it will definitely not end well, because Nachin can use the special medicine she developed to temporarily restore to her youthful state in battle, and her physical skills are definitely not comparable to those of ordinary people. And these 2 people had previously obeyed the order of Captain Biojack and escaped and hid with other crew members to prevent being caught by Marine. After receiving the notice from Biojack, they rushed back as soon as possible. From this, it can be seen that they are loyal to Burndy World. In addition to the 2 of them, there is another core member, 970, who should not be ignored. That is Gayram, who has the ability of Paramecia Cube Fruit. His ability can turn any special into a cube shape and let him move and pile up during the period when Burndy World was frozen and impelled down. It was he who personally designed and built the current Guluo CD pirate ship. After hearing the order from Burndy World, Sebastian and Nachin responded in unison. Captain, just leave it to us 2 with confidence. We, Seeb, can easily deal with those guys. That's right. Those Marines are all useless trash, and there is no need for the captain to take action at all. Then Sebastian, a fishman, jumped into the water first, then floated his upper body out of the water. And Nachin, who looked nearly 80 years old, jumped with a light movement that was extremely inconsistent with her youth. and stepped directly on Sebastian's back. DBU. Then the two rushed out straight like a speedboat. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers on the deck of the warship at the front soon discovered the sudden abnormality on the sea. So round after round of artillery fire. They poured towards Sebastian and Chinai. But Sebastian was moving at an incredibly fast speed, coupled with Chinai's unpredictable Huxia medicine boxing. Even if there were occasional, they would be calmly resolved. When the two were about to approach the warship in front, Chinai jumped up again, landed directly on the deck of the warship. Then she kept moving forward. Wherever she passed, Marine soldiers were knocked down by her. Sebastian on the sea was not idle either. He took out a huge mace, and while diving into the seabed, he began to destroy the bottom of the warship. Boom, boom. Not long after, in a violent explosion, the warship at the front exploded and soon sank into the sea. When the warship was about to fall silent, Nachin jumped onto Sebastian's back again. Well, not bad. It only took 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Burndy whirled in the back, looked at the time on the timer in his hand, and his livid face eased a little. Even after 30 years, the combat effectiveness of his initial crew members is still not comparable to that group of new wastes. I'll give you another 10 minutes. If you can't destroy the remaining 3 escort warships, then you'll have to bear my wrath. I think you should know that trash is of no value to me. Burndy whirled past on his order through Den Den Mushi. The pirates on the small pirate ships also worked harder. However, their strength was limited. Under the tenacious resistance of the Marine soldiers, 10 minutes passed quickly, and they only sank 1 warship. Humph, trash is trash. No matter how many people there are, they can't change such a helpless situation. I can't believe that 30 years later, such guys are still everywhere on the sea. This world is really going backwards. Burndy whirled in the distance, was furious when he saw this. He then raised his hand and put Biojack on his shoulder on the deck, and then jumped out. He stepped on Moonwalk and rushed towards the distant warship, etc. Biojack wanted to say something, but he held it back in the end, because he knew, after the betrayal 30 years ago, now, no matter how he persuaded, that man would never listen. Momo 100x/. When World flew above a warship before the Marines below could attack him, he took out a sickle-shaped weapon and swung it down fiercely. However, under the 100-fold amplification of the Momo fruit, the sickle in his hand suddenly grew 100-fold in size while swinging and turned into an extremely huge sickle. A cold light flashed. Burndy World only used 1 strike to split the warship below in half. Momo 100x gun. Next, Burndy World did the same thing again, using the power of the Momo fruit to turn the ordinary pistol bullets into a super killer weapon with 100 times the size and power. Please give me flowers. 013312428 Falu 174170530. In the eyes of the crowd, the remaining 2 warships were directly sunk. Long live Captain World! Too strong. It is worthy of being the world destroyer that the world government fears. Is this the power of the old strong man of the old times? The power of the Momo fruit is so terrifying. 0-0. The newly joined pirates were immediately shocked. To be honest, before this, they only had a rumor about Burndy World, but after seeing the other party's powerful strength, they were immediately impressed by him. Who doesn't want to follow a more powerful boss? But Burndy World was obviously not satisfied with the strength of these small fish. After destroying the warships that were in the way, he said to the pirates with a sullen face, "You useless rubbish. You can't even handle a few warships. How can you fight against the lackeys of the world government with me?" Lousy is going to raise Marine Ford to the ground next, right?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.